Good morning, everyone. We're going to start the meeting now. We're going to be recording this meeting. Today is August 11, 2022. We are at Marriott Courtyard in Isla Verde. The time is 9:02 a.m. We have a very heavy agenda this morning and tomorrow. I really appreciate for everybody to be to the point, and we need to be very productive in order to have a good conversation and something very productive coming out from this meeting. Like always, I appreciate your collaboration on this. And we want to start with the roll call, but before I would like to say that before you speak, state your name. My name is Marcos Hanke. I'm the chairman of the Caribbean Council. You don't need to say your full name, just say, once you say your full name, the first participation, then just say Carlos, Mario, Julian, whatever. Right, just to speed up the process, but we need to be able to identify on the transcript who is speaking. And I want to take this moment to request for the roll call. I'm going to start with Graciela.
Buenos días, Graciela García Moliner, Council staff.
John Walter, Southeast Fisheries Science Center, Deputy Director for Science and Council Services.
Jocelyn D'Ambrosio, NOAA Office of General Counsel.
Amy Strelchak, Regional Administrator, NOAA Fisheries Southeast Region.
Diana Martino, Council staff.
The other one, Council staff.
Marcos Hanke, chair.
Council members and board district.
Nicole Angeli, Division of Fish and Wildlife, USDI.
James Craig Lowe, council member, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands.
Diana Rivera, Council staff. Cristina Blanc, Council staff. Maria Lopez, NOAA Fisheries Southeast Regional Office.
Alberto Ford, ID, council staff.
Miguel Borges, NOAA Office of Law Enforcement.
Nelson Greco, the AP chair of Puerto Rico.
Julian McGrath, DP Chair, St. Thomas, St. John.
JJ Cruz Mota, SSC member.
Howard Forbes, DPNR Enforcement.
Jack Govern, NOAA Fisheries.
Maria Elizalde, Council staff.
Laura Chimo, NOAA Fisheries Office of International Affairs, Trade and Commerce. Heather Blau, NOAA Fisheries Service Southeast Region.
Kate Zamboni, NOAA General Counsel in the Southeast section.
Wilson Santiago, Puerto Rico Fisheries Liaison.
Janet Ramos García, Puerto Rico Cigar Program.
JJ.
Solima García.
The virtual participants they have.
Okay, participants in Zoom, we have Adam Bailey, Alida Ortiz Sotomayor, Damaris Delgado, Ed Glazer, Edward, if please you can provide your last name to have it for the record. Henry as well, please provide your last name. Iris Oliveras, Lauren Remsworth, Lieutenant Cameron Box, Matt Walia, Nicole Rio, Rachel Eckley, Ricardo Lopez, Sarah Stevenson, Stephanie Martinez Rivera, Tania Capote, Vanessa Ramirez, Jamitza Rodriguez. We have a caller ending with 821. if you can identify yourself, please, for the record. And that is all in the list, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And you can, the person that wants to request for the name, you can put in the chat. And staff will communicate to us later. And, yeah,
Yes, I just want to let everybody know that we are changing our signature list. Name list of the attendees. You just have to put your name, your signature beside your name. And for the ones that the names are not in the paper, just put your name and your signature. That'd be, you don't have to fill out anything else.
okay, thank you. If you have any question, Diana and the staff will be around to help you out. And something else that I would like to mention at this time after the roll call is that I want to dedicate a minute of silence in honor to fellow fisherman that passed away to a tragic accident recently. His name is Carlos Rosario Lico, and his brother is seriously injured. Pitufo, and I'm sorry that I don't have the name, the full name, but everybody knows him. Pitufo, the council and the fishing community really feels deeply for this, and a minute of silence, please. Thank you very much. And all the strength for the family and for the friends and everybody around this family. And we really know and feel this tragedy. Thank you very much for the meeting of silence and for sharing this week. And now we have the swearing of new council member.
Mr. James Greco is a new council member, and I asked him to say something about yourself, so people will get to know you before we do the swearing. Good morning, everyone. I'll try to keep this brief. I know it's the time constraint. My name is James Craiglow. Most people know me in the islands as Captain CC or CC, but call me James or whatever. And my background, I studied wildlife ecology at the University of Florida. I worked for Florida Game and Fish Commission, U.S. Fish and Wildlife. Primarily did a lot of crocodile studies, alligators, but also fish farming, wildlife ranching, economic issues in that area. And then I moved to the Virgin Islands. In the Virgin Islands, I've been fishing as a commercial fisherman, charter fisherman, since the early 1980s. I learned from some of the best local people. And then now I'm commercial fishing. I do a lot of diving, dive lobsters, spearfish, lionfish. And I served on the FAC for the Virgin Islands and St. Thomas, St. John for 8 years. And now I've been honored to be able to be a member of the council. And I think that's enough for now. Thank you very much.
James or CC, it's my pleasure to administer the oath for the Fishery Management Council. I'll read the first couple of lines and then we can continue. As trustees of the nation's fishery resources, all voting members must take an oath specified by the secretary as follows.
I, James Craiglow, as a duly appointed member of the Regional Fisheries Management Council established under the Magnuson-Stevens Fisheries Conservation and Management Act, hereby promise to conserve and management the living marine resources of the United States of America by carrying out the business of the council for the greatest overall benefit of the nation. I recognize my responsibility to serve as a knowledgeable and experienced trustee of the nation's marine fisheries resources, being careful to balance competing private or regional interests, and also where and protective of the public interest in those resources. I commit myself to uphold the provisions, standards, and requirements of Magnuson Stevens Fisheries Conservation and Management Act and the other applicable law, and shall conduct myself at all times according to the rules of conduct prescribed by the Secretary of Commerce. This oath is freely given and without mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
On behalf of Noah Fisheries, I want to welcome you. I want to thank you for your willingness to serve on the council. We recognize this is a substantial commitment away from your family, away from your business. And so we appreciate your time and dedication to serve on the council. Look forward to it. All right, thank you very much.
And just as a follow-up on this welcome note, I already spoke to James and you can count on every council member. Everybody here are on the same page. We are looking for the best ideas and management and good discussions to make the process the best process possible. Everybody here are willing to help you out, and your perspective is very complete, very diverse, and for sure it will help us on the future. And welcome to this group. Thank you very much. And we have the next item on the agenda is the election of the officials. Election of officials.
We can ask John Walter to chair the election of officials. It's the time that we will submit candidates for voting. Supposed to be another member of the Coast Guard, but now that you're here, can you do the honors and share this section?
Thank you, Director. I will try to do my best. It's my first time doing that, so I know elections have been contentious, and if I'm becoming an election official, it might put me in the crosshairs, but I'm willing and able.
Okay. So you can open the floor now for.
Let me first, which election this is for chair? I think
Chair, the first one is
chair of the council. Okay, I'll get my passing grade. Okay, so I will open the floor and you can, please, Miguel, tell me if I'm doing this properly, but I open the floor for a nomination for chair of the council.
I would like to nominate Marcus Hanky as chair of the council.
Is there a second?
You don't need a second, just to see if there's another candidate for chair.
Is there another candidate?
Then all in favor, say aye.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oh, they didn't say aye. You don't like it, aye? Okay, now we open for vice chair.
Okay, and I think, Joe, I announced that it's been decided, then, Marcos, congratulations or condolences. Duly elected as vice chair, as chair, and now we'll open vice chair. And do we have a nominee for vice chair?
I would like to nominate Carlos Verchetti as vice chair.
Are there any other nominees? Are we, all in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
I think the ayes have it. Carlos, congratulations. You're vice chair.
Thank you, Jan. We are going to review you for November 24th. So, Mr. Chairman, congratulations, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much again for this opportunity, and I heard over all this period, a lot of respect and encouragement words from the industry and from the participants. And all, I'm sure that either Carlos and myself are looking for is for respectful and productive conversation at the council. Thank you very much. We have the next part of the agenda is the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, for the adoption of agenda, we have, three items that we would like to include, and I guess you have them in your notes. And also we wanted to switch, presentation, so that we just.
Yes.
State the public record.
Yes. The changes or that we are putting in front of you to evaluation is that Kevin McCarthy at 1 p.m. on the first day will be the first one to present. We're gonna pass the presentation of Cruz Mota after Kevin McCarthy on that order. And the other change in the agenda is on the second day. Is on the second day where we already explore the time that will be consumed by the previous presenters. And we understand that there is time for Nicolas Gomez to present a very short presentation about collaborative work among teachers in the crisis situation. And the lunch break that had changed from 12 p.m. to 1:15 p.m. And we add after lunch a short presentation from Jose Rivera about aquaculture. Then we follow the agenda like it was stated before. Any motion to adopt the agenda to support us to keep moving?
Yes, so Rashadi, I move to accept the agenda as amended.
Second.
All in favor? If there's here no objection? All in favor, say aye. Aye. The agenda is adopted. Thank you very much. And the next item on the agenda is the meeting verbatim transcription.
Unfortunately, we have the provider of the services for transcription quit, and we are going to recruit. We are in the process of recruiting another company, so we will submit the transcription under the next meeting of the council. There was no major issues that are not being followed on this agenda for this meeting, so we need to trust us that the meeting of April will be transcribed and presented to you.
Thank you very much. I'm aware of all the efforts that the staff have been doing to work with the transcript and create the system possible available to us. And the next item on the agenda will be the first presentation. Actually, yes, I'm sorry. The executive director report. Go ahead.
Two months prepared for this. As you know, for the last 3 years, due to COVID, we have been working from home, and across the nation, private industry and government agencies also have been working, teleworking. And interesting things that have come up is that 70% of the people around the world, 66 to 70%, prefer to stay at home. Managers, owners of companies, and agencies believe that as long as the work is done, that nothing is missed, this could continue. The executive directors met some time ago, and actually we're going to meet again. And it changed this idea and best practices we found with the media of teleworking schedule for each one of the councils. In our case, we need to keep the door open of the council 5 days a week. And from now on, the staff are required to work at the office at least once a week. That doesn't mean that you can go more than that. We have one staff member can go 3, 4 times a week. The secretary director is supposed to be on call for any time during the week. And then the rest of the time, the staff will be teleworking. We believe that the system can continue. And is something that we found is very effective. There's a lot of money that is saved by the staff. You don't have to commute every day, except that the system work, all the work that we're supposed to produce, being produced, and the ladies at the office are doing more than they're supposed to. Sometimes they're working on time, taking calls and everything. So this is, we are going to continue that. Doing the better one. In the case of the system that we have a new system, and anybody who calls the office, they call the staffer to cell phones that we have, so we won't miss attending the public the way it's supposed to be. Meetings, all meetings of the council, advisory bodies, etc., will be hybrid. We have not decided yet on public hearings and workshops and scoping meetings because of the logistics. But at least for the council members to know, all our meetings from now on will continue to be hybrid. This meeting, for example, we have 2 council members who are going to be participating via Zoom. Vanessa Ramirez, she has a case of family very her grandchildren, grandchild is in the hospital, so she'll be with us via Zoom. And also Damaris Delgado, she's also participating via Zoom. All this proved to be positive. We have a learning curve. At the beginning, it was a nightmare for especially the technicians to get the audio the right way and everything. And if you look at the table, we have 2 hours looking at you. They scare the people at the beginning because they follow you. You move, they follow you. And then it's recorded the way that it's supposed to. So rest assured that the fellow workers, the conditions that we have at the hybrid meetings are the right way to go at this time. Mr. Chairman, the other issue is was not issue, but I was going to encourage everybody to submit your documents on time for the briefing books. I know that everybody is busy, but it's very difficult to have a briefing book that is empty with only the federal register notice ahead, because some people go to the webpage and like to see the document that we are going to discuss. So, then at this time, I would like to take this opportunity, and by coincidence, we have done that twice. Meeting, but I promise you it won't be for every meeting. But anyway, hey, the audience, you're here in person. Can you say your name for the record?
Morning, Damaris Delgado, Puerto Rico Union.
So, at this time, we would like to call Jocelyn Ambrosio to the front. This is something that we were going to do the last time, but I learned a long time ago that you never surprise lawyers, even if they are on your side. So I had to ask her whether it was something that we could do or not. And she said yes. So Jocelyn has proven to be one of the best lawyers we ever had. The council, I can say that because I've been around for more than 35 years. And I have met all of them. Jocelyn is always ready to answer questions. And when she doesn't know exactly the legal answer, she knows how to get the answer from us, from other bodies of the Department of Commerce and more. She's always quiet, but it's like high blood pressure. You don't know it's there, but it's there. And we really appreciate everything that you've been doing for this council. She was one of the first one who decided to go to the SSC meetings. Because the SSC also, needs the advice of, non-legal counsel for the activities and the events that they do every year, the meetings that they have every year, so. So can you stand here so we can see you under the light? Guys, all of you are familiar with our regional model. We copied this from Superman's magazine comic books. They have a whole city in a bottle. And this is done by a biologist that happens to be an artisan from Puerto Rico. We are very proud to have him working for us in every occasion that we have. So, Jocelyn, thank you very much for all your effort with the council. And this is the way to say thank you from our council.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone here and thank you, Miguel, thank the council for allowing me to be meetings. And it's really been an honor to advise the council and all that we do is what we good work. And I appreciated the hospitality here and also appreciated getting to work on fisheries issues. I didn't have a lot of experience with fisheries when I started, so it's been wonderful to learn and to work with everyone and to see all the great work and very excited with the progress we made on my island-based FMPs and continue with the developments.
Thank you very much. Okay, and now I'm very proud to present to you a person that I met through Cristina Olan. He's a fisher from San Croix. I have been a fisher for many years, although he's only 10 years old. He started fishing when he was 5. He's well respected in the community of fishers. He's threatened as one of them. And he hates to be called the Ricky. So this is our fisher from San Croix that we want to honor. Remember that the council has been trying to lure in new fishers into the U.S. Caribbean fishery. I wanted Cristina, can you come over here? JJ, the over.
Thank you, Miguel, and good morning to everyone. I feel very proud to present you to JJ, to Adrian, to introduce you. We met JJ through his mom, Sol. She wrote to us asking for publications and information about fishing for her son. And then we were looking to his social media, and I especially became very impressed with all the things that he was doing and learning, and how he and also his family and his mom are involved in fishing, especially in the VIs. I am very happy when it's the first time for me that I'm seeing here in person. Y bueno, y quiero cambiar un momento a español porque los sentimientos son españoles. Estoy súper contenta y ha sido una experiencia maravillosa poder conocerlo. Also, when we interviewed you, it was a great experience, and to have that conversation. And you're so much work for your age and all the things that you do and how you drive the boat and how your interest and also how you practice like every day and every day and every day, and practice makes perfection. So I don't know what to say, what more I have to say, but we are proud and happy to have you, and feel free to join the meeting and feel welcome to this family of the CFMC.
You're going to be looking at 10 years from now, you'll be looking at the chair on the council. He's the chair of the council for the family. But I know that in 10 years, 15 years, I would like to see you. I will be around, probably with this somewhere, either down there, where you want, or up there and what, but I just hope we. I'm very proud to meet you with Christina. And I want, Marcos, as chair of the council, to provide you with the recognition.
Hey, JJ, I want to say this with the deeper sentiments of my heart. The reason all those people are sitting here is because of you, because of the future of the fishing. And you are the representation of the fishing community into the future. Please keep going on, and we all respect you, and we all need you to keep engaged and to keep stepping up. You are the man.
Thank you.
Well, do you want to say anything? I'm very proud of my son. Like they said, he's 10 years old. He has a passion. He actually leaves from school. He wants to go to the room. So you can see some video with him with his uniform. He's catching fish. He borrow nets from the guys. He's one of them. He catch the bait. He carry it to them. They jump in the car and he like, see my son. So he's very, I mean, the governor of the region is actually following him. He has a lot of supporters. He's doing really good on TikTok. Like I tell him, the sky is his stepping grounds. He can do whatever he wants to do. As long as he stays in school and he does what he needs to do. But the fact that, you know, he catches his fish, he cleans his fish, he cooks his fish. What more? What more can you ask for? So thank you guys for honoring him. He was happy, he's excited, you know, for being Fisher of the Month for June. Thank you guys.
Thank you for knowing free. And all of you for non-basic parking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last part is that the council participates in the UCASI, OSPESCA, CRFM. These are three organizations that work for the Caribbean in fishery management, and tomorrow we will have a presentation by Lara Simo on the latest developments of the UCASI, the Western Central Arctic Fishery Commission. And just to let you know that the council will continue working on these endeavors. Since 1976, 77, we started working with international institutions promoting pan-Caribbean fishery management, because we share a lot of the species, especially the coastal pelagics and other pelagics, and as well as reef fish that are spawned upstream in other countries, but then we get the result of that spawning, and then the offspring populates our reef around Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. So it's important that the council keep working in the international arena, and tomorrow we'll hear more about it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Miguel. And the next item on the agenda is Puerto Rico Spiny Lobster Accountability Manager. Maria.
Good morning, everybody. This is Maria Lopez with NOAA Fisheries. It's not that presentation. Okay, thank you. And while I wait for that, I want to say that I actually met JJ in the elevator yesterday, and he was so excited. He had just arrived to the hotel. And I said, "Hi, how are you?" Because he was super, super excited. He's like, "Oh, we're here for a fisherman meeting." And I was like, so I'm really happy to have met him. He looks like a very happy kid, and thank you so much for being here. I hope you get some time to go to the pool. So, and thank you for, Sol, my sister's name is Sol as well. So, thank you so much for bringing him here and for all the efforts that you do to create such a great farm. Okay, so let's get to business. So this is just a couple of slides, that, are gonna be talking a little bit, presenting a little bit about the spiny lobster, closure that was just recently implemented in Puerto Rico federal waters, which is the EEZ, which goes from 9 nautical miles to 200 nautical miles. And the reason that we are presenting this is because the council is interested to have a little bit more discussion about this closure and the reasons why this closure took place. And to open the forum for council members to discuss and have some questions, they have some questions. So can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Okay, so right now, we are still operating under the old, the species-based FMPs, which is the spiny lobster FMP, excuse me, the reef fish FMP, the coral FMP and the queen comb FMP. Why? Because the island-based FMPs that you approved, and it was approved by the Secretary of Commerce, the final rule is still in the works. It's almost done, but it's still not implemented. So in the meantime, we're still operating under the old FMPs. Now, under the old FMPs, there are regulations for ACL monitoring and implementations of accountability measures. So based on those regulations, the trigger for the spiny lobster AM compares the most recent 3-year average landings to the annual catch limit. Okay, and this is specifically for the spiny lobster, because this is the topic that we're talking about in here. So, and just to remind you, the accountability measures apply only in federal waters. Now, the ACLs are based on landings data that is from state and federal waters. And the monitoring is done as well with those landings from state and federal waters. Now, based on the available landings that we have at this time, when the NOAA fisheries made the determination if the ACL has been exceeded and if there is a reason for triggering an AM and implementing an AM. And just to mention too that in the regulations, it says that the AM is not applied if the Southeast Fisheries Science Center determines that data collection or monitoring efforts is improved. So after all that determination is made, it needs to see that the ACL offers resulted from increased catch rather than from improved data collection or monitoring, the AM will be applied. So that means that the land of the fishing season will be reduced by the amount necessary to prevent landings from exceeding the ACL. The required fishing season reduction will be applied starting from September 30th and moving earlier toward the beginning of the fishing year. That meaning that it goes from September 30th back all the way to January 1st if that needed, but hopefully that's not the case. So in this case, the available landing data that we have for Puerto Rico were 2017 to 2019. 2020 landings were not available, were partially only available. So NOAA Fisheries was not able to use those landings to make this determination. For the U.S. Virgin Islands, for all other species too, 2019 to 2020 were the landings that were available. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, so based on 2018 to 2020 landings for the U.S. Virgin Islands, no stock went over their ACL. There was no need to apply accountability measures. Now for Puerto Rico, based on 2017 through 2019 landings, the spiny lobster stock exceeded the ACL by 103,086 pounds. The ACL is 327,920, and the average landings were 431. This is just for your reference. and the fishing season in federal waters therefore was closed from July 12th to September 30th, 2020. Okay, can you go to the next step? Okay, so the next steps, we have, as you all know, we have a proposed rule for, there's gonna be an amendment for the spiny lobster, as you all know, that will update the reference points for spiny lobster, and that has been already approved by the council and for submission to the Secretary of Commerce, and we're currently working on the proposed rule for that. There will be a public comment period for that, and we will announce that when that's ready. The other things that are happening is the Science Center, Caribbean branch is developing updated OFL and ABC projections based on CDR 57 assessment model, which was the, this is what prompted that amendment to the spiny lobster. We can talk a little bit about that later. And there's also, Science Center is also working with the Puerto Rico DNR to get commercial landings, from 2020 and later. Okay, so again, this is just to give you, an update of, information about why the closure occurred. So, now, if there are any questions or anyone else would like to add more information about what things are being done to improve monitoring and data collection for the spiny lobster and other species, etc. The forum is open to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, and we wanted to give an overview of the regulatory requirements. I know there's frustration around having a closure in Puerto Rico and the accountability measure being triggered. And I think Maria's done a good job of explaining some of the reasons why we don't have the flexibility under federal law just to take into consideration other information that hasn't been vetted through the scientific process, ultimately recommended by this Fishery Management Council. So we have a number of challenges. One is data that's lagging in terms of time, and so we're using old data to make determinations about accountability measures. Improvements are happening on that front, and we look forward, obviously, working with Puerto Rico on getting more timely commercial landings. The other challenge is that most spiny lobster are caught in territorial waters. And so when we impose a accountability measure, we have limited authority to close only the EEZ, right? And so if there's not compatible territorial regulations, that means the federal closure is going to be longer because we're compensating for the smaller amount of harvest that's occurring out of federal waters. So there's a couple of things that Maria noted. One is obviously the science is going to be evolving and changing based on new information, scientific advice. I don't know what that means in terms of changes to the catch limit. But one of the recommendations I would make is that we look at exploring more effective accountability measures for spiny lobster as well, given the limited ability, obviously, to affect harvest based on the lack of landings coming to the EC. So if there's any questions about the regulations, please let us know.
Thank you for the comments. Nelson.
And thank you, Mr. Chair, Nelson, for the record. I think we have a problem here. First, in the past years, we are more or less the same fishermen that are fishing for lobsters. Nothing changed, nothing big changes on this fishery. On the last SST meeting, we are talking with Bernie Garcia, for example, and he told me about an example that Stacy Williams is cultivating sea orchids. And she has a problem with the lobster larvae that are eating the orchids, and she cannot, go through with that project. And that's made me think that this fishery is more healthy than we think. if we don't have biggest problems, with bigger changes on the fishery, and we start increasing our catches, that means that there's a lot longer in the water. Second, I request to the local government to attend the issue of the strongholds. This is a big problem, and I, keep saying this almost in every meeting. And I think it's time, to step up into the plate and try to do something with this dangerous year. I'm a fisherman, and I want to make money. I want to catch fish, I want to catch lobster, and make a lot of money. But I have a common sense, and I want to protect where I make my living. We don't have a lot of money. Our bank is the water, it's the sea. If we don't protect it, nobody is going to do it. No, doesn't matter how many regulations are you going to do, how many accountability measures are you going to do. If the fishermen don't protect our resources, nothing going to work. And I think it's very important to attend the issue of the travel networks for one time and for all. Because I know it's going to be really helpful to keep protecting this fishery. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelson, especially because your passion and participation and guidance on this discussion. Julia?
Stuart McGrath for the record. This lobster issue is becoming a serious problem, and I spoke a little bit at the SSC meeting, but more and more I think about the issue that Puerto Rico here is facing with the overrun of the lobster ACL 5 out of 6 years. This is the second time that they have went through accountability measures. We sat through the process with the SSC, went through the TAIR process, and looked at all the year landings for the lobsters. And this process took more than 2 years. Correct me if I'm wrong. And when the decisions were being made and what the annual catch limit should be, this was before the CETA assessment process. And in that meeting, there was heavy discussions that the numbers were being set too low. The actual numbers for the lobsters harvested, and if you guys go back and look at the numbers harvested over a 20-year period, were way higher than the annual catch limit that were given to the fishers using the year sequencing that was chosen. The final decisions were made, and it was put on the record that we're going to try these fishermen to overrun the annual catch limit that was set. So it was set, and so said, so done. They have overrun the ACL 5 times out of 6 years. This is a problem. I feel as a fisherman, and I look up for my counterparts, St. Croix and Puerto Rico, that process needs to be revisited. That whole process needs to be revisited. And if it didn't have large numbers back then, showing that they had a fishery that could have sustained those numbers, then it was a problem. But you have those numbers there. And what happened was we took the word uncertainty and we set catch limits for these fishers off of uncertainty. And, I'm asking that the council requests for the officials of Puerto Rico, especially, that we revisit that process that was used back then in setting the annual catch limits for Puerto Rico officials. We are creating a hardship on them. Now I'm hearing that we want to use compatible regulations. That would be devastating to the fishers, especially under national standard too. Taking into consideration the socio-economic impact that this would put on the fishery of Puerto Rico and the people of Puerto Rico. Once again, we need to slow down this process, and we need to take into account what happened. We need to revisit. And I think this is a great opportunity that we revisit this situation. And one last comment, I've been listening to Nelson and other fishers
talk about these travel nets forever. And I'm asking the Puerto Rico government to support your fishers in their requests to get rid of these nets. We have gotten rid of them everywhere else. Your bycatch should be the driver behind banning these nets in territorial waters. I think you will see a great increase in your stocks in a lot of different areas. So these are my comments in support of my Puerto Rico counterparts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julian, and this support and this kind of conversation is very important for this council. And anybody else, we have some, 1 second, Damaris. We have, I'm gonna go with Damaris in a bit, we have a shot. Comment?
Vanessa Ramirez says, comments, from commercial sector lobster data have been already natural disaster compromised for the years 2017, 2019. Need to move urgent and check 2020, 2022 data to real make an evaluation thoughts fishermen don't understand that once they give better data, they continue. Okay. They continue getting longer closures and also ask for data in fish markets that are the ones that pay directly and have a more realistic pound number. Example 2 of the fish markets of Cabo Rojo make that quota yearly, and no one is checking the reality of the landings in fish markets. They are not regulated and doesn't get reports.
Thank you very much, Vanessa, Damaris. And just a comment, Miguel was talking by Daniel Matos, that he wants to say something. Go ahead.
Yes, regarding Nelson's and Thomas' recommendation about working with this program with the government. You have all my support with this.
Salaries. That is the great to do.
You hear me now?
Yeah.
So I support your recommendations. I have always, done. I agree with your ideas and recommendations. In DNR, we have to go through different processes, including the approval of our Office of Legal Affairs. And also we have to count with recommendations and feedback from the Junta Asesora de Pesca, the Fishing Advisory Board. So let's keep talking about this, maybe during the breaks of the meeting, we can have a conversation and organize our plan of action so we can move this forward. So that's my recommendation.
Thank you, Damaris. Have a short presentation from Daniel Matos on this matter.
Daniel is on the. I just changed email with him. I have a 5-minute presentation just to tell us what's going on with the revelation. What is this topic, and we want to hear from him. What is the status of shell cache information? How can that be sent to the Study Fishery Science Center so they can use it for the assessment of the stock and the final lobster? Daniel, ¿estás listo?
Hi, I'm here. I'm here, but I don't listen very well. The sound is not very good today. So I know you are talking about. You are talking about. Do you listen to me? Yeah.
We listen to you. Actually, you don't need to listen to us very much. We want to hear from you about the panel presentation that we discussed through email. What is the status of the information that you collect via shell cache for Spanish lobster, and when this information is going to be available for the scientific design center. Thank you, Daniel.
I'm sorry, guys, I don't listen very well. I have a presentation for Shellcast for this afternoon, or you prefer to have to right now?
Yeah, right now, please.
Right now, okay. Oh my God. Well. Okay, 1 second, 1 second. Okay. Okay, guys. We started the project to the electronic trip ticket last April 2020. So this year we received 5,032 electronic trip tickets that reports 264,000 pounds and 361 commercial fishers participate in the year 2020. For the next year, 2021, we had the participation of 429 commercial fishers. They report 9,000 trip tickets and they reported 516,000 pounds, okay? For year 2022, from January 1st to July 31, we have 430 commercial fishers participating in the e-reporting project. They report 7,875 trips and 447,000 pounds. So that means we are able to catch 33% of commercial landings through the e-reporting, and seems like we'll increase to 35 or 40 during the year 2022. So the project is working okay, and commercial fishers are participating in the project, and we continue to grow in that project. Any question?
Interfere by name. Daniel, Graciela here. We were not able to see your presentation. Can you please provide us an email with the notes that you just quoted during your presentation?
Sure, I will send you everything right. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Graciela.
Gracias, Daniel. These are numbers reported landings, right? There's no correction factor in the data that you just quoted, correct? I think you're muted.
Yes, this is the raw data. This not include the correction factor.
Do you have a specific correction factor for spiny lobster in Puerto Rico?
No, for the specific species. No, we have the correction factor for the whole landings. However, we have data. We can work with that. Yeah, maybe later we can do that. All the data has been shared with the Southeast Fishery Science Center. So Kevin have it, and Kevin is working to develop a very good program to work with. So I think in a few weeks we can do that.
At the same
Sure.
time that you are collecting this self-reporting shellcats data, do you have any of the biological sampling conducted for the same people that are reporting to you via e-reporting?
Well, probably yes, because the biostatistical sample came from the commercial fisheries, so probably we are able to have some information like that, yeah. But it takes time to do that.
Okay, so are you sure that there is no double counting of the data from the reporting to the paper forms that fishers fill out? Are you sure that there is no duplication of that data, that is being collected through the e-reporting at the same time that it's being collected through the paper forms? Thank you.
Okay, well, I don't think we have duplication, maybe at the beginning of the project, but they don't want to have to do things twice. It's very difficult, so it's no probable we have this problem. However, I have no way to be 100% sure, but it's very, very low probable that happens.
Hopefully this will be the last one. So this is an issue that we really need to sit down and look through all these data, because if it's a duplication of data, then those numbers that we're using for accounting for the triggering of the AMs are way higher than they should be. So definitely this is an issue that we need to all come together and deal with that. Thank you, Daniel.
Evan?
You're welcome. You're welcome.
So to be clear, any double counting or possibility of double counting has not been a factor so far, because we haven't used 2020 or 2021 data, and those were the years where e-reporting was efficient, right? So up to 2019, everything was paper form, so there wasn't a double counting. What we can do in the Science Center is look for those duplicates, right? We have the dates, we have the fisher ID numbers, we have the pounds, we have the species, so we can look at those in those records from the e-log and from the CTL paper form and make sure we don't have duplicates or apparent duplicates. So we're gonna do that. That's sort of standard practice anyway. And not just do it for advanced, standard practice for everything, because you get double, you're concerned about double counting of the golf everywhere. So that's not an issue. And I just want to thank Danielle. She's been very responsive in the last couple of days, getting the raw shell catch data to the Science Center. We have the 2021 data, it's great. I'm working on getting us the 2020 data. As I understand it, we do have correction factors for 2020, and as Danielle mentioned, 2021, some of the application developers at the Science Center have built a data entry system specific for getting information that will build the correction factors. That application has been built, so it saves DNR staff a heck of a lot of time and trouble. And from the old method to this new methodology that's a little more automated. So there was a lot of hand calculation that just took a lot of time and a lot of staff hours and effort. So I think we're getting away from that. So it's just a matter of how quickly the data can be entered for calculating the correction factor for 2021. But we've already got 2020. So at least we've got 2017, 18, 19, and 20, 4 more years of data from the last stock assessment, which had terminal year of 2016. Ideally, we'll get 2021 and we'll be up to date. So that's where we stand on the data supply side of the house. And again, I want to thank Danielle for so quickly getting the data to us. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. We have Nelson then Junior.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm from the record. Giving a follow-up, regarding the trauma networks, Damaris, the Junta de Pesca say already that they are interested to evaluate the issue of the trauma networks. And I want to make a question maybe to you or to Daniel. How can you make a fair correction factor? Is right now, the DNR lab have only 2 for example for the island of Puerto Rico. And I know they have to, put they have to report, about the catches, and validate the catches of the fishermen around the island to do the appropriate correction factor.
You wanna respond to that?
Allowing Daniel to speak. I can speak after Daniel. Daniel, are you going to?
Yeah, I'm here, but I don't listen very well. What was the question by Nelson?
The question was, with just 2 core samplers, how confident you feel of having an accurate correction factor?
The correction factor. The correction factor is the data is collected by the pore samplers at the site. That was the question?
Nelson is saying that we only have 2 core samplers. And how come if we only have 2 core samplers? We have a certain correction factor loss.
Oh, okay, no. Well, we have 2 full-times Puerto Rico DNR personnel pore samplers, Luis Aníbal Rivera and Jesus Leon. They work for us for more than 30 years. But also we have Wilson Santiago, who is a contractor. We have Maria Angeline Leon, who is also a contractor. I also collect correction factor data. And we also have Juan Lugo and Marta Ricaurte, who help us part-time. So we have 4 full-times around the island and 2 or 3 part-times around the island. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got along with the record. I guess the best thing to do is allow Graciela, Services Center, have a meeting with Daniel to coordinate all these efforts. And then probably at the next council meeting in December, we'll have a report to the status of the information that we are collecting and the best available information that the science center is supposed to provide to us.
Anything, and Union?
Yeah, so I just wanted to, I guess, make a recommendation, but before that, so we're talking about improvements to data collection. And as Maria noted earlier, the accountability measures do talk about if NIMS determines an ACL was exceeded because of enhanced data collection, you wouldn't necessarily have to reduce the season, right? So we've done that before with other species. Certainly the science has to catch up with the data collection, and we don't want to trigger accountability measures simply because we've shifted how we're collecting the data. So that'll be something we're going to have to consider going forward. That doesn't address problem today, which is the data hasn't changed at this point to determine the accountability measure. And it's very clear with our Magnuson Ag national standards that if ACLs, AMs are triggered more than once every 4 years, there should be a reevaluation of that ACL AM system. We're kind of in flux because we're shifting to island-based FMPs. We also have some new science. Well, my recommendation would be to have the Science Center working with this council and the SSC at least discuss the system of ACLs and accountability measures and possibly make recommendations on how those can be changed specifically for first-time buyers.
That's very helpful and give a path to the future. Go ahead, you.
Joe McGrath, Oregon, very good, and yeah, I like that statement. And just to touch a little bit, you know, we had a lot of heavy discussion last week at SSC about expansion factors. And they need to be revisited on how they're used, because we've been requesting from the fishers, both in the USDA and Puerto Rico, for better reporting. There's companies out there that's collecting data. And you're gonna see improvements in that data. And when you add an expansion factor to better data, it can drive those numbers in the wrong direction also. So I wanted to get that out there and get that very, very important. You're asking fishers to help to improve the process, and they're trying desperately to do that. And you have a lot of different fishing organizations, fishing communities here in Puerto Rico with individual leaders in those areas that are collecting and working with their fishers to get better reporting. And we need to take all of that into consideration when we're doing management, because this is what was requested, and we're trying to get them on board, and we need to continue looking at that process. So I wanted to get that out there.
Thank you, Miguel, and wrap it up.
Yes, we have all this stuff in the agenda. I believe that, Graciela has an abundance of information here to coordinate the efforts with the Southern Fisheries Science Center and the SSC, following on this suggestion of this time.
Kevin? So I just want to add one last thing. So let's not forget that we have an update assessment of biological happening right now. So that could change the whole picture. Right, and so, the data inputs for that are not just landings, although the landings are important. But we also have size composition, we have life history information, and things like size composition can really drive the answer in many cases. And it's, you know, it's early on in the process, so it's very difficult to predict anything at this point. So I won't do it, but you know, we could have a very different picture by November. So that process is ongoing. That's why it's so important that Danielle got us the data from shell catch so that we have the total landings. We also have to make sure that all of the size composition, all of the tick data, the for example, where they measure the lobsters, we've got to make sure that we've got all of those data as well. Because that's very critical data inputs, but we've got this ongoing update assessment, just starting now, should be complete for SSC review in their November, December meeting.
Miguel?
Then Namari, from my presentation, you think that information will be available in back 2 weeks? The shell cash?
Yes, I wanted to ask, you know, the council that whenever you have questions, technical questions for the issues, I would like to get the question. I would like to get the questions beforehand with some anticipation to the meeting, so we can all provide the best information and more complete information. We would like to have those questions before our meetings. And I would like to have the request of more information in writing, through an email. So we are certain about the questions that you have regarding our data and our procedures. So that's the response.
That's fair, and for sure we can get them easily addressed. Thank you, Damaris, and I want to say something to wrap it up. The comments that Kevin did, I want to highlight is participation of local scientists, there is participation of fishermen on the efforts to collect better data, and I want to recognize that. Thank you. That's the right path to do the things on the next item on the agenda is island-based fishing management plans. It will be presented by Sarah or Maria.
The presentation is the one that's in slide one, that is the one on this. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so, this is Maria Lopez with NOAA Fisheries. This is a very brief update of not only where we are with the island-based FMPs, but also some of the actions that are being developed currently. We wanted to, at every council meeting, we want to give you an update of everything that's going on, so we can all keep track of the actions that are currently going on, so we know, you know, for the future, what can be done, what is being done right now, and all this stuff. So you can expect from staff an update on all of the actions at every council meeting. So I'm gonna, Sarah and I are gonna do this together. It should be fairly quick. Okay, please go to the next slide, Christina. Thank you. Okay, so the island-based FMPs, as you know, they were approved by the Secretary of Commerce. The proposed rule was published in May 19 of this year, and there was a comment period that ended in June 21. We only received 2 comments on that proposed rule, and those comments are addressed in the final rule. The final rule, which is the last step, it's currently under an interview. We are very, very close to sending this to headquarters for final approval and publication of the rule. So we're expecting that the publication date would be late in the summer or early fall. And then after that is published, you know, NOAA Fisheries usually adds a 30-day cooling period. And then after that, the plans will be implemented, and they will be, the other plans are not gonna be in place anymore. These are gonna be in management, is going to be under the island-based FMPs. If you would like to review the actions that are in those plans, the information is available at the council and the council website. It's also available in Spanish. Chapter 5 of the island-based FMP is it has been translated in Spanish and it's available in the council website. Chapter 5 is basically a summary of all of the actions that are being implemented in this new FMP. Okay, so that's the update for the island-based FMP. Can you go to the next slide? If possible. They're not seeing the slide. Okay. You listen. Can you see now the slides? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, so next slide, and this is gonna be Sarah.
Good morning, this is Sarah Stevenson. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yes, I'm going to give a quick update on the amendment to the island-based FMPs that the council accepted last August at the August 2021 council meeting. That was updating management reference points for spiny lobster based on the CDAR 57 stock assessment results and the acceptable biological catch control rule that was included in those FMPs. So the issues that were addressed in the amendment were to update the management reference points, including the ACL, and then to revise the accountability measure trigger for the spiny lobster stocks. So it would use a different trigger than what was specified in the FMPs. The council took action, final action, in August of 2021, and we are working on preparing the proposed rule and the associated documents for that. Next slide, please. So just to kind of do a high level recap of the 2 actions that were in the amendment. Action 1 modified the overfishing limits, the acceptable biological catch, and the annual catch limits for spiny lobster in each island FMP. The preferred alternative selected a constant catch approach for specifying those values and used that constant catch ABC to derive the ACL. The preferred sub-alternative to set the ACL used just a 5% reduction buffer. So it set the ACL at 95% of the ABC. And these values in this table are the ACLs that would be in place for next year, starting in 2023. For Puerto Rico, you can see it will be 369,313, and so on across the row. And then the SSC recommended that the ABCs and OFLs be for 2024 and later be set at a slightly more conservative value, just to reflect the data that was used. And that's why the Science Center is working on that updated assessment, which will project new OFLs and ABCs that the SSC will revisit and hopefully accept and send to the council. So that would require a second amendment for spiny lobster, and as soon as we get that information, we'll start working on it. Next slide, please. The second action included in the amendment was to modify the accountability measure trigger. So Maria showed the slide earlier for the amendment. The accountability measure that's included in the spiny lobster FMP that uses the average of the most recent 3 years. The new fishery management plans are actually using a spin-up process, which starts with a single year of landings compared to the ACL and eventually moves up to a 3-year average of landings compared to the ACL. During discussion for this action, the council they wanted to just straight use a 3-year average. So the preferred alternative for this one is using the average of the most recent 3 years of landings to evaluate whether an AM is triggered. And so since ACLs could potentially be different during those 3 years using, the AM is triggered if average landings exceeded the average ACLs that were in place during those years. And of course, the years of landings used to trigger the AM can be adjusted to account for best scientific information available. For instance, if a new assessment comes out and new ACLs and ABCs are produced. Next slide, please. Oh, and Maria, to you.
Okay, I'll take it back. Thank you, Sarah. Okay, so this is Maria with NOAA Fisheries. So the other amendment that we have is is an amendment to all of the FMPs. It's the modification of the buoy gear definition and use. This amendment, as you all recall, modifies the definition of buoy gear in federal regulations to allow for the use of up to 25 hooks to fish commercially, and also limits the use of buoy gear to those fishing commercially. The council took final action in December 2021, and NAMES is also going to be preparing proposed rule and associated documents for this action. There's nothing else for the council to do on this one either at this time, because we were ready to final action in December 2021. Once we have NAMES prepared the proposed rule, we will publish that and open it for comments, etc. We will let you know, and we will issue a fishery bulletin announcing this as well. Okay, next slide. Okay, and yeah, just to remember, these were the alternatives that were included, and this was the preferred prohibited use for those fishing recreational and federal waters. This was the one that the council preferred. And next slide, please. And then the action 2. The action 2 was just modified, so the fishers that were fishing with buoy gear in federal waters could use up to 25. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, and lastly, the other amendment that is on the works is also for the 3 islands, and it's the troll gear and other net gear in federal waters. The issues that will be addressed in this amendment are a prohibition on the use of trawling gear from within the marine protected areas or council managed areas of the U.S. Caribbean Sea, or in the waters of the sea. Those are the options that are going to be evaluated. There's going to be options also to prohibit or regulate the use of gill nets, trammel nets, strip nets, and pursings for hazard harvesting fish in the U.S. Caribbean Sea, and this is for those species that are
mostly new to management, for example, Pilates, for which some of these, nets prohibitions do not apply because those species were not included in the management plans before. So what is the status? The interdisciplinary plan team, was constituted. They had their first meeting. However, there is a need to further develop purpose and need and refine actions and alternatives based on what the council guidance that was provided, during the April meeting. And the IPT is going to be, developing the amendment for the council to discuss or choose preferred alternatives for either the December 22 meeting or the spring 2023 meeting, depending on workload. Okay, so we have the guidance from the council on this one. However, we're still on the very early process. We're anticipating that the IPT is going to be meeting again soon. And to continue further discussing this, hopefully we can bring an update to the council, for the next meeting. Okay, so this is all we have in terms of the actions that are, a little more advanced, that were tasked by the council for, to start to work with. In our next presentation, we're talking about potential actions. But if you have any questions, regarding these specific actions, please let us know.
Thank you for the presentation. It's good to know that everything is running, right? And we are in a good position here. Any quick question before we have a very short break? I want to request for a short break of 5 minutes. Any question, anybody? On virtual participants? Hearing none, let's make a break of 5 minutes and come back for the next presentation that Maria will provide to us. Thank you. We are about to restart the meeting. Please take your seats again. Maria del Mar, the next presentation.
Marcos, let me know when you're ready to start.
Go ahead, Maria. Everybody's on the room, so there are paying attention on the back of the room, not few of them. But everybody are here. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. This is Maria with the North Fisheries, Southeast Regional Office. This is gonna be a presentation, two presentations, one by me and one by Sarah Stevenson. And this is, two potential actions for items featuring, management plan amendments. First of this presentation is, development of a federal permit program in the U.S. Caribbean. You can go to the next slide. The objective of this presentation is to reopen the federal permit program discussion that was held some years ago by the council and that was put on hold for a future discussion. The federal permit action is something that many of you have requested to be reintroduced to the council for more discussion. There has been expressed interest from different groups as to whether federal permit system, federal permit program will be something that will be beneficial to implement in federal waters. So the objective of this presentation is to do a background and an update on what has happened before, when this was presented to the council, and also to talk about the benefits of the federal permit program, and to talk about where would the council would like to go, if anywhere, with this. As you know, the absence of the federal permit system or mandatory federal reporting requirements has been identified as a major contributor to the lack of fishing effort information in the exclusive economic zone, the Caribbean exclusive economic zone. Having a permit system would allow better estimates for measuring fishing effort for council managed fisheries while shedding light on the effectiveness of regulations implemented to manage that effort. We understand exactly what that population of active fishers looks like, and we are able to know who they are and what's their distribution. It would have a lot of value from a science standpoint. So part of this conversation that we have had in the past, because obviously many of you are new to this, we have discussed that having a federal commercial permit, of course, depending on how it is implemented, would enhance the ability that we have to monitor land use data, which is something that we need in the Caribbean. The permit may be a general requirement, or also may be specific to a particular fishery sector, for example, such as fine lobster, or the fine lobster trap sector, or the deep water snapper, etc. So there are different options that could be put in place as to what a permit would look like. Next slide. Christina, do you think you can remove the label on the bottom of this? Thank you very much. The primary goal for establishing federal permits or federal permit system is to gain a better understanding of the population of fishers and their harvest patterns in the EEZ. And these are some of the benefits and some of the needs and issues that it could address. It could increase knowledge of the fishing effort. It could better identify the spatial patterns of capture and harvest. It could help reduce scientific and management uncertainty, because permits would allow, fishery management to gather more accurate data, and that would be effective somehow to decrease the scientific and management uncertainty. Because we will have a little bit more knowledge of the fishery and the health of the fish populations that support that fishery. It could enhance the ability to obtain land use data for fishermen, like I said, providing accurate, timely data on land use, which would be something that would enable the application of in-season accountability measures. As you will know, the accountability measures that we currently implement are not in season, which means that they're not implemented with data that is current from the same year. We're using information from previous year. So ideally, we have a system that would allow us to get more timely data that would enable to have a better understanding of what is the actual status of the stuff. So it could also help manage competing interests, and this is one of the objectives that was mentioned in the past when this federal permit program system was first discussed. It was competitive interest, for example, between different sectors, the commercial and the recreational fisheries. However, efforts in the past, and I will talk about that a little bit later, have been mostly focused on commercial fishing. It would help identify trends in the health of targeted fish stocks. Also, from the socioeconomic perspective, quantify the socioeconomic importance of the permitted fishing sectors and mitigate negative impacts of management of fishing communities. It will provide permitted fishers with a better understanding of their fishery and the opportunities and implication of management to that fishery. And lastly, it could also target active fishermen for educational and/or research activities, because it would allow for direct communication with fishing entities, enabling focused outreach and educational opportunities. Next slide, please. In this slide, I'm going to talk about what has happened before. When was this discussed? So the council started discussing federal permits back in June 2013, that's a long time ago, and at the 146th council meeting. And this conversation started because it was the same year where the Puerto Rico DNER implemented their deep water limited access snapper permit, the deep water snapper permit. So the permits was discussed from 2013 through 2016 at different council meetings. But then the action was tabled in 2016. So some of the actions that have council actions that are worth mentioning with respect to this, although it has been discussed in several meetings, there were certain actions that were taken at that time. In 2014, there was a white paper that discussed various aspects of the fishing permits as they might apply in the Caribbean EAC. And that was at the 2014 August council meeting. That paper summarized all the general considerations regarding the establishment of fishing permits in the EAC. And then, following a broad overview of the permits and their potential applicability in the Caribbean EAC, that paper discussed two specific permit opportunities that included the commercial crab fishery of St. Thomas and Virgin Islands, and for the commercial snapper unit 2 or cardinal snapper fishery of Puerto Rico. And again, this is easy. Okay, so based on the information that was contained in that white paper, the council then directed staff to develop a scoping document to evaluate those general concepts regarding the harvest permits in the EC, and then to do scoping here. There was that scoping document in 2015 that should be included in the briefing group that you have access to the council website. And there were also public hearings held at various locations in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and Thomas and Road, and in Puerto Rico during March 2015. The public comments that were obtained during those scoping hearings were presented to the council at their April 2015 meeting. And regarding the development of the permit program for Puerto Rico's commercial snapper unit 2, the comments were generally positive. They, there were suggestions made, for example, to make the federal permit completely independent of the present state permit and to include a provision to allow federally permitted districts to transit state waters with their cash. So those were some of the things that were, discussed during the scoping meetings, that the participants desired to see if this were ever to happen, right? So there was a consent to move forward with the development of a permit program for this fishing sector. Remember, this was back in 2015. Now, there was another scoping paper that was presented in August 2015, and that document used the outcomes from that scoping hearings in March 2015 to develop a permit program for that snapper unit. That, in combination to all of the other requirements that were common to all of the non-fisheries permit programs, that was used to create alternatives or options for defining the permit. The scoping document included possible options distributed among various organizing actions, and they were meant to be a starting point for public discussions regarding the design and implementation of a permit like this. There was an IPT created for the action. In some of the feedback that was obtained from the U.S. Virgin Islands, although there was interest in doing spiny lobster permit for St. Thomas, they didn't wanted to pursue at that time with a permit. Okay, so that was the discussion at some of these council meetings. And then there was an IPT created for both of the actions. However, the action was put on hold by the council in December 2016 by motion until the information needed for the permit was obtained. Okay, so this was mostly for Puerto Rico because St. Thomas representation at the meeting at that time wanted to wait a little bit to decide moving forward with it. Okay. And this was mostly envisioned more as a pilot program at that time to see how it starting small to see if this is something that could be put set up in a larger scale. So as I mentioned, in 2016, this was tabled until more information was obtained, right? And mostly this is regarding the water snapper because there were still a lot of questions about the permitting in Puerto Rico that needed to be answered before we could work on something at the federal level. But at that time, the council envisioned this to become the first amendment to the island-based FMPs. And remember back then, we were expecting that the island-based FMPs would be in place much earlier than happened. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is what's going on currently in the Caribbean, and obviously we don't, there's jurisdiction permits like Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. If there are other permits or something that are missing or something that have changed in the U.S. and Puerto Rico in territorial waters, please let me know. So in federal waters, as you all know, there's no federal permits to fish, sell, or purchase council managed species in the EEZ. There are HMS permits which the council do not manage. These are managed by normal fisheries, but they are required to fish in the EEZ. In Puerto Rico, there's a commercial fishing license required, and there's additional species-specific permit for incidental catch and other species. There's the limited access deepwater snapper permit, and there are other permits for individual species that a commercial fisher have to apply for. In the U.S. Virgin Islands, there's also a commercial license required. Most recently, the moratorium that was on the fishing licenses was lifted. And there's also a requirement for helper permits, and there's also my understanding that there are other additional permits for fishing in certain other areas, right? Okay. So I'm not getting into details of the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, but if you have any questions, representatives of are right here. And there were also control dates that were set by the federal government for any requests on the spiny lobster and big fish fisheries. I also want to mention that in terms of recreational fisheries for federal waters, we don't have a permit, however, there's a requirement to sign up in the National Registry for recreational fishery. Or from law. Okay, next slide, please. So these are the control dates for those of you that participated in the most recent, district advisory panel meeting. This is the slide, same slide that was presented by Jocelyn Ambrosio from, NYGC, when she was discussing the federal regulations for crab fishing. The control date basically, say that persons entering the fishery after the control day are not assured fisher access. They do not commit the council ordinance to take any particular action to limit entry into particular fishery. There was a February 11, 2011 control date that applied to the commercial crab sector of the reef fish fishery in federal waters in the U.S. Caribbean. And that was, and that can be found in the regulations at 78 FR 2496. There's also a commercial crab, there's one that applies to the commercial crab sector of the spiny lobster fishery on federal waters of Puerto Rico. And there's also a September 1, 2017 control date that applies to the spiny lobster crab fishery in federal waters of St. Thomas and St. John. And that supersedes the dates in the April 2013 notice. Okay, and we go to the next slide. So very briefly, and I want to remind everybody that the intention of this presentation is not to try to solve all the problems and try to figure out how this is gonna go, but mostly to reintroduce the topic to the council so the council can decide if they want to move forward. Because establishing a federal permit is something that is a little complicated and it involves putting many pieces together. So this is the basis of what needs to be done. First of all, the council needs to decide if they're interested in developing and implementing a permit system, of course. And then the council needs to decide what are the objectives that they want to accomplish with that permit. What is the problem that the council wants to address? For example, do you want to just collect basic data information, basic data collection on effort, or do you want to collect information on participation and not collect information on effort? That will be an example. Do you want to collect spatial data and then data? If you want to do that, then you have to set up the permit in a way that, for example, they have logbook requirements so that you can collect data of the fisheries participation in federal waters. Do you want to set up some control for the fishery? Do you want to control effort? Do you want to control gear use? Do you want to reduce capacity in the fishery? So those are all questions that not necessarily have to be at the general level, but for example, you may have a need to control effort for a sector for a certain fishery. For you, and a way to do that is probably also, like, for example, controlling, and when I say control, I mean manage the gear, the use of the gear, for example. Is there a need to reduce capacity in the fishery? Is there a need to manage competing interests for the reason? Competing interests for the reason. Okay, and then once you figure out this, then you define the scope of the action. Do you want a general permit, or do you need a specific, or do you want a species-specific permit or a sector-specific permit? Would it apply to all the EEZ, or or do you want it to apply to each one of the islands? And remember that now that we have island-based fisheries management, we have that possibility that not necessarily something that would work for Puerto Rico will work for St. Thomas or Puerto Rico. So there can be decisions made at the island level in terms of what can be put in place to a federal permit or federal permit. Do you want to do it as for a particular species or for a group of species, etc.? Do you want to do it for one sector, all of the sectors, etc.? And then you have to figure out other things in terms of what is that you want to accomplish. Is there a need for this particular fishery to do this permit because you want to keep landing at or under the ACL? Is there a need to add a logbook requirement because you want to collect, you want to be able to use the permit to monitor landings? And is the way that you implemented the permit, would it allow you to control effort if that's what you want? Like if you have certain restrictions, such as gear restriction, and this is something that, for example, have been done in other areas, for example, in the youth Virgin Islands with the traffic reduction, we're controlling, efforts to controlling the gear. Is there a need to, put a limit, cap the limit on the number of participants, or is it okay for this fishery to be open? Is there a need to set a limited access permit? Or keep it open? Set trip limits, for example, all of these things can be done, through a permit system. And then obviously there has to be a way of measuring how we're going to accomplish this. So this is a complicated process, but it can be done. It's something that is fairly based, as you saw in the HMS and also in other areas, for example, in the South Atlantic and the Gulf. So there is a system already in place that we can take lessons and we can use to build something that is targeted to specific needs of the Caribbean. Okay, next slide, please. And this is just an example of the options that were presented to the council during those years. There was an option, and again, there can be other options and they can be modified because many things have changed since then, right? Require commercial vessel operators to obtain a federal permit, fishing the EC, that could be an option. Or require the commercial vessel operators to obtain a fishing license from either Puerto Rico or the U.S. Virgin Islands to fish in the USDC. And with respect to this one, that was this is something that was identified as a potential problem in federal waters because for you to be able to have a commercial license in Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands, there are required residency requirements that are not something that is allowed in federal waters. So we have to be a way of working with that to be able to do that. And those are things that we can discuss later. There were other options, for example, to require to obtain a federal permit if you wanted to fish in federal water or have a license for either Puerto Rico or the U.S. Virgin Islands. So there are different combinations that can be done. Require species proof or fishery specific permit, require gear specific permit, require a dealer permit to purchase fish, conduct a pilot study with some or other fishers from some or all islanders to evaluate the practicability of permits in the U.S. Caribbean, or other options that the council will want to entertain. Now, I want to make clear that at this time, back in 2014, 2016, the interest was mostly in commercial. Right? But that doesn't mean that a federal permit has to be developed just for commercial. It can be explored and evaluated for other sectors as well. And of course, there's data limitations that have to be taken in place if that is the desire of the council. It doesn't by my own means have to do the same thing that was done before. Can we go to the next slide? So what has changed since then? At the federal level, we have the island-based FMPs, which the implementations have been delayed for a little bit. So as I mentioned earlier, we're expecting a date of implementation between summer, early fall of 2022, if everything goes as planned. And there are various measures under each FMP, for example, different that what we have in 2016 or before, we have updated ACLs and we have accountability measures, and we talked about that earlier today. Other than that, the federal permit program was also included as a measure under the standardized bycatch reporting program in the island-based FMP. It means that the council has a requirement to obtain information on bycatch from the stocks. However, we don't have a set up program to collect that information. Right now, we rely for landings, for monitoring landings, on the catch report form, so the catch that is provided by one of the states, right? In the Puerto Rico form, there's no bycatch, there's no collection of bycatch information. In the U.S. Virgin Islands, there is. So in order for us to collect bycatch information, there has to be a method set in place, right? So one of the council in the island-based FMP said that if we do a federal permit program, there could be a way of collecting information by bycatch. So that's something that the council will need to take into consideration. If there's no desire to do a federal permit program, then we will have to update that methodology that we said to see if we can collect that information some other way. And there's also other changes, as we discussed this morning, that have been triggers of the AM and application of the AM with some fishers, for example, with fine lots. Now, at the local level, and I'm just talking about this for reference or compatibility purposes, because one of the objectives of the permit could also be to be compatible with the states, right? There's electronic reporting in Puerto Rico for the commercial sector that wasn't there before. And it's also a development of that electronic reporting and other tools in the U.S. Virgin Islands, right? So we heard about that back in the PhD meeting. There may be potential changes to the Puerto Rico local water sample permit. And Damaris, if you know a little bit more about that, you can have that information, but that's my understanding. More understanding that there may be some changes, but at least they have been discussed. There were changes to the commercial license for the new Virgin Islands that would allow enter and the additional entry into the commercial fishery. And also if the new Virgin Islands want to update us on that as well, that will be good. And then there's also an implementation of the track reduction program in the new Virgin Islands back in 2017. So those are all the changes that have happened since this action was discussed in the past. So that means that this needs to be taken into consideration if the council decides to move forward in creating federal permits. And of course, because of these changes, and also because of the current management system and licensing system, etc., in the U.S. Virgin Islands and in Puerto Rico, it's very important that this is a coordinated effort between state and federal managers, so we can make the most of the federal permit system that will work for both fishing in federal waters and state waters. So the next steps, if you can go to the last slide. So the next step will be for the council to decide moving forward with developing or evaluating the development of the federal permit system in the EEC. And when we say EEC here, it means the EEC of each one of the islands or applicable to all, because that's a decision that the council will have to make. And provide guidance on what to explore. What would you like to see in federal permit? For example, a general permit, or if you want to implement, would you would like to explore implementing a limited access permit for a specific fishery or something else? Or is the interest of the council in not moving forward with a federal permit per se and to start small, like for example, with a pilot study or a pilot program? And if so, there will be a creation of an interdisciplinary plan team that will be working on this action. And this planning team will have persons that have experience working with permits, so that we can make the most of this action. Or the creation of other advisory groups if needed, right? Because that would be something that will be beneficial also for this action. And another thing is that we can discuss the preliminary timeline too. So when would you like to have, if you want to have a permit, when would you like to have the permit implemented, like an idea? And then this also has to do with other actions that are being pursued. I think the council will benefit from having a discussion about what are the near term and the long term actions that they would like to see. And if the council is not ready to make a decision at this time, you can also explore having additional scoping or discussion at future meetings. Okay, so that's all I have. Is there any questions? Thank you.
Go to the record. Thank you very much for that. This is an excellent presentation. I believe that this is the roadmap for the council to follow. What we are doing here is to retaking the topic. As you have seen, you work from before 2016. So the first question to the council is, do you want to pursue this or not? The first question would be to address how. This is a complex topic. I don't think that you could do it in one council meeting or two. So you need to have, by the way, the disciplinary plan team, similar to what you have for other actions that you instructed the staff to follow. Then the advisory groups needed. We were myself, and probably we need to have ad hoc committee of the council just to look at everything that I just presented to us and see the best avenue to undertake this. So the first question is, and this will need to hear from you, staff, do you want to pursue this or not?
Yes, I'd like to hear from the council, Carlos, and before Carlos, participate. Yeah, I think we will for the discussion to have this line, I think it's number 8, where you have all the things that we have to consider, the possibilities.
We can go back to that one, we have more details, but right now, what we need to know is in that swap. You want to move forward or not? If you want to move forward, how? So the first thing that we see that, when we can go back, because I agree with Michael, the first thing that we need to go for specifics.
Yes, I agree with you. Is the only thing I want to highlight to the group is that slide gives the roadmap of us, how to attend in an organized way. What we really want into the future, right? I want to highlight that. Barney?
Yeah, I do agree that we need to, move forward with this, proposal. I for one have quite a bit of questions, so I think, an ad hoc committee would suit well for it. There's many things in here that we need to look at, particularly when it comes to, federal permits versus, commercial licenses. But just let me leave it later for now, but I agree that we need to take a closer look at this. And I have other things to discuss, especially with this unfolding for lots of traffic, because I don't even know what that is yet, but I'll leave that for you to discuss.
Julian, Nelson, then Graciela.
Julian McGrath for the record, excellent presentation, Maria. I am very pleased to see that we are moving in this way, and I think it's a great idea to visit these licenses and permits. And what I would recommend from the council is that if we could have a joint DAP meeting where this same presentation is presented to the DAPs, because each one of them need to have input, not only the DAPs on the federal side, but any fishing organizations or even the fishery advisory committees for St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, to have this presented to get everyone's input on how they feel. But I think this is a great way for moving forward in looking at our fisheries and collecting the data. So I really think we can have a joint meeting, this presentation be given, and then maybe even have the DAP split up. We have done this before, get their take on the presentation, and the chairs present back in a full committee how they feel and how to move forward with the process. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson for the record. I think I agree with Gina words, and I'm totally agree with this presentation. But especially for the snapper unit 2, I think that for granting permits for the local, I mean, at the end, you decide to develop a permit for in federal waters. I think it's good to develop a stock assessment, especially for the snapper unit 2, to evaluate how many permits this fishery can hold. But we cannot start giving permits like crazy, and then we're going to find a big problem, when we need to start to talk the data.
Yeah, thank you, Nelson. Graciela, then Miguel.
So one of the main issues that you've been presented with the actual fragmentation of the licensing and permitting systems within each of the areas of jurisdiction and the CEC. there is some information that the fishers provide, regarding where they fish at, whether it's, 10 miles offshore or in the EEZ or whatever. So there is a bit of information that can be explored in that sense. But I think that most of the issue will have to do with that fragmentation of permits, having one for the EEZ, one for the state waters, different regulations in place, and the council have been discussing compatibility of regulations for a number of times now. So it's an issue that will result in burden to the fishers because of the needing to acquire additional permits, etc., versus having one all-encompassing permit. The other thing would be that it would be costly in terms of time and money. So that's another issue that we also need to consider when we're discussing permits. And also the additional efforts that are taking place regarding the recreational harvest, for example, the development of the embryo, licensing, non-market fish, etc. The one permit versus two licenses. So it's a very, very fragmented issue right now. And we would like to have guidance from the council regarding the exploration of all the information that we have regarding these permits. And most importantly, what changes are taking place within the state's jurisdictions that will, that we need to account for when we're developing the EEC permits.
And we have Miguel, Nicole, and JJ.
Okay, all this is good for the discussion, but we need to hear from the council. You want to move forward. Because let's say we have a motion to pursue, not to establish, but to examine the possibility of establishing a permit system. Then you need to make, I suggest that we're gonna later ad hoc committee where we have 3 chairs of the VAPs, 3 members of the VAPs each, from the recreational sector, the 2 local governments, and the chair and vice chair of the council, for the staff will be supported. Because that way, that committee will be given the task to address these issues. The presentation by the Vice Chancellor, because we have the history of what we have done, where are we and what are the changes? And that committee needs to work on that. Julian's idea, I think that we should follow that. Once this committee put together is something that to move forward, we need to consult with the 3 VAPs. And we need to address a lot of issues that are in section 7, in slide 27. But the first question, Mr. Chairman, do the council want to pursue this or fail?
Yes, let's take the time involved because you're waiting for a long time. Then JJ is very quick because we have Andy and we have a motion by Carlos Marchetti as requested. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. One of the questions that I was going to pose that I'm glad was addressed was whether this would fit into the strategic plan, where it fits into the strategic plan of the CFMC that we spent so much time working on the past few years, as well as the recommendations that were forwarded last year by the SFC. And that is something I think I'd like to see in a presentation, and if that could be included in the presentation to the DAP and include our technical advisory, ecosystem-based chairs, and SFC chairs, I think that would be a really great conversation and would help inform any motions or decisions that we need to make. So I agree with the further discussion and also would like to see that additional information.
Thank you for your participation. Just be aware that depending how we design, we can touch on many of the priorities we plan, like Maria explained, right? The data improvement, getting better data, making possible better data is one of them. That is contained on this plan already. We have JJ.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, JJ Cruz here. I just want to say 2 things. The first one is from a SSC point of view, it would be great to have the council decides to go this route. It would be great in terms of data availability
Now, the second aspect was related to the specifics, but I would rather give the time for the council to decide before we talk to the specifics. The specific have to do with the presentation, I think that's important point. And also with the extending this permit to other sections, but I'll talk about that in another opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, I'm certainly hearing a lot of support for pursuing the options favor the developers looking at permits system. And so I'm supportive of that. Obviously, in the exploratory stage, Maria's done an excellent job of laying out a lot of decision points that I think need to be made not only by this council, but also the district advisory panels and others in terms of the purpose need for the permitting system, what we want to accomplish. But from what I've heard, obviously, data collection standpoint, it would be a huge benefit if we pursue on that. For just identifying viewers, participants. I think one of the key aspects from the federal government standpoint would be working with the territories closely so that we avoid what Graciela was talking about, which is fragmentation of the permitting system. So I'm supportive of this.
Yes, thank you very much. And I want to highlight and repeat this, the importance of the participation for the people and the goal on this process. You know, the fragmentation is something that we need to address. Carlos?
Okay. Couple of here. So I move to designate an ad hoc committee to consider an option or to develop an option in favor in the development of a federal permit for the EEZ. And maybe if somebody have a little better language in there, and feel free to jump in. Second. Let's open for discussion again.
We have Shannon.
Well, I can probably it and. Okay,
No, está ready para que Jocelyn,
Thank you, Jocelyn. I just, on a suggestion. Sorry, thank you, Jocelyn again. Just on the suggestion about, the way to handle the options paper versus further developments of the, any permit program. As you can see in the second bullet there, we have, created an interdisciplinary planning team or other advisory groups. So we have, interdisciplinary planning teams, and when they're made up of mixed employees, and things like that, we're able to have meetings and bring documents to the council without, having those be formal public council meetings. And those are usually persons from the science center, persons from the regional office, persons from GC. So we have those for a lot of our amendments. And I think that would be useful to have here. I think that's maybe a separate issue from whether we want a formal council subcommittee that would work on recommendations to give to that planning team or to give to the council. So I just want to make sure that we're sort of thinking of those separately. And then any subcommittee of the council, we just have to make sure that if they meet, those meetings are public. But I think they can do a little bit of homework and bring things back and report at a council meeting, for example. So that's just on the process point of the potential different roles.
We have Andy, we have a shot, and we have a raised hand.
But Mr. Chairman, you have a motion where you have to write first before you continue.
Okay. I agree. Can you dictate the motion to put it on the screen to give the discussion?
So I'm hearing from folks online that they're having great difficulty in hearing, so that's why my face is right up against the microphone. If we did try and do that, they might have more success hearing. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, please let me know if I, write it down correctly or any the corrections.
I'm gonna change that. Thank you. So it would be to explore the establishment of a federal permit in the EEZ, sufficient in the EEZ.
Let's wait for this is your motion, Carlos? Yeah, we have, you have to reiterate your second goal to the motion? Yes? Yeah, we did the discussion. Graciela?
Clarification on fishing or non-recreational. Sorry, yeah.
No, we don't want to complicate things at this time. We just want to know if the council wants to have a better and the issue we see, but this is more complex than that. Here, everybody else around the table is stating. The next step would be to put together a team that will look at this. And that team should include the AP chairs, the MSW, the local owners, and the chair of the council propose that. And then the staff will be supported because if you don't know whether you are going to jump into a general permit, if you're going to have a fire service, et cetera, et cetera. So this is the motion, and everyone understand what it means, and whether if you want to add more language, make it more, we can do that.
Yes, as part of this discussion, we have Andy, Maria, just to confirm, do you want to speak after Andy? No, Andy, go ahead.
Forgive me because I'm not as familiar with Caribbean processes and procedures. At least with the South Atlantic Development work with them, they'll develop a scoping document that will engage your advisory panels, and then that morphs into an options paper. So we, as Jocelyn pointed out, we form an interdisciplinary planning team that includes council staff, NIM staff. Those are the people that are responsible for developing those documents. It doesn't cut out the advisory panels from providing input, but as the document is developed, they have various stages in the process where input is received. And so from that perspective, my recommendation is not form another committee with this council, direct staff to begin developing an options paper that would come back to this council at future dates and also be shared with the advisory panels for input and consideration. And you can certainly engage the advisory panels early in the process before you get that option paper as type of paper, so to speak, so that it's informed by recommendations and input. So if you're amenable to that, I can certainly make a suggestion.
Yeah, the problem is we did that before, and it will work. So maybe this time it will work. So, is people. If you're agree with the suggestion by Happy, then we need to ask, what would be the best way to amend the motion that we have here? If you have some alternative language, then we follow that, then we will be able to engage along the process, all the different components. I believe that that's it.
Just to put on the record, Carlos just mentioned to me that his intent was to request help on the language, which is exactly what we said.
All right, so in that vein, my recommendation would be to modify the motion. Carlos, the seconder, amenable, would say to direct staff to begin development of options paper for establishing the federal permit to fish in the EDC. And then I guess next question, which could be part of the motion, would be the purpose of that permit, because staff really need to have the focus of what the intent of the permit is, and at least from what I heard was identifying the universe of participants and data collection being kind of the two priorities of the council. So I would look at Carlos and Nicole as the motion makers, if you would agree to that. That would then be narrowing the scope of what the options paper would consider.
Yeah, I agree with that. I did mention often the paper already, I do agree with the language change.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that would help to address my questions regarding strategic planning and movement forward.
Thank you. And you're going to add more language?
But I think that's okay with at least the conversation. We say we don't need this and add that promotion. They would understand the intent as they develop options.
Did we consider stating the federal permits? Is that easy? We have several species there.
So I am Mr. Chairman. The language that you have here is very general. It says that the council will investigate how and prepare an option paper. And I'm glad that Andy was the one who said it, because he's the one who told the staff what to do and not to do. And the option paper has a lot of implications, but the option paper always says about the roadmap for the council to pursue it. Doesn't mean that you are going to, day after tomorrow, have a permit for everything that moves the water. It's just that you have a very orderly way of looking at this issue, and then you will be able to look at all the components and decide in the process what would be the best approach. The other important part is that you will engage the DAPs, scientists from the Secretary of Science to engage the public, and of course, a lot of the. And then the other part that you mentioned is that it is understood that the priority will be for that election. Look at the universe, how many people are out there fishing? We are not going to jump into a limited entity system using this permit, which is something that Nelson well as I said before. So for the record, if you believe that it's clear to direct staff to begin the development of motion paper for establishing the federal permit to receive, we can act with the possible priorities of that election and that's it, because the record has to be very clear as to what is it that you want and when. That's the other part that we need to address.
Yeah, one clarification with the modifications I made. Based on what I was hearing with the ad hoc committee and making sure we're engaging constituents, rather than going straight to an options paper, my recommendation is development of a scoping paper for establishing a federal permit. That then allows for an opportunity for us to put the ideas out there, and engage our constituents. Then from those conversations, we'll build an option.
Carlos, I like it, Nicole. They say yes, both of them. And I think we have enough discussion on the motion. There is,
we have Vanessa, she's a council member. Cristina, would you like to read for the record what she said?
yes.
Vanessa wrote, comments, did we really need more permits? Knowing the issue that states have with the process of permits, and real fishermen are having big deal to renew their licenses. Who will help fishermen to complete more applications that are not in their principal language, as for example, HMS and small Caribbean fishing boats?
That's a very good point, and we have to take that into consideration, designing a process that are in Spanish and clear and easy for them to handle. Thank you, Vanessa. And anybody else? Maria?
Thank you, Maria Lopez, and officer. Yeah, so with this guidance, I think, what the council will maybe like to do then is how to determine ways of how to engage the constituents and provide that input that is needed. From the officer's perspective and the council perspective and in terms of staff, we will go ahead and create an IPC so we can start working on something and try to put the base layer of this, right? What are the things that are needed and what is the input that is needed for certain things? Because there are gonna be things that are going to be set up, like, because, referred by the federal government. But there are other things that need to be decided, right? So that's what some of the information that will be brought to, more council, other council meetings. And also if there is a desire to do scoping, like for example, if you wanted to, the council desire to do the scoping hearings about this, we can certainly prepare some guidance for that, so they can, so that the meetings can be guided. If the council is interested in also getting input from their advisory group, collect that information, and that information can be provided, reported to the council, and that information can be provided to the IT, so they can include that information into a potential document, for them. Thanks.
Yeah, well, the method is, I think, is just a strong data. It's also something that happens to all the constituents, including the advisory bodies that we have. Yeah, that's the first step of the equation. The other question is the timeline, something that Maria and Mark requested from the council. What is the timeline that you're envisioning for this? Next month, next year, 20 years from now? Because you have a bunch of other stuff that you have to even start to illustrate for the alternatives. Maria, what would be the best time that we can think of that this would be a doable stopping document?
Maria Lopez, at this time, I don't know, but given that this is a complex action, I cannot say, no, we're gonna have it ready for next year. Because this will involve, this doesn't necessarily mean that it's gonna be a general permit for everybody. It could be a limited access permit, or it could be a permit for a certain fishery, etc. So those are decisions, that is information that we currently don't have, and we need to find out from you, what do you need, right? What do you wanna do? So, because this is a complex action and it's gonna involve a lot of moving parts, I would suggest for the council, for a motion to start working on it. And then the council will decide when they want to collect information and in what form, so that information can be given to the IDP, so we can start working on it. I mean, I think this is something very important. It's not something, I wouldn't want to see it being tabled, because you all have the threat, you want to move forward with it, right? So, we can start working with it, we can create that IPT. And I honestly don't know when we will be ready, because it's complex, but we can certainly know that the item is of the piece, which was the other complex action, is almost done, then that could become like a big project.
We don't want to solve everything in one scope of paper. That's the reason we have been working for the last 10 years on the same issue. Practical question, can we update the scoping document that was done 1416, the one that you talked to us? Because if we update that, it won't take that much. And that document is the one that we are going to use to send to constituents to the council. But that document can be done probably for the first meeting of 2023. So just that paper. So we don't want to complicate it. So there, we identify the issues, we identify what we want to do. The council, for the record today, we would like to pursue a permit to collect data first. We want to know the universe, how many people are out there fishing. They are very, I remember a fisherman that we go, we are starting this permit, I have to carry the water just for permits. And every time I I am fishing in the PVC, I will have to have all the permits. Learning lesson from the HNS permit. We address that, we need to have the Spanish first of all. So if we can have the scoping, basic scoping paper, based on the paper that we produced before 2016, well, that will be the beginning. And then by 2023, the first half of 2023, we will have a better understanding of what is needed to be done. Christina, I will go back to slide number 7. Eddie?
Yeah. Two comments, one related to the motion, the first related to what you were saying, maybe on terms of timing. I think what would be very beneficial moving forward is the number of actions before this council is your team working with my team. Marcos is the chair, to outline what action will be coming back to the council with, and what, what action will be before the council is preparing draft and final action, so that we can start sequencing some of these and prioritize them going forward, just given what is on staff. In terms of the motion, I received a suggestion that I really liked, wanting to go back to the motion. So this is very definitive about the goal to develop a subject matter for the establishment of federal permit. And I talked about intent earlier, and one suggestion I would recommend making is that it's say we begin development of a scoping paper for exploring options for improving data collection, including for improving data collection. For improving data collection first. Improving data collection, including
I am so sorry.
improving data collection.
Including or improving?
Improving data collection, after that, including establishment of a federal permit in these. So that's broader based, could include the permit, but also improvements to data collection work with the preparedness.
Thank you. We have to go back to Carlos and so.
Nicole, second.
Perfect. I don't see any other hand. I have somebody in the chat.
Vanessa Ramirez. Comments. There's another point that needs to be checked. Right now, there are people and lawyers that ask for money to prepare and get all the permits for new fishermen that came from states. And once established here, I know one that told me he paid $26,000 and get all the permits commercial fishermen, HMS, Caribbean, small and fishing charter. How can we regulate that to maintain a real one-to-one product with local artisan commercial fishermen that don't have the capacity to pay for that and make their own transactions, losing sometimes their effort when they get denied?
Yeah, I guess you're ready to go, and I saw points out there, real life out there of what is happening with permits. That's what I said at the beginning, when you talk about permits, other people is thinking about, they will have an idea what the permit is. But the consequences of permit, everything has to be addressed. And I believe that your motion here will be addressing that. That paper, scoping paper, for those of you who are new, is where you collect all the information that you have about one topic that is of interest to the council. That document collects what have you done before, similar to the presentation by today. You will get also information about the science behind the topics that you're going to discuss, and also the economy and etc. of that topic. There's copy document, and it's copy, remember the word is just to look it up. So you take that to the public before COVID-19. We had this copy documents, and then we take it to the public, public meeting, etc. And that can be done in presence or hybrid or whatever. But the most important part now is that the council is initiating the process to examine this permit with the intent, number one, to improve the data collection system that we have. And I believe that you're ready to vote. You're close to lunch.
We are ready to vote. I think the discussion was very good. The well noted the comments of Vanessa. And the voting, I will start with James. Yes. James.
James, you'll say your name.
James Craiglow.
Yes.
Nicole Angela, yes.
So there you go.
Yes. Vanessa.
¿Te podés escribir en el chat?
We're waiting for Vanessa Ramirez, ready to show on her vote.
Bien. ¿Crees que la... Sorry. ¿Crees que la speech 15 minutos? O más tiempo? In that case, Mr. Chairman,
Vanessa, we have she's seeing the motion on the screen, right? On Zoom.
Thank you. You can see the slide. So let me send her a picture.
we can, the procedure, we can, yeah, we can back that way and then we can tell her that she can afterwards.
Yeah, Damari just sent the motion to her. That's why I really requesting a little time from this group to make sure Vanessa have the opportunity to vote. And I will make my final vote and we can see the result in the
You only have 15 minutes for the public vote, so
we have 15 minutes to do this. You can say something every time.
Vanessa, we see that you are trying to speak. Are you hearing us?
Yes, now. I vote no.
Did you? No? The vote of Vanessa, just for the record, is no. And the last vote, which is mine, is yes. We have one no. And the rest of the group yeses. Which is 6 votes, I believe. 6 in favor, 1 against, motion carries. We're gonna try, we're going to, Maria, we're gonna move to before, after lunch, your presentation.
Marco, is the lunch at 12?
Yes.
Okay, so it's almost 12, so I would suggest, if possible, that the Pilates presentation be given right when we come back, so we can have a real discussion about that.
That started the meeting at 1:15, a little earlier than what is stating on the agenda, to make sure we make up for this time. Carlos?
Yeah, so when it comes to the constituent, then could I have an advocacy meeting every month? Would I be jumping the gun by bringing this up to on an agenda item now, or should I wait for the scoping to gather information from
If I may, this is Maria with, North Street. I think, the coordination with, U.S. Virgin Islands government and, constituents and so in Puerto Rico is very important for this action. So this could be something that if the U.S. Virgin Islands wants to start discussing, that would be great, because that way, when we request input, we can get the input from you. So, yeah, it's your decision, but I think anytime will be good to bring this up.
Okay, we're gonna break for lunch now. Unless there is anybody that wants to say something? No, there isn't fair time to do that. Okay, break for lunch. See you guys at 1:15.
Lunch across the hall here and start to shut up. So.
My name is JJ. I am helping to restart the meeting. Time is 1:15. I will pass the mic to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Fisherman and partner. Thank you for your help. It's 1:15 still. Today, we're gonna restart the afternoon section. We are in Carolina, Puerto Rico, Marriott Courtyard. We have a presentation that was missed from the morning section. That we're gonna start with. With Sarah. Go ahead, Sarah.
Hi, thank you. This is Sarah Stevenson with NOAA Fisheries. I believe, yeah, someone gonna drive for me. Thank you. This is a continuation. Oh, can you hear me? Yeah. This is a continuation of the presentation that was given at the April council meeting for the consideration of management measures for pelagic species new to federal fisheries management. Next slide, please. At the April meeting, the council received a presentation on management measures that could be considered for pelagic stocks new to federal management under the island-based fishery management plans. If so considered, then those measures could be developed for further through an amendment to the applicable FMP. The potential management measures presented included size limits, recreational bag limits, and commercial trip limits. The council directed staff to prepare an options paper with size and bag or trip limits for pelagic species managed under the island-based FMPs. A draft scoping options paper was included in the briefing book for this meeting. Next, please. This is a quick reminder of the pelagic species managed under each FMP. For Puerto Rico, dolphin and pompano dolphin are managed together in the dolphin fish stock complex, with dolphin selected as the indicator stock. Little tuna and blackfin tuna are managed together in the tuna stock complex, and king and Sierra mackerel are managed together in the mackerel stock complex. All other species are managed as individual stocks. Next slide, please. Objectives for this meeting include provide guidance to staff on which management options, if any, to develop. If management measures are identified for development, provide guidance to staff on the draft, purpose, and need for the action, and discuss the prioritization of this action when compared to other actions in development, and the potential timing for an amendment of the pelagic stocks. Next slide, please. This draft purpose and need was included in the scoping options document for council consideration and may change pending council guidance. Text for the draft need reads, the need is to develop conservation and management measures to protect against overfishing and ensure optimum yield for pelagic species new to federal management. Text for the draft purpose reads, the purpose of this action is to establish size limits, bag limits, and trip limits, and this is per council direction, for pelagic species new to management under the island-based FMPs. If there's a more specific purpose or need that the council would like to meet, then these statements can be revised during the discussion following the presentation. For instance, if the council would like to implement regulations that would be consistent with state regulations, language could be added to the draft needs statement that says, while ensuring that federal regulations for pelagic species are consistent with regulations under the state management programs of Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Next, please. The first management measure considered for the pelagic stocks is recreational bag limits. 3 options were prepared. Option 1 is the no action option and would not establish recreational bag limits for Puerto Rico pelagic stocks. Option 2 would allow the council to establish a recreational bag limit for an individual stock. For example, the council could consider a bag limit of 10 dolphin per fisher per day or 30 dolphin per vessel per day, whichever is less, which would be compatible with DNER regulations. Or the council could consider a bag limit of 5 dolphin per fisher per day or 15 dolphin per vessel per day, whichever is less, which would be a more restrictive bag limit when compared to the DNER limit. This more restrictive bag limit was recommended by the Puerto Rico DAP at the December council meeting. Additionally, the council could consider a different recreational bag limit for dolphin or for any of the other pelagic species managed under the Puerto Rico FMP, which are listed here again for reference. Option 3 would allow the council to establish a recreational bag limit for a combination of pelagic stocks. For example, the council could consider an aggregate limit for wahoo, king mackerel, and Sierra mackerel combined of 5 of each species per fisher per day or 10 total per vessel per day, which would be compatible with the DNER regulations. Or the council could consider an aggregate bag limit for a different combination of pelagic stocks or for one or more of the pelagic stock complexes. For example, which were the dolphin fish stock complex, the tuna stock complex, or the mackerel stock complex. Next. Since the St. Thomas and St. John FMP and the St. Croix FMP only manage dolphin and wahoo pelagic stocks, the options for establishing a recreational bag limit under each FMP were combined into one slide. However, the council could consider different options for each FMP. Option 1 is the no action option and would not establish recreational bag limits for dolphin or wahoo in federal waters off St. Thomas and St. John or off of St. Croix. Option 2 would allow the council to establish a recreational bag limit for dolphin or wahoo. An option was prepared for each stock, but again, the council can consider a recreational bag limit where wanted. For example, the council could consider a bag limit of X amount of dolphin per fisher per day or per vessel per day, and the same goes for wahoo. Under option 3, the council could establish a recreational bag limit for dolphin and wahoo combined, so an aggregate bag limit. As an example, the council could consider a bag limit of no more than 10 dolphin or wahoo per person per day, not to exceed 32 per vessel per day, and not to exceed 4 wahoo per person per day or 20 wahoo per vessel per day. This bag limit would be compatible with proposed USVI regulations. Additionally, the council could consider a different aggregate limit for dolphin and wahoo. Next. The next management measure considered for pelagic stocks is commercial trip limits. For Puerto Rico, 3 options were prepared. Option 1 is the no action option and would not establish commercial trip limits for Puerto Rico stocks, pelagic stocks. Option 2 would allow the council to establish a commercial trip limit for an individual stock. For example, the council could consider a trip limit based on commercial landings information. The graph to the right illustrates the percentage of trips between 2003 and 2019 based on the pounds reported per trip. And just as an example, for dolphin, which is the dark blue bar, roughly 50% of the trips during that time period reported 1 to 50 pounds of dolphin. Triple tail, great barracuda, and pompano dolphin are not included in the graph because the reported landings for these species were infrequent during that time period. Option 3 would allow the council to establish a commercial trip limit for a pelagic stock complex. For example, the council could consider a trip limit that applies to the dolphin fish stock complex, which were dolphin and pompano dolphin, to the mackerel stock complex, which were king and Sierra mackerel, or to the tuna stock complex, which were little tunny and blackfin tuna. If the council would like to develop commercial trip limits for one or more of the stock complexes, then similar pound per trip analysis could be prepared to aid in developing alternatives. Next, please. The St. Thomas and St. John FMP manages dolphin and wahoo as individual stocks, so the third option to establish commercial trip limits for a stock complex was not included as an option. Option 1 is the no action and would not establish commercial trip limits for dolphin or wahoo in federal waters off St. Thomas and St. John. Option 2 would allow the council to establish a commercial trip limit for dolphin and or for wahoo. As with the Puerto Rico slide, the council could consider a trip limit based on commercial landings information. For St. Thomas and St. John, the graph illustrates the percentage of trips from 2012 to 2020 based on the pounds reported per trip. For dolphin, which again is the dark blue bars, a little more than 50% of the trips reported 1 to 50 pounds of dolphin, whereas for wahoo, which are the green bars, a greater percentage of the trips were reported between 151 and 200 pounds per trip. Next, please. The St. Croix FMP also only manages dolphin and wahoo, so the third option to establish commercial trip limits for stock complex was not included. Option 1 is the no action and would not establish trip limits for dolphin or wahoo in federal waters off St. Croix. Option 2 would allow the council to establish commercial trip limits for either of those stocks. Similar to the graph for St. Thomas and St. John, the distribution of trips that reported landings of dolphin and wahoo from 2012 to 2020 were plotted. For St. Croix, more than 60% of the trips reported 1 to 50 pounds of dolphin, again, the blue bars, and then 51 to 100 pounds of wahoo, which are the green bars per trip. Next, please. The third and last management measure considered for pelagic stocks is size limits. Option 1 is the no action option and would not establish recreational and commercial size limits for Puerto Rico pelagic stocks. Option 2 would allow the council to establish recreational commercial size limits for one or more of the managed stocks. Again, for reference, those pelagic stocks are listed here. This option is structured for both the recreational and the commercial sectors for simplicity, but the council could consider a size limit for a specific sector or different size limits for the two sectors. If modified, we would just want to make sure that the rationale for those changes are documented. For the option 2, the council could consider setting a size limit based on life history parameters as reported in the literature, such as the size at a given maturity level. For instance, the fork length for females at 50% maturity could be considered. And those sizes are listed here for dolphin, wahoo, king mackerel, and Sierra mackerel. The council could also consider a size limit based on other fishery information, such as length data collected through the trip interview program, if those are available, or from expert opinion, or to be compatible with state regulations where applicable. For instance, the council could consider a 20-inch fork length minimum for king mackerel or 16-inch fork length minimum for Sierra mackerel, which would be compatible with DNER regulations. Next, please. For St. Thomas and St. John, option 1 is the no action and would not establish size limits for dolphin or wahoo in federal waters off St. Thomas and St. John. Option 2 would allow the council to establish size limits for dolphin or wahoo. Again, the size limits could be based on life history parameters as reported in the literature. These are the same sizes that were shown for Puerto Rico based on the size of female dolphin and wahoo at 50% maturity. Or the council could consider a size limit based on other fishery information available. For instance, the council could consider the 24-inch fork length minimum for dolphin and 36-inch fork length minimum for wahoo that were recommended by the St. Thomas St. John Fishery Advisory Committee at the August 2019 council meeting. Next, please. For St. Croix, similar setup. Option 1 is a no action and would not establish size limits for dolphin or wahoo in federal waters off St. Croix. Option 2 would allow the council to establish size limits for dolphin or for wahoo. And those again could be based on life history parameters, the same ones here for dolphin and wahoo, or could be based on other fishery information available. Next, please. As presented at the April meeting, the council could also consider revising the accountability measure provision for the pelagic stocks and stock complexes included in the FMPs to include size limits, recreational bag limits, or commercial trip limits as the responsive action that the council and NIMS take when the accountability measure has been triggered. In other words, when landings exceed the annual catch target. At this time, adding recreational bag limits as a responsive action would only be an option where accountability measures are already established for the recreational sector. That's what the asterisk refers to. As an example of how this would work, if the landings for dolphin exceed the annual catch target, then the council and NIMS could implement a commercial trip limit instead of another management action, such as shortening of the fishing season for dolphin. So that they just are options that the council could consider if they didn't want to set a commercial trip limit, but did want to use that as a provision under the accountability measures. Next, please. So to recap, the action items that would be needed for next steps are for the council to select which stocks or stock complexes, if any, to develop options for recreational bag limits. And for example, that could look like we would like to develop bag limits for Puerto Rico dolphin fish stock complex, or for St. Thomas and St. John dolphin stock, or for the St. Croix wahoo stock. You kind of get to pick and choose. For the council to select which stocks or stock complexes, if any, to develop options for commercial trip limits, and for the council to select which stock or stock complexes, if any, to develop options for recreational and commercial size limits. For the council to make a motion to develop an amendment if so desired. If yes, then NIMS could do the next steps and create an IPT. If a motion for an amendment is made, we would also want to discuss what would be the prioritization of this action when compared to the other actions that are in development or that we discussed earlier today. For example, the federal permit or the trawl gear action that we're working on. And then finally, are there any changes that are needed to the draft purpose and need statements? So really, we're just kind of looking for which of these options do you want for which stocks, and a little bit of the why. Why would you like those particular ones? And with that, I'll take any questions.
The floor is open for questions. And I just want to reiterate, Sarah, and actually, I want to reemphasize the need for people to speak directly to the mic, very close to the mic. And also, I was informed that we have different languages, accessibility for translation on the Zoom. There is an icon with a globe icon on the right-hand side of your screen that you can use it. If you have any question, please contact the staff. But anyway, Sarah, can you? And there is, for the presential people, there is little translators, radios, and apparatus for you to use it if you need. It's not radios, it's I don't know, the lack of one, but anyway, you guys understand. Sarah, can you go back to the previous slide for a second? Okay, we're gonna open for discussion, but look like I want you to reiterate what you need from us. That's my question.
The December meeting and at the April meeting, Dr. Merton presented some information to the council on research that he had been doing, tracking some of these species. So this initially kind of popped up again as potential management measures for the council to take under these new island FMPs, but was kind of centered around dolphin and wahoo and the sargassum mat. So that's all applicable, but we just wanted to find out, does that mean you would like these measures, for instance, let's just start with a recreational bag limit. Do you want a recreational bag limit for dolphin in Puerto Rico, or for dolphin and pompano dolphin together? Do you want it just for the recreational sector? Do you want it for both sectors that we manage, which is recreational and commercial? So those are the type of questions which we wanted. So are there any stocks that are managed under the Puerto Rico FMP that you would not like a recreational bag limit for? For example, triple tail, like I mentioned in the slide that had the graph with the commercial landings. There's not a lot of commercial landings for triple tail, so it would be harder to develop those. I mean, we still could, but if that's not a species that you're interested in recreational bag limits, then just tell us, and we get to write not interested. And so then we can really fine tune which species you're interested in and what management measures and for what sector. And then we could take that, form an IPT. We would know what's the reason for these management measures. Is it to conserve we just want to be a little bit proactive and conserve because we know that they're heavily targeted as a schooling, species. If for instance you pick dolphin or wahoo, and so just to really nail down kind of the purpose and the why related to the management measure, and then I think an IPT could develop the specific options, which would be eventually turned into alternatives and could come back with a more fine-tuned document for you. And then of course, if there were, like I mentioned on that second to last slide, if there were some of these management measures that you thought might be useful in limiting effort, but you didn't want to necessarily apply them right away, you could set them as the provision for the accountability measure. So if the landings exceed the ACT, because remember these pelagic stocks, the accountability measure is structured slightly different than the remaining stocks in the FMP, and that they have an ACT, an annual catch target. So if landings exceed that annual catch target, then the council and NIMS would take a look at those landings and see if any additional action is necessary. In the past, for all of our other stocks, the action that is taken is a reduction in the fishing season. So this is where you could really kind of lean on some of these other management measures, such as a commercial trip limit or a size limit, to be a provision for the accountability measure if those landings are exceeded, to just try to limit harvest and be a little proactive in what is caught. For instance, in size limits, you could set a size limit to try to protect the smaller size fish, which is, I know, what some of the discussion following the Merton presentations was. So I hope that kind of answers your question of what we're looking for. We could go one by one, or if you knew right from the bat that you really only wanted this for dolphin and wahoo, then you just state, these are the species we're interested in. This is the reason why. Here are the management measures we would like staff to develop. And I think that would be good.
Thank you. The reason I ask is because there's so many moving parts that are gonna take a long time right now to discuss. I was just trying to find a way to get information from you guys. I have Graciela, then I have Nelson, then I have Julia.
So a question for council members, would you be interested in following through with any kind of commercial limits right now? The data that you have, most recent, it's from the commercial sector. We don't have any recreational data except maybe for tournaments, that's available for us to be looking at. The problem has always been one of allocation and the sale of the dolphin wahoo by recreational fishers rather than by the commercial sector. So probably you might want to consider, if you want to include any kind of trip limits for the commercial sector at all. If you want to do, as you do with the other species that are under management, have a bag limit for the recreational sector. And I do have a question for Jocelyn for clarification, and that is, should the council be explicitly stating that there should be no sale of any of the pelagics by the recreational sector? If we have any, anything to do with that right now. I mean, there is some prohibition on the sale by the recreational sector. You have to have a commercial business license in the Virgin Islands to do that. The recreational catch should not be sold in the state from the state waters of Puerto Rico. But do we also need to include something to that effect in our discussion of the pelagics?
Jocelyn?
So this is Jocelyn for the record. I think that there are definitions of commercial and recreational fishing that I can look up, but I think that the definition of those would mean that recreational fishing is not fishing that's for sale. So I just don't think it would be classified as recreational fishing if it was for sale, but I can confirm that. I think in any discussion that we have, we can state that recreational harvest should not be sold, but I don't know that there's a need to take additional action to specify that in any additional regulations. I think the regulations should cover that. But in terms of any of the territorial requirements for sale, one of the things that I want to note there is that, those requirements sort of apply between the fisher and the territorial government. If there's legal activity that's occurring in federal waters, then, for example, some recreational fishing and then persons want to land the fish, that sort of is between the federal government and the fisher, and any state requirements are between the state and the fisher, but the state can't really make illegal what's lawful federally. So that would be a separate issue as to what, state or territorial permits would be needed for the sale, but just at a high level, I think definitionally you can't sell the recreational catch, so I don't know that we need to solve anything with any additional regulations there.
Miguel?
Yeah, I would like to ask the Montagon representative, what is the status of that and whether it is pending, because when we discussed this before, it was almost impossible according to the enforcement agent to enforce the no sale, because in the EEC, unless you have somebody like a mothership buying stuff in the EEC, it's impractical. So anyway, in Puerto Rico, the regional we have, I know the answer, but anyway, for the record, do you have a regulation at present that prohibits the recreational fisher from selling their catches? And how is that is enforced? The Maris?
I think you know what's the status of our situations in the NER. Recreational fishers can't sell their catch. I mentioned that in our last meeting. I reinforced that. So we have been trying to implement our recreational licenses, and but definitely it's against the law for recreational fishers to sell their catch.
Thank you, Damaris.
Nicole Angeli, for the record, in the U.S. Virgin Islands, anyone selling any fish must have a commercial fishing license. And we also are in the process of promulgating recreational rules and regulations for fishing.
So do you think that we need a compatible regulation in the EEC for that activity? Carlos?
I think it depends on what we're gonna come up with here. So I have some comments, especially when it comes to bag limits on rec fishers.
Yes, go ahead. We were talking about the details of the quantity. Okay. Graciela?
Graciela here. So Nicole, the recreational fishing license that you are going to be implementing, would that be in accordance with the MRIP, count my fish and angler registry that it's available for the EEC?
Yeah, Nicole Angeli, so those are two different programs. So we are going to be seeking an INSAR National Saltwater Angler Registry exemption, and we've been in discussions with them at the headquarters level. That is currently mandatory for recreational fishers in the federal waters, but to my knowledge, it's not enforced. And we will be seeking that exemption, and we have had our rules and regulations reviewed by INSAR to ensure that we would be able to have that exemption if they are promulgated, which we hope have soon. As far as the MRIP program goes, that's currently being reviewed and reinstated within the Caribbean. And we still do not have, as of our meetings last week, a governance structure, whether we would, which would be the preferred Caribbean option, join another fin or have our own fin, or just keep the status quo, because we have so many different programs moving forward at this moment. We, I believe, are quite possibly going to continue discussions on things like governance until we can come to a conclusion of so many of these rules, regulations changing. Island-based fisheries management plans are currently being amended, and it simply didn't make sense to make final decisions before all of our changing rules and regulations had been completely promulgated and at a stopping point. I hope that answers that question.
I have the chat, and then I have Julian and Nelson.
Comment from Sinai Habs. Under the HMS permit, I believe there are sales allowed for the base species from charter trips for a specific species if they have both a charter HMS license and commercial endorsement. And numbers are within recreational trip bag limits.
Yes, but thank you for the comments tonight, but we are really talking here of dolphin and wahoo and blackfin tuna. We are not talking about skipjack tuna, yellowfin and the others right now, and I just want to clarify that on record. Julian?
Julian McGrath for the record, I have a couple fishermen that do this for a living that I'm communicating back and forth with, and we also presented from the FAC back in 2019 to this committee, some recommendations on the dolphin and wahoo, and you know, the strong message that I'm getting from the fishers in the St. Thomas, St. John district are they would like to see size limits for both the recreational and the commercial guys, and definitely a bag limit for the recreational fishers. But they're still having some discussions on what they would like to see as the commercial limits, but I do have some numbers, and if we're gonna go slide by slide, then we can discuss it at that point. But right now, definitely bag limits and definitely size limits are the discussion that I'm getting feedback on right now. Thank you.
And Nelson, and then the shop, and I just want to remind the people, because of lack of time, we are not going to have right now this moment to go one by one, all of those possibilities we have under this discussion. And Carlos is gonna present a motion to move this forward in a process that we can attend this in detail. Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson Crespo for the record. One of the reasons that I quit fishing for dolphin and wahoo is that I cannot compete with the recreationals. Every time I go out and come back with a good catch, it's hard for me to sell it because every time I go to the restaurants, they say, no, this recreational, this doctor, this lawyer, this recreational guy, send me the fish under the price. I cannot, you know, I don't want to pay the price you want for it. That's why I stopped fishing for dolphin and wahoo. And in my opinion, it's necessary to implement self-regulation for both recreational and commercial. A back limit for the recreational is necessary for a real back limit. In my personal opinion, I think 10 fish is enough for one recreational angler. You know, give fish to his friend, to his family, if you implement a size limit. You cannot control the trip for the commercial because this type of fishing, you know, is the magic word uncertainty. You can go one day, you don't find anything, or maybe one or two. Next day you can go and you can get a couple hundred pounds. And let me see what else. And then I reaffirm, the size limit is the key here, you know, to manage this species.
Thank you.
Size limit. Size limit.
Yes, thank you, Nelson. And I want to just to complement, to add to what Nelson is saying, that there was a lot of discussion. We all recognize the influx of sargassum that we have, basically mahi on a small size, very small size, available around the clock in Puerto Rico. There is not a huge market for it, but potentially that could happen, right? And we need to be proactive on that matter. JJ, then we go to Carlos.
JJ Cruz. Yeah, just to reiterate and for the record,
what we're finding in the ecosystem-based fisheries management research in the conceptual models is that the recreational fisheries is one of the top 5 concerns across all stakeholders. And we have interviewed around 250 individuals divided in seven different stakeholder groups. And that aspect of the recreational fishery comes up as a main concern that either licensing or doing this regulation should be affected. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the comments, Carlos.
Color for Sherry.
So I have a motion. Not sure I'm gonna be doing this right there, but I can always. It's all the help I can get. Develop an option paper. And creating an IPT. To create an amendment. Okay, well. Let's take, go back to that thing, I'll just use the wording that's there, that's what they're telling me. Go back to that last slide. I don't understand what the amendment is. Not clear. So it seems like it's there already, motion to develop amendment and create IPT, but I don't know what they're talking about amendment. So.
Can you clarify, Maria?
This is Maria Lopez. Yes, because this is already an options paper, although it's very basic in terms of many of the options, because we were looking for guidance for you. We are looking for guidance for you. Once the IPT is created and the staff has a better guidance, we can move forward and start developing an amendment if that's desired. But if you want to create another option paper that you can evaluate before moving forward with a draft document, then that's okay too. Graciela.
So it's an amendment or the island-based FMP. That's why we call it an amendment. That's all we're talking about.
Graciela, wait, but he's looking for language, maybe Graciela, Maria can help us develop the language for the motion.
I think maybe Sarah already has some language that she can provide.
Yes, I sent that to Lehigh.
Okay, which one would it be, Sarah?
Hold on. The I'll drop it in the chat.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah.
Let me read and check if the language is what you're looking for.
Okay. You got something to say?
So I was going to ask you to read it for the record.
I got, okay. Call for Sherry here. The council requests staff to move forward with the preparation of an amendment to each of the island-based FMPs to develop recreational bag limits, commercial trip limits, recreational and commercial size limits for pelagic stock as specified during the August 2022 meeting. Maria.
Just a clarification, what's in the brackets in there, I believe that the council will decide what to do in there, because if there's not a desire to do any of those things that were in the brackets, then there's no need to add it to the motion, right?
So if you, and this is a recommendation, a suggestion to discuss real quick, what is it that you would like staff to pursue? Or from where I'm hearing, there was some interest in doing size limit for all harvest, commercial and recreational, and there was some interest in setting back limits for the recreational sector. And I also heard that there was not necessarily an interest to do a commercial trip limits. So based on that and other information that you can gather from the council, maybe that will be good for staff to start preparing. And also think also about if you want to have things that are compatible with the state in terms of size limits for those species that have size limits already, or back limits, et cetera. So those are the things that staff will need to start developing an amendment.
There's something in there that I'm not in favor of, but that will come up in discussions after. Right? Now,
Julian?
Well, I think everything sounds good. I think we need to take out the commercial trip limits though. I think our focus should be on the recreational bag limits and the recreational and commercial size limits right now. Get rid of that commercial trip limits, because I think that will open up a whole different scenario. Thank you.
Yeah, two comments, so related to what Julian just mentioned. I think it's important that the council discuss why you would be recommending limits for the recreational, but not for the commercial, if you're gonna pull that out. At this point, keep in mind, we're early in the process, so we can continue to keep the trip limits in, but you could always choose no action. And get feedback and input, obviously, from industries to develop your rationale. The second would be, this pertains to all pelagic stocks. I recognize dolphin and wahoo are only in USVI, but Sarah and Maria presented 8 species for Puerto Rico. Seems like we're narrowing in on more of a focused approach for dolphin, wahoo, and maybe mackerel, zero mackerel, because those are the ones with size limits and bag limits currently are being proposed. So would recommend the council support of narrowing the scope of this action to those 3 species.
Yes, Miguel, and I'll have comments on it. I really need to try to focus to end this conversation in a productive way.
Yeah, the problem is that you start eliminating things in emotion. You are de facto deciding what to do. When you are like asking the staff to prepare the document that will incorporate all of this. So for my subject limit should stay, and then when you get into the development, as Andy mentioned, that you can say no action on all that. You need to assess all the angles. And then you have specified within the August 22 meeting. So you can leave that as is, and then in the record, you say for Puerto Rico, you want this 3 species, for San Croix, you want this only 2, etc. And that way, the motion will move forward with the intention of the council to develop this document. Unless you want to include specifics in the motion at this time. But I believe that you have to be careful when you develop the record, that you don't come to conclusions before you even have your facts in front of you.
I think Miguel synthesized everything was said. The intention here is to start the discussion and to drive the ball forward, right? And very well noted the comments that Julian and Nelson did. And once that is on record already, do you agree with the language that it is?
yeah, I agree with that language. Everything else will come out in the wash at the end.
By the way, we have a second for that motion. Damaris Delgado second. No se escuchó, Damaris.
Damaris Delgado second.
Gracias. Thank you. And any further discussion? We are okay, Maria? Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so I think this is pretty clear what we need to do.
But there's a couple of things, in terms of interest for the species, and, as we mentioned before, Puerto Rico, there's a ton of species. If the stuff is moving into preparing an amendment, that means that you have to do a lot of evaluations of a lot of these species. It would be nice to have, some guidance. I mean, we already know that dolphin is a big ticket item, and we also know that wahoo, et cetera. So, I mean, are you ready? If that's what you guys want to do at this time, then that's great. And that's clear. So, yeah, Miguel, go ahead.
Yeah, let's vote on the motion, and the second part will be just to answer her question, because we have a lot of pelagics around. So we can go by each one, Puerto Rico, what are the pelagics that you want to include? Then San Croix, then San Thomas, San John. That way the record will be clear. And we answer the last line that you have during the August 22 meeting, this meeting. These are the species. So the staff will know what are the desires of the council regarding the species that you want to address in each one of the areas.
Let's vote. Let's start with James.
James Craiglo, yes.
Nicole Angela, yes.
Damaris Delgado, yes.
Carl Bajari, yes.
Andy Stroudsburg, yes.
Marcos Hanke, yes. Vanessa is not connected at this moment. Okay, we understand. Thank you. 6 in favor and 1 absent, the motion carries. Maria, and actually, I would like to answer the question that Andy did to us, why we are pursuing or focusing on recreational fishermen, in terms of the value limit and so on. But the question to you, is it better to develop the rationale once we have the whole document and guidance from this group?
Yes, since the motion includes commercial trip limits at this point, we would analyze a range of commercial trip limits. And at that point, you build your rationale as to why you would or wouldn't require trip limits for the commercial sector or the recreational sector.
I just want to make sure that I don't want to waste time.
Well, not to waste time, but you need to tell the staff what are the species that you want to. So I propose the question to the council, Puerto Rico side, which species do you want to address? And tell the staff, these are the species that we would like to pay attention.
Okay. I will pass the voice to Damaris, to Nelson, and I'll have a comment.
Damaris Delgado for the record. So I would recommend dolphin fish, mahi, wahoo, and tunas. I would have to check that one.
Okay, we have the mahi, the wahoo, and on our list is blackfin tuna. Yes, she's affirming that this is what she meant. The management. Nelson?
I think we should concentrate in dolphin, wahoo, and mackerel. That's it. That is the most important, regarding side limits. The rest, are important, but the most important are those two.
Yeah, and I have a vision or opinion about this different because we manage all those species and we can establish an open limit for some of those species. We can decide on during the discussion, but I think the bag limit for recreational should include all of the species. You can be more flexible in some of them, more restrictive in some of them, but that discussion is on the future. And I think we shouldn't exclude species just because we want it right now. We need to pass through the process to analyze the biology, the fishing pressure, the landings, and all the elements that we take in consideration.
Marcos, but the reason for having these 4 species is to address those that are the top priorities. Of course, when you have a document like this, it's dynamic. As you get more information, you will include more species, as we do with the management units for each one of the island bases. But in this case, what we need from Puerto Rico, and from what I'm hearing, you're talking about 4 species, so the staff can take a look at them and provide to us the information that we need to assess well, not the status, but it says what information we have regarding those species. And we're talking about the dolphin fish, mackerel, the black fin, and the wok. Yes, isn't it?
So there's the zero and the king mackerel, so both species.
Yes, but my point, and I understand, Miguel, to focus on those species, but my point is, we have a raised hand, is that we have the recreationals being able or capable of catching the zero, the king, the triple tails, and the other ones. Okay, just giving priority, not discarding the possibility of addressing on the future those species that I just mentioned. We have a raised hand.
Yes, Sarah, Sarah, Reza, and Marcos was the one that prepared.
Hi, yes, this is Sarah Stevenson. I just wanted to verify, it sounds like for Puerto Rico, dolphin and pompano dolphin, wahoo, the 2 tunas and the 2 mackerels. So that would exclude the barracuda, the triple tail, and maybe just those 2.
For the moment, yes. Is that correct?
This is Carlos and Coil would be dolphin and wahoo.
St. Thomas?
Yes, for St. Thomas, it will be wahoo and dolphin.
I have a raised hand from Julian. You want to say something?
Well, just 2 quick things, Julian McGrath to the record. Dolphin and wahoo, I agree with that, and then I just wanted to relate what Marcus was saying, and the more I think about it here, sitting now, looking at some of the species, or looking at all of it, looking at some for the commercial guys, those 4 that were or 5 that were chosen is great, but I think his main concern as being a recreational fisher is the bigger picture of looking at all of them, due to the fact that the recreational fishing numbers are so high here in Puerto Rico. I would just like to cite him that I think all the species should be looked at just because of that reason, instead of just picking a few.
Yeah, but that's not the case here. You need to tell the staff what is it. For each one of those species you have here, you have to have the life history, the statistics, on and on and on. Those other species, you can add it later in the process. Then the staff can tell us, in order for you to add this species, this is what you need. We got 4,000 plus species in the Caribbean. We only manage less than 300. It's the same thing that we have here. We are not throwing away any of the species that are of interest to any of the sectors. And I believe that what Marcos and Julian are saying can be taken into consideration. At this time, taking in consideration the time, the personnel that we have, by giving this priority for the staff to work on, we are not saying that we are going to eliminate all the other species. Probably when we come back and get a report from the staff, they will say, well, we got 13 more that you need to address. But that's what they want. But you won't be able to have every species that you can think of. I have a decent report by the time that you get them back to us.
Yes, and just to make clear, because I need to be clear on this. We already chose what is a pelagic species for the island-based FMP for Puerto Rico for each island. And what we are talking about is, I understand that we can do in a process that we do the first step and a second step, but the point being is what just Julian says, is that when I give this example, now the bag limit for dolphin so, and I was a poacher or I was a recreational fisherman that fish for the dolphin, now it's hard for me to do it, then I shift my effort to the king mackerel and to the zero, and it's still gonna affect the commercial fisherman. We need to address that. That's why I made the recommendation I did to be considered and evaluated for the future. That's why I did it.
So, Graciela, if I may, there is one thing that you need to remember. The commercial landings is the data that will be available up to 2017. Since 2017, there is no recreational data, and if there is, we request then from the local government that they have access to that data that is not part of the Southeast Fishery Science Center database, because MRIP did have an effort-based approach in Puerto Rico up until 2017. We're working on trying to get it back, but if there is any data out there that we can use, but if not, we are going to be limping around without recreational data from the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico for the most recent years. Having said that, that also includes all of the biostatistical data that we don't have from the recreational sector. So just to make you aware of the situation that we will be in. Thank you.
Thank you, Graciela. We have on the chat, Andy, the chat, and we need to close this discussion because they're getting way behind the schedule. And I left a little extra time because this was a very important discussion for the council. Andy?
Yeah, and thanks, Marcos, for the extra time. I think this is important. It'll help with the IPP development action. I just wanted to get, I guess, a little bit of clarification because it's really important to go back to the purpose of the need here, right? So we talked about the importance of compatible regulations, which I think can be a component of this, as well as obviously just general conservation to be preventative of overfishing. With regard to the actual options being considered for the trip limits and bag limits, we have options for both individual trip limits and bag limits, as well as aggregate trip limits and bag limits. Is it the council's preference for us to evaluate both? Okay.
Yes, both.
Based on the species that have been recommended.
And this is not my opinion. This is what the council have been expressing over the years. That they are intention. Thank you. And Carlos?
Well, this is a battle that I'm gonna lose. But when it comes to the recreational sector, I'm a recreational fisherman. And there, that'll come up in further discussion, but there's absolutely no reason for a recreational official who fishes for fun and relaxation to have 30 dolphins as a bag limit on a vessel. But I'm gonna lose that battle because I noticed that the federal and the local state waters are similar in bag limit sizes from one another. But I'll like to get.
We're gonna get to those details later. We need the virtual participant, give deference to them now.
Vanessa Ramirez on the chat, comment. I agree with Nelson for clear dolphin, wahoo and mackerel are the most target.
Thank you, Vanessa. Maria, and just to wrap it up.
Yeah, I just wanna, this is Maria Lopez, I just wanna clarify to Carlos, nothing is said right now, these were just examples of back limits. This is now with the guidance that the council have provided, the staff will create an IT and we'll start developing an action and we will receive, we will start creating options based on what you all have said. And for example, if there's gonna be a back limit created, remember the US Virgin Islands can be different than Puerto Rico. St. Thomas can be different than St. Croix. There are many things to consider in there, but that's an option. And there's gonna be several different options for the council to choose from. And each one of them, we're gonna have a discussion, pros and cons. Okay, so this is the next part. And one of the rationales could be compatibility with the state, but it doesn't have to be that. So that's why it's important for the council to set a purpose and need for this. If there's needs to be further discussion about this, we can do that in another meeting as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. We have.
Just for the record, for the next time you like tables, can you prepare a table in 2023 about the data gaps that you just mentioned? So that way we will centralize ourselves in what really are the things that we can do and things that we cannot do.
Okay, before we move on, Damaris.
Yes, thanks. Just wanted to say for the record that we agree with Nelson about the mackerel as well, and barracudas that were mentioned here. They're also important, as mentioned by Sarah. And I'm getting information from my team that other tunas as yellow, the albacore and the skipjack are also important. I know that we have to prioritize, but just for the record, that this is information I got from our biologist.
Yes, I really appreciate that, and some of those are already addressed by HMS office, right? Those species. And Maria, we can go on. Okay, let's move on. Next presentation, which was changed to first for Kevin McCarthy.
Kevin McCarthy, thanks, Marcos. We've got two presentations, one of which will inform the last discussion when it comes to prioritizing and what sort of data are available. And I've already forgotten which one was going to go first, but so I'm going to look at the chat from my conversations with Science Center staff. Let's see. So I think Stephanie Martinez Rivera is going to go first, and she's going to talk about what's called variously the data matrixing and the species prioritization for stock assessment. So we're calling it a data triage. So this will help inform some of the work that's upcoming for CIRO staff, and these both Stephanie and the following presentation by Rachel Eckley are members of the Caribbean Fisheries Branch at the Southeast Fisheries Science Center. And both are based out of Miami, although nobody's actually in the Miami building right now due to COVID upsurge. So we'll start with Stephanie's presentation. So I'm going to pass it over to Stephanie. No, we're going to go with English today, but she's could easily do Spanish. I think we're gonna show the linguistic skills of the Caribbean Fisheries Branch at a future meeting. Adelante, Stephanie.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm Stephanie Martinez Rivera, and today I will be presenting an update on the CEDAR Stock Assessment Matrix project. Next slide, please. So first, we have the objectives for this project. We want to develop a standard process, sorry, to prioritize the species that the branch will recommend for CEDAR to attempt a stock assessment. So we can then identify all the federally managed species that have enough data for the stock assessment. We also want to identify species to recommend for research and data collection. So in the future, we can actually recommend it for stock assessments. And this project is gonna focus on federally managed species, and we are using the island-based fishery management plans to get the list of species for the project. Next slide, please. Okay, so here we have an outline of the process. So on phase one, we organize the federally managed species into groups to add them to what we call a data triage table. So right now we are working with group A. Those are the indicator species based on the fishery management plan. Then we move to phase two, and here we identify some data sources and created the data triage table to annotate the information available for each species. So we're looking at catch, that is commercial and recreational landings. We're also looking at any biological information. That includes size compositions and life history. And lastly, we're looking at abundance information. And that includes any fishery independent surveys and the catch rate from fishers. After that, we're gonna move to phase three. And here we're gonna analyze further each species and the data available. we want to review the data in detail so we can determine the spatial and temporal distribution, that we can identify any other data sources that we may have missed in phase 2, and that we can work with any other issues that are species specific. And then we complete the project moving to phase 4. And here is when we develop the matrix, and then we can make the recommendation for species for the CEDAR schedule to attempt a stock assessment and recommend species that require more data collection and research. Next slide, please. Okay, so where are we right now in the process? So this is preliminary results of, I'm showing you the data triage table for St. Thomas and St. John. Here we have the indicator species, so this is group A. And first of all, we have commercial landings available, but we didn't find any recreational landings at this time. So we know that the USVI Division of Fish and Wildlife started a project to collect recreational data, so that will be helpful in the future. Then in this table, we can look at the biological information. So most of the species, or all the species, have size comps information, but some have either low, or we have to look and investigate a little bit more about that data. And then we have life history, and this is based on a study by Stevens et al. 2019. So this is just preliminary data. Now we have to go and do further research and a literature review to investigate the life history information for each of the species. And next we have the abundance information. And here the table can show you what species are in the Reef Visual Census. That's a survey. And we also did a preliminary estimate of the catch rates. And the table can show you which one have enough data and which one we consider at this moment that have low data. Next slide, please. Okay, next we have St. Croix preliminary results. And I'm showing here the indicator species again. Here, like St. Thomas and St. John, we have commercial landings information. We didn't find any recreational landings. Then moving on to the biological data, we at least have enough size composition information from the tip data. We still need to further analyze the life history data available for these species, as well as the abundance information, if there are any other fishery independent surveys, and to look into the data in more detail. Next slide, please. Okay, and lastly, we have the results for Puerto Rico. Again, these are the indicator species. For this group, we have commercial landings and recreational landings, but these are from the EMRI program, and that's data ended in 2017, but we know that PRDNER has started a project to collect recreational data that will inform us in the future for all the species. For the biological information, we have size comps for all the species. Again, we see that life history is something that requires more investigation to determine if there's enough data for these species to attempt a stock assessment, as well right now for the abundance information. So we need to find reliable estimates of abundance. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we're gonna move to phase 3, which is further research. So we need to explore the data in more detail. And first, we need to identify any other data sources available for life history information, for abundance, and for recreational data. After that, we're gonna do a literature review using the Caribbean Research Inventory, and that's to investigate the spatial and temporal distribution of the data. And at the end of phase 3, then we can determine if the data available is enough to attempt a stock assessment, and then we can build our matrix to prioritize the species. Next slide, please. Okay, so the next steps. We still need to develop the scoring system for the matrix. We want to update commercial landings to include data from until 2021. We then want to develop a program to automate the data triage table using the information from the Caribbean Research Inventory. So that would be the final product for the project. Next slide, please. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Stephanie. This is Marcos. I have a question for you. Because I recognize how challenging and super important is the job that you just presented. Is that I'm seeing here that there is a big need to have a close communication, constant communication with the people that are acquiring the data for the stock assessment. Instead of waiting a long time to need the data and not to have the data ready and confront problems that we didn't oversee. How you are addressing that problem? For example, on the next stock assessment exercise, we have the week reports or monthly report from them. How is the progress of the job happening? I don't know whatever is feasible to do, but I'm seeing this as something that we should be focused a little bit on it. And at least for the researcher, the person that is working, to know, listen, we need your data, or you need my support, you need some more materials, you need some other kind of support for this data to be available. And that kind of coordination is where I'm going to, either yourself or Kevin, if you want to help me to understand that.
So I can add, just if Kevin wants to add at the end, I think that's what we're gonna focus now. That includes what we're gonna do for phase 3. When I mentioned like look for data sources, you can either contact me. My email is in the slide, or we're gonna start looking for collaborations and start communicating with people that may have data to coordinate that. And then the scoring system, we're trying to develop that so that we can know, okay, like there's information, but they still require maybe 2 more years to have that actual data. So we can use that in the scoring system and then prioritize by that, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Kevin.
Recording in progress.
Thanks, Marcos. This is Kevin. Just following up from Stephanie's comments, I think we've got, there are a couple of challenges when it comes to this, and there are a couple of different ways to look at data availability, right? So if you've got a new project, when's that going to be done? If it's a life history project, or if you've got a new survey, when will you have a sufficient time series to add useful data? So if you're, for example, an index of abundance, you're not going to get much if you've only got 2 years of data. But when you've got 5 years, when you've got 6 years, now you've got a time series that may be a little more meaningful. So there's that kind of problem. And then there's the just general data availability where we're relying on a data supplier to give you the data. And so if it's within NOAA, we have much stronger ability to, get people to provide data, on a timely basis. I would also say that our partnerships with the Puerto Rico staff and the Virgin Islands staff are excellent. And everybody that we've been partnering with has been very responsive in getting information to us. So that's working really well. When you're dealing with independent researchers, you rely on their willingness to provide data in a timely fashion. And most people are pretty good, but it is a challenge of a stock assessment that you've got lots of data inputs and lots of people providing it. So it's another challenge. I don't know if that's a great answer, but that's the reality.
It's a great answer. Actually, I can focus better my question. My question, I'm going to use, for example, Lane Snapper, which is I'm donating and helping with the sampling, right? And if you're gonna address that in the close future, right? You guys have that communication to build a system of communication with whatever researcher that are doing that job or collaborating with others to get that job. To know the challenges because of the weather, because of COVID, because of this or that, that gonna mess up the seeder schedule. This is my worry, right? We need to make sure that this channel of communication, because maybe with the support of somebody else during this problem that might show up, we can solve it and still do the seeder. And I'm just requesting attention on that, because sometimes with time, we can be ready for the inconvenience.
Right, this is Kevin. So, once this matrix is complete, we'll be able to turn it over to you all, and you can look and see, we've got 6 species or 8 species or a dozen species that we think are in, have the data to attempt a stock assessment. Well, that's a lot of years in the future, right? So then the next tier down will be a list of species that maybe it's missing life history, maybe it's missing some size count. So in the 5-8 years, while we've got species that we think we have a good shot at getting a stock assessment, we can direct resource dollars at those other species and fill those data gaps that maybe in 5 or 8 years, they'll then be online, be ready to go for a stock assessment, or at least to attempt a stock assessment. So I think that then we identify as a priority for research lane snapper that maybe is missing some data, and in the 5, 6, 7 years while we're assessing the species that have information, we can complete that research, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you very much. You got my point, and this is for just for a good reason. The other question I have for Stephanie is that I made a presentation and a point on the council how important was to consider the industry to support this data flow to get better and quicker. What is the plan? Not the idea, but the plan to include the commercial fishermen on data collection.
So this is Kevin. I think I'm better placed to answer this than Stephanie. So in Puerto Rico right now, we have some cooperative research going on with commercial fishers. So we've got some work on deer selectivity. We've got some work on collecting lobster size composition data for a recruit index that we're building. So we've got that going on. And in the Virgin Islands, we've got some cooperative work also with deer selectivity. One of the challenges that we need to overcome in the Virgin Islands is to have a mechanism to get funding for that cooperative research. So here in Puerto Rico, we've got contractors who can coordinate the day-to-day work with the fishers. They can subcontract with them. I don't have a way to do that. They carry the insurance so that they can put a scientist on board. So we've got to build a similar structure if there isn't one already, and I'm not aware of one in the Virgin Islands, and I don't claim to be an expert on what's available, but we need to have that kind of way to identify fishers, ways to get them paid, make sure people have insurance, ways to get observers hired or scientists to go on board the boats to do some of the work, and develop a group of fishers who are willing to work at that. And if it's when you start to fund things with federal dollars or they involve NOAA, the rules get very complicated very fast. So that's why we like to go through a contractor who they still need the insurance and all of that stuff, but we need to be able to have that system, because I can't directly hire a fisher to do cooperative research. I've got to have that middle person to take care of, a lot of the logistics.
Understand. Thank you very much. The last comment on this issue is Julian, and we go to the next presentation.
Jim McGrath, the record. Well, this is a comment to what Kevin just said, and Kevin, the St. Thomas Fishermen's Association would love to, to talk with you guys about how we can use the help. So, we have access to a lot of resources, so I think it would be a good opportunity for us to sit down and we can have a discussion. So, yeah, just let me know and we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next presentation is gonna be done by Chris Mota, Dr. Chris Mota, is that SSC report?
No, sorry. I've got one more.
One more, I'm sorry.
I've got Rachel Eckley, who's gonna,
I'm sorry.
give us an update on our strategic, no worries.
I'm getting nervous with the time. That's
Rachel's very, very good and very quick. So I'm gonna turn it over to Rachel Eckley, so she could talk about some of our strategic planning we've been doing. And I think it dovetails very nicely with the strategic planning that the council's been doing.
All right, thanks, Kevin. Hola, buenas tardes. Yo soy Rachel Eckley. Trabajo en la sucursal de Caribbean Fisheries en el Southeast Fisheries Science Center. Muchas gracias al Consejo por el tiempo en la agenda. Voy a presentar un resumen del taller y proyecto de Caribbean Strategic Planning o Planificación Estratégica. Voy a presentar en inglés, pero quería dar la introducción en español. Vale, la siguiente, por favor.
Muchas gracias.
All right, thank you. Okay, so the purpose of this project and collaborative exercise is to develop a strategic plan to improve the stock assessment and the services that we at the Caribbean Fisheries Branch provide to the Council and the SSC. This is a multi-year project in which the first year focuses on the goals of the Southeast Fisheries Science Center. And then in year 2, we will include regional partners and stakeholders to expand on some of these ideas. To accomplish this objective of developing a strategic plan, we are using the Hoshin-Connery strategic planning method, which helps to prioritize activities that are aligned with our identified strategic goals. We held a facilitated workshop in May of this year in which we went through the Hoshin process and identified our long and short-term goals of the project. Next slide, please. This project is a big undertaking, and it was a huge team effort for those at the Science Center who are involved in Caribbean work. There were members from 5 divisions and 10 different branches who have been and continue to be involved in this project. During the process of soliciting help for the project, we aim to bring in personnel with a variety of expertise for an increased diversity of perspective that would contribute to the regional issues that were to be discussed during the workshop. Which was why we involved so many different groups here at the center. Next slide. Now I'm going to summarize the work that was actually performed during this workshop. So the Hoshin process is separated into 3 stages: pre-work, idea generation, and deployment. For the pre-work stage, we reviewed previous work and effort to understand what has and what has not worked in the past. Next, we performed a PESTEL environmental scan, which stands for political, economic, social, technological, environmental, and legal. During this activity, we identified key factors that would influence or impact our goals in the future. The next activity was the SWOT analysis, in which we identified internal strengths and weaknesses and external opportunities and threats. This helped us to identify ongoing efforts that we could potentially leverage, as well as some impacts we needed to think about during our planning process. Next slide, please. And the last of the pre-work activities was defining our vision, mission, and our long-term goals. Our vision is for effective science and management partnerships and processes in the Caribbean region. Our mission is to conduct and communicate science to support sustainable and resilient fisheries, ecosystems, fishing communities, and economies in the U.S. Caribbean. And from the mission statement, we derived 2 long-term objectives to 1, conduct effective science, and 2, strategically communicate science. So at this level, we purposefully developed broad and higher level goals here to not limit any efforts moving forward. And then in the next few exercises, you'll see that we narrowed the focus more. Next slide, please. Okay, so moving on to the second phase of the Hoshin process, which is the idea generation phase. We begin with brainstorming. And the prompt for this was that we're 5 years into the future and we're wildly successful. Looking back at those 5 years, how have we achieved this success? So during this exercise, we came up with over 100 ideas and tasks that would help us achieve success and attain our goals. Then we performed affinity grouping, in which we grouped liked brainstormed ideas together and created category names on the groupings, which became our first level goals. Then we created tree diagrams, in which we took the broad and larger scale ideas and translated them into smaller second level goals. And then we took it even a step further into smaller actionable items, or local projects, as we call them, that we could accomplish on a shorter term that work towards achieving our long-term objectives. So on the screen here is a very simplified example of what the tree diagram looked like. I apologize for the formatting error at the top. I just see that now. But at the top, we have our 2 long-term objectives. An example of a first level goal is to efficiently manage and automate data. A second level goal would be to implement agile project management procedures. And a local project that we could accomplish on a shorter term is to train staff in desired project management tools. So in reality, each of these first level goals has multiple second level goals, and each second level goal has multiple of the local projects. Next in the process, we performed arrow diagrams, in which we analyzed all of the second level goals and determined what type of relationship each goal had with the other goals. We performed this by lining all the second level goals in a circle, and then we drew arrows between to indicate which goal drives the other. And then finally, we tallied the arrows going in and out of each goal in an activity called Drivers, Means, and Outcomes to identify the top driving goals and projects. So when we started planning this workshop, what we didn't want was just a lengthy to-do list, which is why we chose this specific method of strategic planning. We wanted to be able to prioritize these projects and see how they interconnect at the next highest level. Next slide, please. So here are all of the first level goals in white that we identified during the affinity grouping, and indented below each of the first level goal is an example of a second level goal, as well as how many other second level goals were identified during the workshop process. And there were 24 of these second level goals total. And remember that each second level goal, again, involves multiple local projects. So our first level goals are to improve data collection efforts, to accurately analyze data, to efficiently manage and automate data, to incorporate EBFM and socioeconomic impacts, to enhance internal culture and communication, to increase external collaboration and communication efforts, and to address funding insecurities. And it's important to remember that these indented second level goals are still pretty big picture items. For example, under data collection, the goal to collect and compile life history data of priority species is still a really large task. Steph just presented in the data triage, there are multiple steps to identifying life history data of priority species. So there are still many smaller actions or local projects that would be associated with that specific second level goal. Next slide, please. Moving on to the final stage of deployment, we built what is called an X matrix, which helps to visualize the strategic plan in a single document view that makes it easy to understand the current tasks, who's involved, and how they relate to higher goals. So to do this, we place those prioritized projects from the Drivers, Means, and Outcome exercise at the very top of the X matrix. These are the most impactful actions that we have already begun addressing in working groups because they will allow us to accomplish the other actions later with high success. These projects correspond to the first level goals on the left side based on the interrelationships in the top left corner, as well as all the other corners on this board. On the far right are the team members and leads for the project. And in the center to the right of the X matrix are the measures and metrics for completing these current projects. There's going to be multiple rounds of this selection process in which we identify and prioritize new projects to begin as the prior ones come to completion. Next slide. So here are those 7 top driving projects that we are focusing on first concurrently in working groups. These are those items listed at the top of the X matrix. To enhance internal culture and communication, we're doing a few things. one of which is to plan the year 2 workshop, which will involve regional partners, including CIRO, the council, and academic researchers, as well as some others. To improve data collection efforts, we will identify steps to fix commercial landing database issues. To efficiently manage and automate data, we have already trained staff in desired project management tools. So this project is our first one to have come to completion. And to address funding insecurities, we'll identify internal and external sources of funding, as well as prioritize Caribbean initiatives. So as I mentioned, in the near future, as we finish accomplishing these initial 7, we'll prioritize the next round of projects that we'll focus on in the next few working groups. Next slide. Okay, so moving on to some things that we learned during this process and some help that we need moving forward. This was the first real strategic planning exercise that the center has done that was Caribbean centric. So we were really pleased with the participation of everyone that was involved, as well as the diversity of perspective that we had during the process. We had some really great discussions and ideas that came up. We also learned that communication is key, be that both external and internal communication efforts, which is why we identified communication and collaboration as first level goals for us. And lastly, we learned the importance of this process and strategic planning in general based on the number of local projects that were identified throughout this workshop process. In terms of help needed, we need continued support from center leadership. And I want to add that they have been very supportive thus far and very pleased with our efforts thus far. And finally, some challenges that we always face are dedicated funding in the US Caribbean and personnel in order to accomplish these goals that we've identified. Next slide, please. So that's all I had for this. It was just a brief report out of our Caribbean Strategic Planning Workshop, and I'd be happy to take any questions on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and this is very promising, and going to take us in a much more productive route, right, on it. Thank you very much. Any question? I have time for one question. Graciela?
So, I mean, I think that from all the presentations that we heard from the Science Center, one of the main things that we should follow through is in the request for any kind of missing pieces that we don't have access to come forward and provide us with that information. My question is, and it goes to both, you know, the exercise that we're doing in the strategic planning, which, you know, it merges with the strategic plan with from the council and, you know, the other regional office strategic plans, which is great. I want to see where all those come together at the end, so that I think it's going to be optimal. But how far do we want to go back in terms of acquiring information from, you know, that's been collected? Do we want to go through data mining exercises way back when? That might be the only information that we have available. Do we want to do it from now forward? You know, in terms of both the strategy of how we're going to do it and where does it fit in, because the Science Center has many branches that have been conducted business here for many years. So how are we going to do that? Does that come in at both stages, at the planning for the future and the data mining that we have in the triage matrix? See, that's where I'm heading in my thinking.
Kevin?
So were you asking a database manager or an assessment biologist? Because an assessment biologist wants to go back to the first fish ever caught. And a database manager wants to go back to the time that the data are in good shape. So it's a trade-off, and I don't know that we've determined what that trade-off is. I think as we identify data, we find ways to use it. So if there's data going back, you know, it may require some resources, right? If there's data on paper that needs to be entered into an electronic database, then you know, that doesn't mean we don't want to do it, but it does mean we're going to have to find some resources to get it done, if that's helpful.
Oh, that's very helpful, because the ecosystem-based fishery management technical advisory panel and the efforts of Lentes, etc., are data mining, are bringing quantitative data to the table. And one of the main problems that we're going to be facing is managing all that data and storing all that data and making it accessible for the general public to do other research or other ways of looking at the fisheries in the area. So we are heading in the same direction. We have the same problem. We're trying to find resources to deal with data management, data storage, and to actually provide us with a very good platform for the EBFM.
Thank you, Graciela. The next presentation. And thank you very much, Kevin, and for the two presenters for a great presentation. The next is JJ. Thank you, Mr. Chen. If we can have the presentation, please. Thank you. JJ Cruz for the record. I'm here on behalf of the chair of the committee, Dr. Richard Oppeldorn, couldn't be here. I'll try to summarize this presentation as much as possible so to make up some of the time. Next one, please. We talk about four aspects. The main ones, the two principal ones were those two. We talked about CEDAR 80 and also about research recommendations. CEDAR, next one. So with CEDAR 80, we first of all we recognize that the approach that was presented was novel, was very interesting, and as you will see later, we had some issues, concerns. But what I can tell you is that we cover all aspects of that CEDAR, from the data that was used to do the CEDAR all the way down to results and recommendations. Next one, please. However, most of our concerns came out of the data that went into the CEDAR. And these were the four types of data that were used for this CEDAR 80, landings, length structure, abundant index, two types of indices, one based on visual censuses coming out of Enprint, and the other based on trap catch report. Next one, please. Main issues with landings data, and I'm gonna go really quick on this one because it's the same issue. It's not only for queen triggerfish that we have this issue. We have had these issues for many years. Actually, I've been in the committee only 3 or 4 years, but before that, we have been having all these concerns. And here are a few things that I can mention. Right, one is the famous expansion factor. One thing that I want to say about this is now we have a port sampling report that might help evaluating these expansion factors once that report is independently reviewed. The data series, the data series that we looked at had some issues, like for example, it changed the use of gear, for example, down in the list has changed since 1983, has not been constant. The thing, sorry, Graciela, I cannot see the last the diadema. That was a very important point we addressed, that we don't know what is the potential effect of the diadema die-off on this data series. Next one. Based on our discussion, the model requires estimations of landings before 1983, and in addition to that, the first 2 years of that data series had declining landings, so a different pattern from what we observed in the rest of the data series. There were questions then related to that. What happened before 1983? What was the effect of the diadema die-off? Was that decline related to that diadema die-off? And then we realized that the total landings across all species were also declining at that time. Next one, please. So, and also the length structure, we thought it was the most robust data for the assessment. However, it had two issues that we identified. First, the length data alone would not provide reference points for the estimates. And second, the assessment was very sensitive to estimates of L infinity. Also, the growth estimates were based on local stocks. This was very important. There were two individuals that were used in this modeling that disproportionately affect the estimation of L infinity. But we will see that later in what we're going to do about this in the future. Next one. Similar thing happened with the anchoring data or with the visual census data. The main concern that is listed there is that data changed the methods that were used through time, right? So there was a lot of uncertainty associated to that. Also, not only the method changed, but the places where those visual censuses were done also changed through time. And very important, depending on the year of sampling or through the sampling period, the size classes changed and it was not clear how it was dealt with. Also, we believe that the places where anchoring is being performed are not typically queen trigger fish habitat. Next one, please. But then what about all this? No, the Science Center, and I think this is a very important point in the discussion that is about to come, point out that before we move forward, and there are few options in addition to a stock assessment that we can do and we can follow based on the Science Center recommendation. Before we do that, we need an assessment. We need some basis information from where to start following these species. For example, was proposed in that during the meeting that we could follow an adaptive management approach using some sort of index. But the important point is we need something to be done. So we need to move forward, and which is the second point on the list there. However, before we move forward, we believe that some aspects require more attention, and for that we asked the Science Center to run additional analysis, such as alternate assumptions or running sensitive analysis. Even it was proposed to use a Monte Carlo bootstrap simulation to resolve some of or to attend to some of the issues we had raised. Now, what is going to happen is there will be a short webinar with the Science Center in month to come, in which those alternate scenarios will be decided upon. No, out of all that stuff that can be done there, what exactly what are the sensitive analysis we're gonna do? What are the different alternate assumptions we're gonna run? And then, based on that short webinar, the Science Center is going to work on those new simulations, and they will be presented again in the next SSC meeting. Next slide, please. Next one, please. So, as I mentioned before, on the recommendation of the Science Center, we're going to work on this, or they're going to work on this alternative modeling, and they will bring them back to the SSC for review, time at which we hope we can then provide a recommendation to the council. Next slide. In terms of research recommendations, right? I would like to, we haven't advanced much in relation to the previous report that was presented to this council. It's still a list. If you look at the research recommendation, it's still a list. It looks more like a wish list, right? It's like these are the things that in our opinion is to be done. What I want to stress from this new discussion is, no, it's not here. Next one, please. Is the last point on this slide. No? As you can see, we did minor adjustments on what we presented before, so that's why I'm not going into those details. But I want to talk about the last point, that this is very important. That whatever recommendation we made to the council needs to be justified by what is the use for the council. The prioritization of those recommendations needs to be based on what are the needs of the council. It's not just like I believe this should be the most important research. Is what is the research that is more important to answer the specific question of the council? In this regard, but this is going to be detailed in the ABFM report, I guess. The work that has been done in the conceptual modeling, a work that most of you have participated, will give quantitative evidence to prioritize these research priorities. Next one. So I won't go through the list because, as I mentioned before, it's a list. It doesn't have a ranking. What I'm going to emphasize is those research recommendations were divided in big groups, preliminary big groups. The first group is to improve research directed at improved commercial, recreational, and charter landings data. Next one, please. The second big group is a collection of biological data for life history and population parameters. Within that one, very important, or another one that is down below is import research designated at estimation of import. Next one. There is a big component which is related to EBFM and ecological aspects. However, this group will be developed in detail in the EBFM group. Next one, please. A very specific one is prepare for H2 flexibilities and monitor. No, sorry, no, this is not the last one. Monitoring and surveys is another important group. And the last one is socioeconomic data for management. And I believe this is a new component in addition to the other ones that you had already seen in the previous report. But please note that it's about collecting data in a frequent manner that has not traditionally been collected for the region. that has to do with the socioeconomics. Uh, It is proposed by the committee that all the above should be facilitated through MOUs between the council, the science center, territories, and other organizations. Next one. I mentioned there were 4 aspects, so this is the third one. Was minor comment, lasted about 15 minutes. The SSC is requesting to the council that written guidance for the SSC members. The SSC noted that the MSA guidance perhaps is too general, and that other councils had more specific details. But I believe these will be addressed during this council, so I will not give further detail. Next one. And this came up as at the last part of the meeting, has to do with conflict of interest that I also, I don't know if it's going to be attended today, but basically what happened, and I'm going to read this because it's delicate. During the meeting, Virginia Sherbet, and as an outside listener, posted in the chat that there was an appearance of conflict of interest between Todd Gedanke as an SSC member and the NOAA-funded Puerto Rico for Something and Catch Validation project that was conducted by MER. MER is the MER Consultants, of which Todd Gedanke is a principal partner. General Counsel stated that conflict of interest within the SSC is limited to recommendations on peer review, and reminded all that SSC members are required annually to submit financial conflict of interest forms. Next one. Todd Gedanke reminded the SSC that this accusation was reminiscent of previous allegation of conflict of interest coming from the USDI, which were not sustained, and again requested a formal clarifying statement from General Counsel. He then recused himself from all further SSC business until his name and that of MER Consultants is clear in a document from General Counsel. So basically, this is a request to the council. This is about the final slide of the conflict of interest. However, I want to the chair of the committee, Dr. Appleton, asked me to read his individual view on this matter, which I believe is the next slide. Yeah. So this is a comment by the chair. The council is reminded that this accusation, in addition to being identical to those raised in 2017, follows the similar accusation made by Mr. Julian Magras within the context of his DAP report at the last council meeting. A formal request to the council concerning the validity and consequences of the accusation at the last council meeting still pending. The role of the SSC is to provide independent scientific advice. This cannot happen if the SSC is subject to bias, pressure from stakeholders, or fear of removal on the basis of uninformed and unsubstantiated charges. Unfortunately, this may lead to changes in how SSC meetings are conducted, with discussion limited to SSC members and those presenting reports to the SSC. And I think there is one more slide, or that's, yeah, and this is more on the happy note. We will be presenting next week on the national joint SSC meeting, all the work that we have been advancing in the region of the EFN. If you want to join, the details are there. That would be Tuesday morning. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them and answer as best as possible. Thank you. Thank you very much. And most of the information that is in there was presented to us on the previous meeting. And the sensitive issues exposed by JJ that happened on the meeting will be addressed in closed session. And the council is taking careful action with the advice of the legal counsel. Jocelyn, you want to say something, or we'll move on?
Sure, thank you. So on the agenda, I believe for tomorrow is a little bit of discussion of code of conduct and conflict of interest. So, sorry, in connection with that discussion, I think I'll just provide an overview of some of the regulations and guidance that exist and apply to the SSC regarding peer review. Those specifically talk about conflicts of interest, as JJ noted in his slide, and then there's requirements for financial forms. So we can touch briefly on that, as well as developing a document that just sort of explains what the conflict rules are and how those relate to financial conflicts or objectivity concerns in reviews, so that there's some clear information. So we can talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. And then with respect to the role of the SSC, as the slides mentioned, there is that role is defined in the council's statement of organization and the operating procedures and practices, and also in the Magnuson Act. And I have some slides on that. It might be useful to show those at an SSC meeting, or you can circulate them to the council, or I can do them now if that's helpful. But I think these are ongoing discussions, and I can speak a little bit more tomorrow about the conflicts when that's on the agenda.
Thank you very much. And we have a raised hand. Please be free.
Nancy Owens.
Nancy? Go ahead.
Can you hear me now? Hello? Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Nancy Cummings, technically, officially as analyst, stock assessment analyst from the Southeast Fisheries, but I'm speaking on behalf of myself as a taxpayer and also as a stock assessor, stock assessment research analyst. And I was the presenter or tried to present this stock assessment to the SSC on the 1st of August. That was last Monday, and it continued to Tuesday. But there are a few things I just want to say that weren't, I don't feel are accurately reflected in the summary. I think the majority of the summary I do agree with, and it's particularly the additional and follow-up analyses, because we always know that we need that. Just to remind the public and the council that I was doing 3 stock assessments. When normally we do, an analyst does 1 stock assessment in a year. But we did have an opportunity. I was prepared to present sensitivity analyses, in particular regarding one of the questions having to do with what the exploitation history looked like if we'd started in 1985 instead of 1983. But I was disallowed to do that by both through a disruption set of episodes that occurred, but also the chair did not fit that into the agenda. There was time to present some additional work that we had done, but it just did not happen because I wasn't allowed to present that material. And the other thing I think this is just a good, strong suggestion that when SSC members are invited to participate in the technical working groups, or we call topical working groups that have been set up through the operational stock assessment process for CDAR, please take advantage of those opportunities. We had life history topical working group. We had a set of indices, IPT type calls, plus an index working webinar that was five series. And we also had a Fisher/retention selectivity 3 days of those webinars. And so the folks that were the strong adversarial individuals to the account or didn't participate in those sessions. And that really could have helped, I think, progress this assessment along the way. We have more to learn, and I'm eager, as I think all the staff are eager to participate, but we do need to be allowed to do our job. And that is to present the information in a structured and uninterrupted way. And the other thing is the terms of reference for this assessment were never even addressed. Even though I presented them, no one from the SSC or no member looked at the terms of reference and said, did we address that term of reference, the next term of reference? And most of the slides indicated which term of reference the material was addressing. So I think that would have been also one thing that we could have been evaluated on. And if I've forgotten anything, but thank you very much.
Yes, JJ, I will handle the turn to you and then to John, and we need to wrap it up because we want to keep going on the agenda. I just want to say, I can reiterate that the council is addressing with the support of the legal counselor. And want to remind everyone that it's the first time that I see the discussion of the CEDAR 80 or CEDAR the CSSC. This ongoing learning process for everybody. And the council will address this in order to have a productive meeting with parameters and way to conduct and all the things that was discussed and well explained by Jocelyn already. JJ, briefly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I apologize. I tried to summarize too much and I didn't have time to recognize the amazing work the people at the Science Center did. I testify like the availability and willingness of Nancy Cummings to do all the sensitivity analysis on the spot. Really, yeah, just to certify that. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm sorry we couldn't work on the spot on all that. Thank you.
It's a project in evolution, and I also thank you, Nancy, for your dedication. John Walter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to move us forward because I think we've seen from this process that stock assessment is hard. Reviewing assessments is almost equally as hard and challenging from a scientific standpoint. But we've got more work to do because we need to give you, the council, advice that you can use to manage the stock. And I think that's what we have to keep our eye on the goal moving forward. To that end, one of the key points that we need to get agreement upon is this second SSC meeting, ideally for early October. We think it can be a couple-hour webinar, but it's critical that we as a science center work with the SSC to bring up a proposal forward for addressing some of these concerns. I'll state that we cannot address every one of the concerns in this framework and in the time frame to provide management advice. There is a time clock for everything, and we work with the science that is available at the time. And so we can't incorporate everything, but we can put a proposal forward that will address a number of these concerns. And as Nancy, our really competent analyst, mentioned, she's willing and able to address them. We just need to get that on the books and be able to, I think, federally register notice that and try to make that happen so that we can then determine what's going to be in the, I think, November meeting and whether we will address CDR 80 in the November SSC meeting or whether it will be solely CDR 57. And where there's a decision point for the council is there a prioritization on 57, which is Mighty Lobster, and getting the operational if there's a short amount of time for that November meeting, in which case it might be solely just reviewing CDR 57. Or, and if that's the priority, that would be good for us to know. And then if there's additional time, you want us also to try to fit in CDR 80 in that November meeting, knowing that CDR 57 is itself going to be 3 assessments. So there's the 2 questions there. One, thank you.
And Miguel will address that, and I was on the meeting, I want to address that.
Okay, also a question for Graciela. Definitely we want to prioritize those 2. And this year, Graciela, the October meeting is a reality. Can we do that and look at 57?
Well, my question was going to be specifically about the date, because if we can get the Spiny Lobster update, what Kevin had mentioned November earlier. So it would either mean like a 1-day meeting, would that be enough to deal with the CDR 80 issues? So I'm trying to decide if we can have 1-day meeting in October, that can be virtual if we're going to deal with CDR 80. then the final update will take probably a day and a half. It depends on how much, so that's what I'm trying to figure out, and then you have Cedar 84, which is coming up next, and the SSP needed to look at the terms of reference. So the date, I think that we should talk about the date and see if we can set it up.
Yeah, what I was thinking to, for the record, is to ask, if Kevin and John were the stars of the time here, what would be the best, use of our time between here and December? As you, the thing that you don't have to say it now, but, at least Graciela will be able to confer with you to be able to, decide on the timing and how much time you need, etc. for those two. But I believe that the council understand that the priorities are 57 and 80. Final officer is the number one. And then we will leave to the discretion of Graciela and the certification is now sent to us to the dates. Graciela has to look for the timing where the majority of the members will be available. Of course, the people of the certifications and send it. You don't need to do it now, but if you want, we can do it now, or think about it tomorrow we over there.
Kevin?
Just so long, this is Kevin, just so long as we leave here with a decision and a way forward, so if you need to move on today, we can meet with Graciela, map out something. And as long as we get a decision tomorrow, but by the end of the meeting, we'll be fine.
Yes, please meet with Graciela, do the right thing, and the priority is both. And this is what we need from on the council. And we discuss a little bit on this SSC about that, the peculiarities of the 57. And I think it's doable, and you guys can do it, and we have our support. And tomorrow, and we can find a space on the agenda to make a quick decision reflecting this intention.
Graciela, and if you're looking to that, just write a motion. So I can do that tomorrow. If you need a motion for tomorrow, write some language so we can move forward. So we don't have to rehash the whole discussion. Just for tomorrow.
Thank you, Graciela. We have the next presentation, which will be Sinai Hopkins. I have the opportunity to talk to him, and he told me that it was a very short presentation. It will be verbal. That's correct, Sinai?
I have a presentation Leah can put up, but to make sure we don't stress you out too much, Marcos, I'll go through it pretty quickly.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Apologize for not being able to make it this time in person. I'll just give you a brief update of where we are with the EBFM Technical Advisory Panel. Leah, next slide. Or is it Christina that's running it? I apologize.
Yes, it's Christina, the one driving the presentations.
All right, thanks, Christina. Just a reminder to everyone, this is the charter for the EBFM TAP. I'm not going to read through it as you guys have seen it before. Next slide. Under this charter, we created an overarching goal for developing a fisheries ecosystem plan to promote ecosystem-based approaches to ensure healthy, resilient, productive marine ecosystems and the fisheries resources dependent upon those ecosystems within the context of the unique biological, ecological, economic, social, and cultural characteristics of those fishery resources and the communities dependent on them for the U.S. Caribbean. Under that framework, we've created the following goals, which you've all seen before, so I won't go through them. For anyone that has not seen them, if you have any questions, you can feel free to reach out to me and I'd be happy to provide more information. But due to time, we'll just continue moving on to the next slide and get to some of the updates of where we're at. So next slide. What we've developed is based on the Lenfest loop, which is identifying a group of objectives, components, and frameworks following a circular process for developing fishery ecosystems plans. The major points of where we are now is trying to articulate a vision for fisheries ecosystems planning in the U.S. Caribbean. So that's to look at previous efforts and create a broader vision for how it works, identify strategic objectives, which is how we develop an ecosystem framework for management in the U.S. Caribbean. identify the risk points and prioritize strategic objectives, meaning what is the strategy that we need to follow, and then create operational objectives that can be used in a plan that the council can use to make options and decision support systems using EBFM as a management tool for fisheries in the US Caribbean. So that's what we're trying to do, and we're following it through the existing LENFES loop that's been developed. Next slide. Where we are now is we've developed a set of working groups that we have models working on the different components of what we're using to build the FEP, or the Fisheries Ecosystems Plan. I've already presented those, so I won't read out all the members and the outcomes of that, but the broad-based points of these working groups: one is to meld the conceptual models that have been done for Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix districts within the US Caribbean. Identify the important ecosystem indicators that can be used in ecosystems-based fisheries modeling. Go through a risk assessment process that would allow us to identify the best indicators that can be used in the FEP. Create a strategy for developing the necessary data management and coordination policies and infrastructure necessary to do EBFM through a fisheries ecosystem plan in the US Caribbean. And finally, the drafting of a fisheries ecosystem plan, which contains all of those components, and a plan with decision-making protocols that the council can use to make decision support systems useful for US Caribbean fisheries. Next slide. As part of that, we have a lot of partners and collaborators, which I've enumerated before. Much of the work is done outside of the EBFM tab. We're using a lot of that information to summarize and develop an FEP that can be used by the council going forward. Two of the major partners are JJ, who's sitting with you guys there, and Tercilla Sierra's project that they were funded by LENFES to develop conceptual models for the US Caribbean, as well as the Southeast Fisheries Science Center that was given a grant to create ecosystem indicators report, which I believe they have drafted but has not been finalized, which will probably be a basis for a lot of what goes into the first part on background for the FEP. Next slide. Where are we now? The conceptual models have been completed. They've been done by partners through Melavora Consulting, ICER, Caribe, and LENFES. JJ's group is in the process of merging the terminology across models to create a singular US Caribbean model, which we can then identify the process by which we can create either island-based or district-based conceptual models, and understanding what is necessary for developing those within the context of an FEP. Those indicators will be used to develop large-scale conceptual similarity analysis to identify what is similar or different across the different districts. And we can use that components to create a larger, better melded model for ecosystem indicators that can be part of indicators either from the ecosystem status report or other available quantitative data sets that have been compiled by partners for the FEP. Next slide. The largest process that's been ongoing has been the data procurement and assimilation process that you've heard a little bit about so far today, both by JJ and by Graciela. I won't go through all of the individual ones that are on there, but we're going through a process currently, thanks to the work that JJ is doing, to do a lot of multivariate ordination statistical approaches to identify how those ecosystem indicators can be used for looking at time series data and understanding changes in the fisheries. At the present, we've completed an inventory of the EBFM necessary data within the US Caribbean, which will be summarized within the FEP. From that, we can create operational systems as well as operational products that can be identified for use in EBFM data models, as well as hopefully, eventually, stock assessments within the US Caribbean. Next slide. All right. Last but not least, just some things that are ongoing. A lot of what we're doing now is the reporting process. We have a couple of presentations that are being done by partners, like those that were done at ICRS by both JJ Cruz Mota and Tana Rankin. I've listed some of those there. The partners that from the SFC that has developed the ecosystem status report that we're waiting on, and then the upcoming presentation from JJ, which will be at the NSSSC meeting.
on multivariate approaches for EBFM implementation in the Caribbean. In addition to these, we are working with potential collaborators through the ongoing working groups to identify the infrastructure necessary for implementation of EBFM. And a large portion of what I want to stress today is the need for a little bit more clarity, either from council staff or for the council itself, on how we can work with outside partners to either go after the funding necessary for this infrastructure, developing a plan for who will manage and use the infrastructure necessary for housing EBFM indicators and data associated with that. All right, so with that, I'll move on to the last couple of slides. This is just a timeline. You can skip that, Christina. Those were all on that first one. So do a couple forward so those don't keep showing up. One more. All right. So we've reached the point where we've completed all the conceptual models. We're in the melding process now, as well as using that to identify the indicators. We'll be doing that through the model melding working groups that hopefully can have all of that completed by December of 2020. Next slide. And then over the course of 2022, we plan to be working on the strategic objectives and drafting of the FEP through the individual working groups, creating measured performances that can be used as a management strategy for the council and decision support systems related to U.S. Caribbean fisheries, as well as developing a feedback mechanism for adaptive management. All of these we hope to do in a draft FEP document that should be completed by August 23. As I mentioned, a little clarity on how we can engage partners who have been willing to provide funding for developing and helping drafting the FEP from either the council or council staff would be appreciated. Same as with developing the draft plan for managing the data needs, which are substantial towards getting us to a point where we can do EBFM within the U.S. Caribbean. All right, last slide. As I've talked a little bit about some of the partners who have been wanting to provide expertise and help, some of those include the Net Gains Alliance, which we are ongoing collaboration or ongoing conversations with for potential collaborations for data repository and a sharing and management agreement. We've also had communications with the Smithsonian Mangrove Project groups, Stephen Canty and Susan M. Kodicott for data storage, as well as PNLL, or the Pacific Northwest Laboratory, who is working with aquaculture and wave energy projects in Puerto Rico. All have expressed interest in helping us on developing the data repository and sharing needs for EBFM within the Caribbean. So with that, I'll open it up to any questions or discussion.
Thank you
Thanks for
very
your
much.
attention.
And like you reiterate, this is you're restating where we are for the new council members and everybody. Once this keep developing, we're open for questions on the future. Right now we're short on time. If you have any question, just post on the chat. Any questions tonight? Thank you very much. And we have Graciela. You want to say something?
So, I mean, we are trying to figure out a way of managing the data. And as I had mentioned earlier, we're trying to look for storage. We are talking to Caricus, and Sinai is asking specifically about types of collaborations that we can go into, for example, with Net Gains or any of the other groups that might have a bit more experience in data managing and helping with the EBFM. One issue that we have is that Orik Sadiq has come to work for Protected Resources in NOAA and is a member of the TAP. We need to know if he will remain as part of the team, or he would become part of the staff, you know, and helping on the side. And in that case, who can replace him? We also have that, you know, a few and others that have been working in other projects that really have a lot to do with the BFM. So we need to know exactly how we're going to work with all these collaborators and how we can bring everyone on board, because we're all pushing in the same direction. So these are things that we are working on. I mean, Caricus would be a specific solution to the problem, but there are others that have the same capability. So we need to identify both people and funding opportunities for collaborations. Thank you.
Thank you, Graciela. Miguel?
Yes, Graciela, the chair, myself, we can take this task. Before talking to you on this summer.
Yes, thank you, Miguel. And the next presentation is the District Advisory Panel. And is a special meeting on deep water snapper. And I was the chair of the meeting. The real drivers for this meeting are the DAP chairs. And basically the meeting discussed the main problems or main situations that involve deep water snapper. And you guys gonna hear briefly from each of them on each of the topics. I'm gonna start with Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and so for the record. I'm gonna be really quick over it. Although at the present, it has not been possible to verify strap were being used or not to catch a quick snapper. We believe that it's pertinent to close the store in order to avoid possible damage to this fishery in the future. Also, I think that before the local government granting more permits for snapper, it's necessary to study how much the resource can hold. And in order to that, I suggest, to develop a stock assessment in the future. Also, the falsification of the permits for Snapper Unit 2 is a serious and worry matter. And I want to know if there's any update on this investigation. What I hear on the field is that these situations are increasing dramatically. And I want, to take action really fast because I don't want this matter to get out of control. Lastly, I would like to tell you something that I consider very important. Before the most snapper units, snapper fishermen have a mental barrier that we don't fish deeper than 1,300 feet. And when the Oceanic Explorer published that the queen snapper were observed at 1,734 feet deep, the fishermen began to explore. And at the present, considerable catches are being reported in depth up to 2,000 feet plus. In other words, the fishing area for this species was expanded by about 600 feet more around, increasing exponentially, and the fishermen are catching other species like the black-winged snapper and the alfonsino, which were not very common before, opening the door to create a constant market for these species. For the rest of the report is, is in the briefing book, and I think it speaks by itself. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Nelson. Julian?
Good afternoon, Julian McGrath for the record. I'm going to speak on 3 points out of the report, and the first one that was a very hot topic at the meeting was to prohibit the use of traps by recreational fishers in the EEZ for all species. This has been an issue that has been coming up at several council meetings, and the people in attendance at this meeting highly recommends that the council visit the possibility of banning all traps for recreational fishers in the EEZ. And I hope we can have some kind of discussion with that at some point. Second item was to develop a deep water snapper unit 2 permit for the EEZ of all 3 islands for all commercial and recreational sector. And I think this is important. There are some rules and regs in place already. And I think for areas like, I'm going to use St. Thomas, St. John as an example, where it's a fishery that's underdeveloped, I think it's a great opportunity to develop licenses, permits, as we would say, for the recreational and commercial sector. And it's also a great opportunity since it's on fishery, very small amounts of land. It gives an opportunity for fishers to have a different way of fishing, instead of putting pressure in other areas. You can relieve pressure off of certain fisheries and you can put pressure in this area. So that's also something that the council we would like to discuss. And then for my last topic, it was identify and address data gaps for future stock assessments for deep water snappers. And I would say this, I'm going to expand a little bit than just deep water snappers, but I think it's for all stocks that we are doing assessments for. I think if we know and identify the assessments of the species that we're going to be doing, that they can be looked at prior to doing the assessment to ensure that we have the information that is needed to do the assessment. Because what happens, and I've seen this with several assessments that have been done, that we spend all of this time and a lot of money, and when the end results come out, we don't have enough information to complete the assessment. And then it raises the biggest word that has been used over the past few years, and that's the word of uncertainty. When uncertainty is driven into the factor of making decisions, of setting annual catch limits or any rules and regs, it has to be taken into accountability, and the fishers are the ones who receive it. So my recommendation there is we look at what is needed and let us work together and get what is needed. So when we do this stock assessment, we can have as much. I'm not saying we're gonna have all, but we can have as much available to proceed with that assessment. So the SSC at the end of the day can have the tools that they need to do their job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Participation virtually, can you hear us?
Yep, anybody could hear me?
Yes, thank you, Eddie.
Okay, good afternoon. This meeting was held on July 20th, 2022. And I'll talk about the 2 points here. The allowable gear for the Snapper Unit 2 should be determined by staff and should not include traps, pots for both commercial and recreational sectors based on each island consideration. Second one is, second one, improve the data collection system for the collection for total landings and biological information. And I'll expand a little bit more after I read the most pertinent points. The last one would be the data reporting should be mandatory for all federal permit holders when this is developed. Failure to submit this data may trigger cancellation of the permit. I want to say that this fishery is underdeveloped, but due to the fact that certain restrictions have come down on the fishermen now, they're expanding their ways to make a livelihood. St. Croix is a unique place. It's surrounded by deep water. This fishery has protected itself for many years. And to bring traps into it, fishing for these species would be detrimental. So I just want to say that this fishery has protected itself due to the strong currents that surround it, and the hook and line method would be the perfect way to do it. And that would conclude my report.
Thank you very much, Eddie. And Miguel. Miguel and I, we have, with the leadership of Miguel, an idea how to follow up with the results of this meeting. I'd like to hear.
Well, on the screen, you have the 10 topics that the group addressed as recommendations to the council. Some of these recommendations are not within the area of responsibility of the council. And the way that they recommended for the council to proceed is that we would take those, put it in a letter, that it will be signed by the chair of the council and send it to the appropriate, entity. In this case, will be the commissioner of the European Islands and the secretary of, natural resources in Puerto Rico, of course, with a copy to the two representatives, in this case, of Relief and Damaris Delgado. We have some of the topics, they need to be discussed with the local, like the presentation by Nelson, for example. Our idea is perhaps, we can have I hate the word committee, but anyway, a little group that will include Nelson as chair, Damaris Delgado, you as chair of the council, and the staff that you and I can participate, to look at what we have and what we need, and who is responsible for what. And the Graciela put together a table, some usual, and the table is still valid, where you have all these different regulations, and then we can have could be a Zoom meeting that the council can put together. And I need to hear from Damaris whether this is a good idea or not. And then we'll take it from there. If we do it between now and December, by the next meeting, we'll be able to report back to you on the outcome of those, that meeting. But we propose the same thing can be done in the case of the USB analysis. I would like to have, for example, a group led by Julian in the case of St. Thomas and John. We can identify the appropriate people that we need to talk about and move this forward. Then we move to St. Croix, and there you have Eddie Schuster, Carlos Achete, the appropriate members of the government of the Virginales to make sure we're clear of what we have. For example, when we talk about trappers, and at the meeting in July, our legal counsel, they also gave us a presentation of Maria del Pan with the Lopez, with the actual regulations that we have for trap fishing, etc. In Puerto Rico, there is a, it's not a rumor, actually, it has been documented by Wilson Santiago that there are people using traps. They have been using traps for many years to fish for what we call chile, the yellowfin snapper and the blackfin snapper. And in some cases, rarely, but it occurs, they have been able to fish for, to trap queen conch, queen snapper, excuse me, that come to the shallow. For the queen snapper to come to the shallow, we're talking about 100 fathoms, because most of the time they are at the realm of 300 fathoms. So if that is agreeable, then Graciela and I can contact the appropriate people, and then we will be able to report back to you. And remember, this could be a Zoom meeting, it could be half a day, let's say, and we need to consult with the local authorities. Certainly, we are not knocking the doors of Dr. Angelin, Dr. Senai Harper, the division, and then look at what we have. Then we can report back to the council in December.
We're gonna send the letter inviting people to participate, representing each region. And then with the results of that, we keep the discussion alive on the next council meeting, or find a way to follow up on an important outcome out of this meeting, especially.
Then the last thing is, if you look at the different recommendations, there are some that can be done by the council, or at least recommended to the council, to the secretary, which is the action agency head. And that also will be identified, which of those activities that we can undertake on the PEC can be recommended by the council. But in this case, with those letters, with the possibility of having these 3 meetings, we can report back to you in December.
Thank you. Okay, we have the next presentation. Thank you for the DAP chairs for this effort and for request this meeting especially. And I'll give my turn on the presentation because it's a related presentation made by Nassau Winter Kids. Because for personal reason, Michelle Schrader had to leave the room earlier, and we are later on schedule. I want to be consider that the element. Michelle, can you present ahead of me?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for accommodating me, and glad to see you all again. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Michelle Scherer. I'm a graduate from the University of Puerto Rico. And I've been working in fish ecology, ichthyology, and bioacoustics for the last 20 years. I'm also a freelance researcher. That's basically what we do. And full disclosure, I'm a member of the SSC. Today, I'm going to be talking about a joint project that is ongoing based on work that originally started with the council in 2013. Back then, the focus was on the spawning aggregations of Nassau grouper. And we've been providing information to this council for a variety of decisions that have come up. But today we're going to talk about something a little bit different. This is also based on a pilot project. Thank you. That was funded by this council, and thanks to the leadership of Stefania Bolden and Miguel Rolón, we did a pilot project to identify the critical habitats of Nassau grouper in Puerto Rico. This was already presented in this council, but based on this, we were able to move forward and write a proposal for Section 6 through the Department of Natural and Environmental Resources of Puerto Rico. So that's why all those three logos are up there on the right. So we have Section 6, which is NOAA funding, the NER, which is program manager, because those funds can only be received by the Puerto Rico government. And the council is helping us to tie in some of these goals for this project. The grammar is in Spanish, but I'm going to continue in English. I just, for the benefit of us not getting lost in translation, I decided to write everything in Spanish. Next. So some people may ask, why should we try to recover the Nassau grouper? It's a valid question. Luckily, we have a series of laws that have recognized that it is our responsibility to conserve and not let these species disappear. Nassau grouper is very important for our Caribbean region. During some parts of the year, it used to be wall-to-wall Nassau grouper at the fish houses, like this one in Culebra back in the 70s. So we have the advantage of a series of laws at different levels. The wildlife law in Puerto Rico, the Endangered Species Act federally, and other agreements throughout the Caribbean that are all focusing on recovering populations of the Nassau grouper. Next. So a lot of people get confused with, the type of endangerment that the Nassau grouper is in. I just wanted to make clear here that under the laws of NOAA in the United States of America, we are going under the Endangered Species Act. And under that, it was listed in 2016 as a threatened species. Although recently it was reclassified as critically endangered throughout its range. And that was done by the IUCN group. This is because of the drastic population declines that have been documented. One step we need to look at under the Endangered Species Act is the critical habitat, and I believe that's coming soon. And another one is the 4D rule. And some of the conversations that we've had around this table is, why isn't it protected federally? Well, it's because we need this 4D rule. It hasn't been put in place yet. Hopefully soon. Next slide. So just a little bit of background, because the Nassau grouper was one of the most common species throughout the Caribbean. And we actually have really good data from Cuba of the 50s to show how this species was exploited throughout the past. And even in 1 year, they had landings recorded of 3.5 million pounds. And the statistics in Cuba are pretty significantly well documented. That was commercial fishing without any limits or controls back in the 60s. And also in Florida, there was some recreational fishing. That's the bars on the right, where you can see how these numbers
reported also have declined significantly. And one of the reasons that has been well documented of why this was so is because they were fished during their spawning aggregations. Why? Because they're predictable. They come back to the same places, the same times of the year, and the same rooms, and it's really easy to fish them out. Next. So what evidence do we have here in the US Caribbean? I have a graph on the left from Daniel Matos. This is the DNER reported data for about 20 years. And you see how it increased up into the 70s, end of the 70s, and then declined. I want you all to be very aware that during the 70s, we had a fleet of fishers that used to go to other banks outside of Puerto Rico. So a lot of these landings are actually from the Dominican Republic, Turks and Caicos, Saba. So we have to keep that in mind when we look at these trends in the past Nassau grouper landings. But on the left, what you have is groupers, lumped. They used to be called, first class catch. That's how the statistics used to be previously. So we have to also keep that in mind that there's a mix of species here. The work that was done in the Virgin Islands was very specific to Nassau grouper aggregations, and they actually documented the biomass that was extracted from spawning aggregations, specifically in the 70s. And that information is all available for anybody who wants to look up on it. Next. So more recently, what regulations are in place in the economic zone? We had first minimum size for Nassau grouper to be landed, and there was also a closed season since the 80s. And in the 90s, there was a total species ban. But this was not compatible in Puerto Rico until 2004 and actually implemented in 2005. So on this graph on the right, we can see how in the 90s, there were still Nassau grouper landed. And actually after 2004, when it was prohibited, you also see some Nassau grouper landed, but bear in mind, this may be a translation issue, not a misidentification issue, because some fishermen use the common name that is the Nassau grouper. And then when it gets translated back into English, it seems like a Nassau grouper, but it's really red herring. So it's not a misidentification. They know what they're catching. They just call it that, and they always have. Next. So we have a glimmer of hope thanks to the Virgin Islands. They have been documenting their spawning aggregations of Nassau grouper for a long time. And the great work that they've done there has shown the graph on the right. If you look at the bottom, that was 2004. When the Germanic Bank was closed to fishing during a few months of the year. And then in 2005, they also prohibited catching Nassau grouper. So from then on, if you look up, you'll see that range of sizes of fish that are arriving at the spawning aggregation get really wide. And some of the indicators that we use to look forward and project what's going on in the population is when we see more young fish arriving at the spawning aggregation. So all those dots on the left of the bar up there are small Nassau grouper that are coming back into the aggregation, which helps us see the effectiveness of these closures on the population in the Virgin Islands. They've also seen the sex ratios approaching 1, which is good, another indicator. There are some fish that are larger, but the key is more small groupers coming in. So thanks to the Virgin Islands and all the protection and the compliance that they have, we're starting to see that spill over into Puerto Rico waters. Next slide. So today we have a lot of sightings of small juvenile Nassau grouper throughout our reefs by members of the fishing community, but also divers. And it's throughout the Puerto Rican archipelago, specifically off the East Coast, but throughout. We also know that it takes between 5 and 8 years for these fish to grow to adults. So that helps us, have an expectation of when we should start seeing them increase again if they recover. And based on studies previously, we know that their size at reproduction is about 21 inches, or a 3-pound fish basically already has the capability of reproducing. Next. We also are pretty aware of what are the threats today, at least in Puerto Rico. So we know there are impacts to their habitats. That's why we need to recognize what their essential fish habitat is, what their critical habitat is, because it is threatened by development, pollution, climate change, specifically at the aggregations where they need cold water as a cue for them to spawn. The waters are warming, that's an issue. And also when the sargassum mats come into shore and cover their critical habitat. We are aware that there is incidental catch or bycatch, and we also know there is illegal and IUU, unreported fishing throughout the region. And then some of you may have heard on this table, we have a governance problem here. We have very low compliance, and very few of the interventions actually end up in fees or somebody paying the consequences of their actions. Next. So as part of the project that was the pilot that led to this is already been published. We have a report that was presented at the last council meeting. If somebody wants to get access to this, there'll be a link at the end from the PDF that you can pull it from. Basically, we were trying to define the critical habitat, collect some information to estimate the population and have some tissue for DNA. And this is something that has been conducted collaboratively with fishers that have incidental catch of these fish. It was a pilot project, so we didn't get very far, but the information has been published. Next. How did this start? This actually started because the fishers were the ones telling us they kept on seeing these fish, and they knew that this fish used to be abundant. And they wanted answers, scientific attention to their doubts and their questions. So how many fish are we seeing? Are we seeing the same fish over and over, or is it actually different fish? Where are these juveniles, and are they surviving to the bycatch? So based on this with partners, we developed this proposal to Section 6, and we're working with the NER collaboratively. And we're moving forward with monitoring and addressing the compliance issue here in Puerto Rico. Next. To do this, we first need people to actually know what the species is and how to call it correctly and how to identify it correctly, because there are other species that look like it in our waters. And based on really good information that we found was all in English. So one of our first tasks was to get a bilingual guide for locals using the local names so that they could quickly identify these fish and let them go because they're prohibited. We also tried to address the different compatibility in the regulations, and I have some of these guides to share with you here today. These will be given out to those fishers that actually encounter these species. Next slide. So we got a request from Graciela to actually try to explore the Fisher Science Kit that was used in the Virgin Islands in the past. So this was a collaborative project where fishers were given the tools to actually collect, vent, or descend with the fish when they were caught incidentally. And they also had to report, they had a little card. So based on this idea, I am willing to provide my technical advice and knowledge to help the council develop this kit. We have to look at, what the rules and the regulations that apply if we're going to do something like this, because once there's a 4D rule, any federal actions are going to be subject to it. So we have to take that in mind, and we also have local regulations that we have to address when handling threatened species. And then who's going to do the DNA? Who's going to use this data? I think it's something that we should look forward to, and hopefully in the future we'll have a better recommendation for how to handle these bycatch. Next. So this is a sample of what is the descending device. Marcos is gonna show you more about it, but basically, this is a way as if you encounter an NASA grouper incidentally, that if you have one of these, you can just rig it up, put a weight on the bottom. That hook doesn't harm the fish that much, but it'll help it make it to the bottom before the sharks get them. Recent research from the Gulf of Mexico has indicated that it's not recommended to vent the fish anymore. That was something that was done previously to release the gas from barotrauma fish. But human error is leading to more deaths than fish making it to the bottom, so the descending device is the preferred alternative right now. Other hints that we can recommend is to avoid using J hooks, use circle hooks instead, and don't use stainless steel because they'll never get rid of it if they happen to leave with a hook in their mouth. If you're out fishing and you're likely to encounter an NASA grouper, just have your descending device ready. If you can take a picture, fine, but if not, just give it back to its habitat as soon as possible and help it get down there and hide from the predators. Next. Something that we had developed already with our critical habitat project was a way to report your sightings. So anybody that has either snorkeling or diving or fishing and encounters an NASA grouper, especially the juveniles, because that was our area of focus for the critical nursery habitat. We have this app where you can go and with your cell phone, if you're on site, it'll take the coordinates off your phone and you can report it. So it's a few very simple questions. If you have a photo or a video, it helps us know it's not the same fish that we're seeing at the same site over and over. If you don't want to give a coordinate, you can just loop a circle around an island and it's still valid. The depth of the habitat, and if you saw it alive or dead, because that could also help us address enforcement needs. Next. So if anybody here wants to help us to move this forward and provide support to the council to help recover the NASA grouper, you can go to our Meadows Puerto Rico site and put in your information and be part of this team to try to recover NASA grouper. Next. And if you need to get in contact with us, these are our handles and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Michelle. And I would like to make a question to the council. And I will address the more details about the descending device later, but addressing the kit that you present, Michelle. The council members, do you guys think there is a good idea to explore to redesign with the technical advice of Michelle and the experts to do those kits that include probably a descending device of a way to with the best practices to release the fish to do so? And what the council members and the people in this room desire to do. James.
Yeah, most definitely. I totally agree with that. You know, I'm dive all the time and I'm always in NASA grouper and I think we can even, they're definitely descending kids. We can educate our recreational fishermen to do that. Our commercial fishermen. And also I think we will, okay. Oh my God. James Craiglow, St. Thomas. Yes, I think that I dive all the time. I see NASA grouper I see almost every time I dive. And then I think with the descending kids, we can work with our recreational fishermen, our commercial fishermen to release them. But I think also we can work with our dive organizations to do the reporting of the viewing of NASA groupers, because we have so many dive groups that just go out every day. And that's it for now.
Thank you, James. Thank you, James. Anybody else? The DAP members, John, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you, Michelle, for the great presentation. I do want to say I'm glad to see that the species recovery grant was helping to facilitate this. And I was actually going to mention that I think that I thought that was a good route for this, and perhaps also to help support the sender device outreach as well. In particular, there might be an opportunity there for additional, maybe additional funding through staff recovery for that, particularly because if the sender devices are the way to help those fish, to help them recover, then getting that word out, getting the community to use those more, I think it's a good option for that species. Thanks, I'm glad to see that going forward.
Thank you, John. Very important point, and that was well discussed a little bit about it. Julian?
Joe McGrath, excellent presentation. And yes, I'm in favor of the descendant device. I think it would be a great opportunity that we can capture to help more of the recovery of this species. I've seen numbers and numbers as a trap fisherman of the groupers over the past couple of years, and we've been using the deflating device. I know I spoke with you, Marcus, about this new device. I think it's a great idea, and also I'm hoping that I can get Elizabeth Caddison has she's working, I forgot with the other scientist she's working with, that actually caught the NASA grouper spawning, and they have it on video. And I'm hoping that I can get them to do a presentation at the December meeting coming up, that everyone can see the extensive work that they all have been doing, and we can share that with everyone in the room to see the recovery of this species. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson, for the record. I think the descending device for me is a great tool, not only for recreational, for commercial fishers too. And I think it's possible if you can develop some short workshop that we can, bring to the fisherman village or nautic clubs, and to cover all the sectors, it's going to be very helpful.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Nelson. We have a hands up. Alida?
Yes, Michelle, wonderful presentation. And what Nelson said, it is what I'm asking. How do you take that information, like to the DAP in Puerto Rico and a workshop or in a meeting in a community? Because I think this is information that has to be to all the people. The people that fish, the people that eat this fish, the people that sell it. So I think what Nelson is saying of promoting a workshop is a wonderful idea.
Yes, for sure, the multitasking, the workshop and whatever else we can do is any initiative like this is perfectly matched for what we do here in the council. Michelle, you want to respond to one?
Yeah, for the next 3 years, you'll be hearing a little bit more about this project, but
okay.
Today the first step is the guides, start baby steps. We need to have everybody call the grouper by the same name and make sure they recognize it quickly so that they can let it go. I think that's number one. Of course, we can continue conversations to expand and address and redesign if needed, this descending kit or release kit, maybe we want to call it, because it's not only for Nassau. It can move into a lot of other species that also will have in our fishery. But definitely I'm here to help explore those things and move them forward. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, Miguel in the chat.
Yes, thank you again, Michelle, for that presentation. We wanted to bring to the attention of the council of the things that the council can help. This is a 3-year project. As John was saying, there's an opportunity for expanding probably, getting some funding for the things that she needs, but I think one of the things the council can do is to help Michelle and others to put together these workshops. I'd rather than have it go crazy kind of workshops. We want to just start maybe, once at a time, for example. We can take the opportunity that James Director here, and he can organize with a group of people that he mentioned. And then Michelle, I just had her, she's willing to tell. That way, we will be able to fill out the interest of the people on this kind. And at the same time, we provide the right information. The council is involved, and you will see tomorrow, in a campaign throughout the entire Caribbean, other US Caribbean. For a management plan that just once adopted by the, I don't want to spoil the surprise. I work till tomorrow, what happened, because Flower is here. And we have some good news. But the point is that the key thing that the group identified, the Spanish Agricultural Working Group identified in 2019 was the regional education. So we have a campaign and in the US Caribbean, we have things that we can do. We have the benefit of having the church added and others with funding addressing the master group. So, Mr. Chairman, just for the record, I will work with Michelle, identify the things that we can do. Then probably by the December meeting, we will have you an update. And if something can happen between here and December, fine, we can do that. So Graciela and myself from the staff and the stallion one, the high there, we will work with you and see what is the best approach that the council can help you with.
Just rounding up, what I understand is that there is a full support for this initiative. For the kid, once it's evaluated, the best way of doing and redoing, the council will support that initiative, whatever way we can, because it's super important.
We are going to identify the things that we can do. Yes. So that will be between Michelle and I and Graciela and behind, and then people going to, and I believe that you will be involved one way or the other.
Well, any way I can help. And I have one more question. Anybody else? I want to follow up with the presentation. No? And I know that people are asking for a break, but no? No. Okay. Let me try. Let me try to be quick with my presentation because it's a good segue. With this presentation and yeah, hi, can you put my presentation up on the screen? Christina, can you put the presentation on the screen, please? Let's go 5-minute break. Look like that is needed, and we come back. 5 minutes. Okay, guys, please take your seat. We're gonna keep going on the meeting. Please take your seat. We are recording already. This is the most important presentation of the night, of the afternoon. I'm just kidding. No, but because mine follow up with yours. It's like a unit of happiness. Anyway. We're gonna stretch to the 5 o'clock and with Heather from Noah Fisher just talked to me. And in order for to address the enough time and attention of the group, we're gonna decide if we're gonna move the presentation of them keep today or tomorrow, and you guys gonna guide me whatever way you want it. We have that flexibility, okay? Thank you. And now let's do it. Right? Okay, guys. Good afternoon. This is Marcos Hanke. I took the head of the chairman out. I'm putting the head of a captain that worked on the East Coast of Puerto Rico for 30 years, fishing since 2 years old. This is my passion, and that's why I'm making this presentation today. This is the very low hanging fruit the way I see it, and I want to share after many tryouts and some time in water, many people advise me about the technical part of this presentation. I want to share this with you. Please pay attention. It's the end of the afternoon. I have to say that. Go ahead. Next slide. Just to make sure, we need to know a few things beforehand for you guys to follow up. Some of this is not new for some of you, but the sending device is a simple mechanism, highlight simple, or tool that allows to recompress one or more fish to the desired depth, increasing the chance of post-release survival. When deep water fish are brought rapidly to the surface, they can experience barotrauma, and the sending devices are effective tool to minimize harm to the fish. The next important part is the vocabulary, which is barotrauma, injury caused by the rapid drastic change in pressure during the ascent to the surface once you're fishing, right? Cause expansion of gases in the swim bladder, and that create a potential injury for the fish that can be addressed with a descending device. For example, bring a fish from 33 feet correspond to 1 atmosphere, 66 feet, 2 atmosphere difference in pressure. Those drastic depth changes will expand the air bladder twice or more of its natural volume. Barotrauma signs, this is super important. Fish show at least one of the following external signs: expanding abdomen. You touch the fish and look like a drum, right? With the expanded abdomen, bulging eyes, inverted stomach, that is sometimes you can see through the mouth with the mouth open, and other symptoms such as internal bleeding and the scales popping little bubbles of air, depending on how acute is the situation, and those could be fatal, or the fish can die from those if we don't do anything. Next slide. This is just some articles that I highly recommend people to read on them. The first one, the use of descending devices on the fishery management to reduce discard mortality, regional experiences and considerations, and the other one, effectiveness of descending devices to mitigate the effects of water trauma among rockfish on California recreational fishery. Like this, you're gonna have 2 different areas in the US addressing our interest on the same approach to address fish mortality caused by barotrauma and other considerations. Next slide. Here is a little busy slide, but we make sure that we have it the way it is. because can be a reference, a quick reference for you guys with the new things that is happening around descending device at the council's level around the nation, including Gulf of Mexico and South Atlantic. First, the action related to descending device for Southeast region in July 2020, noted very recently, the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council addressed a regulatory amendment 29 of snapper grouper FMP. And this is, among the other things, require descending device on board of the vessel readily available to use on commercial for hire private recreational vessel while fishing or possessing snapper grouper species. All the sectors are included. And January 22, Gulf of Mexico Management Council, there is a direct enhancement of snapper conservation and economy through the Novel Device Act, or Device Act 2020, the SEN Act 2020. And I'm just going to read the bold letters because it's the part that is super important, not to consume too much time on this, but this presentation will be available on our website for you guys to read carefully later on. Requires fishermen on commercial fishing vessels, charters, and headboats, and private recreational vessels to have a descending device or venting tool ready to use when fishing on the Gulf, reef fish in the federal waters. The other highlight point is the what is a descending device? Is a weighted hook, lip clamp, or box that can hold the fish while it lowered to the desired depth or lower on water column, and below capable of releasing fish to the desired depth. As part of the definition explored on those measurements addressing the same device. Minimum weight of 16 ounces. I want to highlight this. As a 787 initiative, which is creating data to donate to students that for their master degree or whatever, this data is available to whatever student that want to follow up on this. I will donate the data set that I collect on my charter and this initiative. We also find out that 16 ounces or more was the minimum weight, which matched perfectly with those reports from the South Atlantic, Gulf of Mexico, and the federal level. And the readily to use is super important. Sometimes people overlook this, and they make a very cool descending device that is not practical of use. And we're gonna address this on this presentation, creating the Caribbean style descending device that match to the needs of our vessels and the way we perform fishing in the Caribbean. Next slide. Now, that's the romantic part, and the part that I want you guys to really, really pay attention is, for me, based on my experience in the field, a lifetime in the water had taught me that best fishing practice is just the minimum expected from a responsible fisher. The use of descending devices increase the potential of fish you release to survive. I'm not saying that all of them survive, but increase the chance. Help to build our legacy as responsible fisher, caring about future generations. This is the way you're gonna have JJ, the future of fishermen that was sitting on my side this morning, to have a future on the fishery and see some of the benefits and the fishing activity and the fishing resource the way we saw and experienced. This tool has been proven to be effective for groupers, snappers, and other deep water species, including nassau grouper, like we just heard from Michelle's presentation. Next slide. This is, for me, when I was doing this slide, was something super impressive, because when you think about discards or release, you think like a unitary thing, right? Okay, yes, fish that we release, but we don't know how much things create the release. We don't think deeply or with the details. Look at this. Regulatory release that we are responsible for, right? Does fishes that does not comply with the minimum size that have to release. Bag limits that we were just discussing about dolphin and others, and that you need to release the fish. That's another reason. Incidental hookup of prohibited species like Nassau grouper, Goliath grouper, etc. Closed seasons for mutton snapper and others, and other groupers, you have to release. Fishery closed due to a compatibility measure. When ACL overage occur happen, you have to release. Catch and release species by sport fishing that they claim to be responsible and environmentally friendly, but if you don't use the right tools and don't do the right way, you're not doing much, right? This is part of the reason we have to aim to the best practices. The other reasons or factor is the economic discards, more associated to the commercial implements, which is non-marketable species of low value species, and too small or too big for the market. I forgot to put there, which is related to this, is the cygotoxic fish that also produce discards. And other forms of selectivity, I mentioned another one. Fish that suffer with viral trauma might die and feed frigate birds and sharks. This is what we're hearing from the fishermen. I don't want to see those free floaters in the water anymore. What I can do is here's the solution. What they can do as a fisherman to ensure that the fish you release survive and potentially reproduce next year, don't float away. Next slide. Okay. Popular types of descending device. The Sequelizer, which is a brand, is a commercial sold. Number three, inverted hook or Shelton fish descending device. Both follow the same logic. The number two is the Shelton. The Shelton advantage over the inverted hook is that you can accommodate potentially more than one fish and descend at the same time. And the inverted hook, depending on the side of the hook, you can release one or more fish using. And the weighted basket, which is mostly used on party boats and truck fishermen that want to release the butterfly fish and the discards. With this method, probably addressing multiple fish at the same time. On the number 4 is the Shelton, custom made by myself. That you see a red grouper being released on my boat there. And the first number 1, I will have to say thank you to Elena and Tum that we made a video. This is a screenshot of a video that the sending device, which is similar to this one that I'm going to circulate here for you guys to see how simple it is, can be made with a little bit of knot skills, knowing how to deal with the fishing line to make a knot on the boat, right? There is no excuse. You can manufacture the same device on your boat with the things that you already have. On that case, you have 2 weights of 8 ounces, which make the 16 ounces that match with the federal requirements in the Gulf of Mexico and South America. Next slide. Okay. This is, for me, super important, which is I exposed to fishing community saying, okay, I have this idea. Where is the faults? What do you see that is here that might not work? How I can fix it? From that conversation, it came the cable, because they will say, oh, we're gonna release and the shark's gonna eat it. I'm gonna lose the descending device. I'm gonna put garbage on the ocean or lose my materials. It happened to be that on the videos that I don't have the opportunity to show you today, that we released over 60 fish on an area that a lot of sharks eat the fish. We didn't have any interaction with the filming with the camera of a shark on that goes attacking or eating the fish using the descending device. so far. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but it's not that is gonna happen all the time, right? And the cable that you see on that rig is to prevent to lose the descending device if that happens. And this is what I use on my boat. This is mine one. You can circulate from the other side. Please, I put a little cover on the tip of the hook because the hook is very sharp. Please watch out. And the Caribbean compatible clip-on inverted hook descending device is a way that you don't need a special rod. You don't need a special spool or anything. You have your same fishing rod that as long as you have 20 or 30 pounds of line resistance to it, you can clip on your jig, on your line, and with the same rod that you're fishing, you can descend the fish right there, right? You don't need to have a hassle of too much gear on the boat. It's compatible with kayaks to a big boat. Is inexpensive, can be done with less than $2. Actually, I made a tryout with one that I'm going to report later that basically use recycled material, which you have no cost and easy to make, easy to store, useful for releasing most of the species on the reef. It can be used by recreation and commercial fishermen, can be used to release fish to the desired depth, which is part of the regulation in South Atlantic. You need to be able to descend the fish to the desired depth that is at minimum 60 feet, because this is the requirement on their regulation. On this case, you have can do it to the bottom or to the 60 feet and comply with that. The weight can be expandable. You have a ring on the weight that you can clip another weight if you have a bigger fish that need more weight to go down. Compatible with kayaks and large boats, compatible with multiple retrieval method, with hydraulic, manual, rod and reel, any way you want it. This baby can match the challenge, right? It can be rust proof and long lasting, like my one. This one that you guys have seen around, have 5 years with me on the boat, and it is very quick to release the fish using this idea. Minimal potential to harm the fish versus the venting tool. Already Michelle Shatter explored that. My opinion is that we should focus on the descending device much more than the needle, because if you want the recreational fishermen that don't have too much expertise with where their bladder are and so on, punching fish with the best intention, but hurting the fish inside on the organs is not a good idea. This is safer for everybody. It's easy to use and a single person operation. You can do it alone. You don't need another person helping you out. When you get a trick and you do a few times, just a natural process during fishing. Next slide. Limitations. I felt that I need to put out there the limitations of either from a single descending device, which is circulating in the room, some examples, and also the weighted basket. The single descending device released mainly one fish at a time, mainly because, like I told you before, it's possible to release more than one in some cases, depending on the size of the fish. It's possible to release more than one fish at a time using those devices. On the basket, it's more appropriate for party boats and commercial fishermen who may release many fish at once. I already explained that, but it's bulkier for the use on a small boat or a kayak. It's more expensive and it might require 2 persons to operate. Next slide. Don't forget, guys. Take this home. If you're gonna forget everything, just take this home. Descending devices are effective and low cost. Descending devices are easy to use. Descending devices help to eliminate free floaters. Next slide. Next step. Discuss if the use of descending device can be helpful for our fishery here at the council level to know what we're gonna do and the steps. We already made a commitment to do the outreach and education, which is part of this initiative. But there is other things that we might be able to do in the future. If so, we should define what descending device will look like in the U.S. Caribbean. And we can use the definition that is on the federal regulation in other places and adopt it, is compatible with ours. There is a few things that we have to consider because they include circle hooks and other things into their act and to the instructions. Here, what I'm presenting to you is what I think is a no-brainer, which is the use of this descending device as a tool alone. And I want to finalize by saying this council is engaged on the WCAPC initiative about the spawning aggregation on Nassau grouper, on mutton snapper. And the language that I use on here pretend to be inclusive to the whole Caribbean. And imagine us in Puerto Rico, in this council, being the leaders on promoting the descending device, exporting this idea to the Caribbean-wide region, which the resorts are very connected, and we can have a benefit from that idea and from that leadership. And this is what I'm looking for from this council, is to engage and to recognize that we have a leadership on the wide Caribbean. And this is my presentation. Thank you very much. I'm open for questions. Just very quick question. Miguel said that I'm really tight on time. Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nelson Crespo for the record. This is an item a year that should be in every fishing vessel in the Caribbean. And I want to talk to you when we adjourn, because I want to explore the possibility to use it for the deep water snapper. Maybe I want to do a trial with a GoPro camera to see how it's working deep waters. It's very interesting, and I think it's gonna work.
Julian?
Julian McGrath, so the record, just a quick comment, excellent, presentation. You know, we always talk about bycatch, and here's another great opportunity to reduce the bycatch again. We already have the 2-inch mesh in place for the traps. We have the vent for the compressed fish. And here it is now. We have a fisherman that have identified another way that we can reduce bycatch. So great job, continue to good work.
Damaris?
Yes, so I also agree, this was great presentation and great initiative. And I would love to have Captain Marcos doing a webinar with us at the NER. And then we could spread the word to PEPCO, the PEPCO method that we have to use on the support from the council, that we can send the information to all many features, and also through the e-reporting application. So I would love to start coordinating that.
Yes, thank you for the support. And
Marcus, want to commend you on the presentation, your thoughtful ideas on conservation. Yesterday, I talked a little bit with you about the importance of outreach and education, but certainly could see moving forward as well with regulatory requirements for this. What we've done in the South Atlantic Gulf is try to mirror the regulations as closely as possible, not reinvent the wheel. And based on the device that you shared with us, I think that's even consistent with those regulations, right? So I think there's an opportunity here where we could require devices like this that fishermen can use, but also develop some outreach and education around this. And one thing that would suggest in the Gulf of Mexico, because of dollars flowing in through the Deepwater oil spill, they have implemented what's called the Return of Light program. And it's an education program for essentially people doing a short educational video, learning about how to use the descending voice, and then they actually receive the descending device after they partake in the training. And so may be an opportunity for them to come and present to the Caribbean Council what the work has been done in the Gulf of Mexico, and how that could maybe be applicable to the Caribbean.
Thank you. Anybody else? No?
Not to prolong the discussion, but I believe that what I just said is for you to consider. One, look at the possibility of adopting similar regulations that they have in the Gulf and the South Atlantic. We don't have to invent the wheel, even the language is there. And then the outreach and education, we can contact the local council. We have a committee that Diana goes to. Actually, we have
Letter of yes, it's October 4th, and that's when I was there, that's what I was talking about.
Okay, then we will follow that. And then we will report back to you at the December meeting. I may join other people congratulating you. This is very excellent presentation, and you will provide a platform for us to move forward with this.
Graciela, Maria del Mar, and Carlos.
So Marcos, I didn't hear anything about the specific depth that you're working on, but Nelson mentioned that the possibility of doing the research for queen snapper. So I encourage the queen snapper fishers to come forward, because we do have the project ongoing that will deploy cameras to depth. So it would be an excellent opportunity to see if that works at, so it would be a good test.
You have only support with the device that I used to film and to record the release of the fish and to see the release condition. If you want to, I'm available. Maria?
Yeah, Maria Lopez from Fisheries. Thank you, Marcos. I guess the question would be if there is an interest from the council to pursue regulations regarding the descending device at this time or at a future meeting. Just so that we have that clear, because to implement regulations with the requirement for the descending device, we will have to amend the plan. So that's the way this works over here. So just to keep that into consideration, that will need an amendment. Is there an opportunity perhaps to piggyback on one of the amendments that we are currently developing, the ones that are not that advanced? That could be something that we could explore. Otherwise, it could be something, if you're interested pursuing in a future amendment, that could be done as well, if that's the interest of the council.
Thank you, Maria. Carlos, you wanna say something? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I'll make a motion, seems like I'm on a roll with motion. I'll make a t-shirt. To include this motion, so I gotta go with this thing. Should I do the rationale first, or we already have a rationale with what Marcos presented?
Carlos, you can do this quicker by just telling the staff to put together something regarding Maria del Mar's idea. And you can discuss it at the December meeting.
So,
but it will be up to you, really.
yeah, I'm gonna go through it. To include the descending devices action in the trawling and net gear amendment to the item-based FMPs. Oh, okay, you are action and actions in the trawling. PRAW. Yeah. And net gear amendment to the island-based FMPs that is currently being developed. This action would require descending devices to be available on board all to be on board all, for all sectors. Readily to use when fishing for reef fish species managed by the council.
Readily.
Ready to. Yeah, well, you don't have to put readily, to be used when fishing for reef fish species managed by the council. You don't need that word readily. Yeah, take that.
Okay.
Just put, to use when fishing for reef fish species managed by the council. To be used when fishing for reef fish species managed by the council.
Okay, that's the language presented by Carl. Do we have a second? I'll second. Okay. We have 2 seconds. Have Damaris and Regular. And further discussion. The rationale was already discussed on the presentation and all the support on the idea. And I'd like Maria del Mar to request.
Was just a question regarding the motion. Is there any interest in expanding the requirement for fishing for other species that are not just reef fish? For example, pelagic, is there a need for doing that, or is this just for reef fish?
That's what I was trying to say, it's for all reef fish, it's for all species managed by the council.
I don't think you'll be using descending devices on pelagic.
That's the point.
So for fish species managed by the council.
Fishes subject to biotouch managed by the council.
I mean, don't kill it. I mean, you really have the information, and we already know what we're talking about. For the record, just go to it.
All in favor? Aye. Yeah, I'm sorry, Joseph.
I was sorry, this is Jocelyn. I was wondering if there's a typo in the first line. If it's supposed to say to include descending device actions in the trawling and net gear amendment. Just before you vote on it.
Thank you.
The correction made by Jocelyn Damaris.
Yes.
James and Carlos, do you agree? Yes. Okay, I see the. Okay. The motion reads on the screen to include descending device actions in the trawling and net gear amendment to the island-based FMPs that is currently being developed. This action will require descending device to be available on board of all sectors to be used when fishing for fish species managed by the council. Motion by Carlos Fachete, second by Damaris Delgado, and James Gregory. All in favor, no opposition. Andy?
Yeah, just a comment. I mean, I don't want to modify the motion at this point. The second sentence really is getting into the specification of how you would develop the regulations of the amendment, right? And so, at this point, I think it's understood that we're going to be coming back to you with an amendment, and that wording and action, and that may not be how we ultimately implement it. So I just wanted to clarify the wording there, the likely change.
Right. So don't you think it's better to just delete that second sentence? Andy? Yeah, okay, delete the second sentence.
Yeah, point of order, you don't need second for the second. Second by the manager,
Just the process is not like that. We all recognize that he also.
Second to the second, that's why.
Yes. And Damaris and Carlos, both of you are in agreement with the language change?
Yes.
Yes. End of discussion. And we have another presentation. And we all in favor say aye. I think we did that already. No? I'm sorry, it's too late in the afternoon. All in favor say aye. No opposition. Any? Vanessa say yes, she's also in favor. Unanimous, motion carries. And the next presentation is, I was approached by Heather a little while ago. And for her and for us on the council to have enough time, because it's a very important presentation, unfortunately was placed on the end of this meeting, to pass this presentation for tomorrow. And we'll explore space on the agenda to accommodate probably first. Do you want to do it now?
Not if everybody else does.
No. I'm just following up with what I heard.
Well, I don't want to be the same guy in the room.
No.
That's just another stuff.
That will never happen.
Mr. Chairman, I just talked to the time constraint is the interpretation. And you cannot go beyond certain time because of laws and regulations, but he granted me half an hour. So we can take the presentation now and tomorrow, so you will be hated. So, but the two together, you have half an hour to talk about it. Okay,
So you want us to go now?
yeah.
Okay.
So you have until 5:30. Then tomorrow, we start with the presentation, actually, after the first presentation, before lunch.
Go ahead.
Okay, so again, for the record, I'm Heather Blau. I'm with NOAA Fisheries Southeast Regional Office, and my co-presenter here is Brent Stoffel. He is a fishery anthropologist with the Southeast Fisheries Science Center. And we're both super happy for this opportunity to present to you all our agency's first ever national strategy for advancing equity and environmental justice through our mission-related work. While we've been addressing environmental justice in some aspects of our work for decades now, last year, our agency leadership convened a national work group to improve information sharing and coordination on the topic through the development of this draft strategy. And Brent and I are regional representatives on that working group. This strategy was a substantial effort developed by staff across the country. And we're really looking forward to hearing your feedback, both on the draft strategy itself, but also on how we might best respond to this in the Southeast region. Next slide. So while our renewed interest in EEJ stems in part from the issuance of two new executive orders last year by the Biden administration, the requirement to account for environmental justice in our decisions really was initially stems from a 1994 executive order, and it's also been incorporated in several of the federal statutes that underline our work, including the Magnuson-Stevens Act and the National Environmental Policy Act, which you all routinely work with. So the topic isn't necessarily new to us, and much of the content of our draft national strategy isn't novel, but rather it's more of a commitment to a renewed focus on the topic. And we're super excited about that because we think it's really important that we better consider how the work that we're doing could even unknowingly be contributing to inequities, and also how we might be better using that work to improve and advance environmental justice and equity in the communities that we're serving. Next slide.
So our draft policy includes three key terms: equity, environmental justice, and underserved communities. Equity means the consistent and systematic, fair, just, and impartial treatment of all individuals, including individuals who belong to underserved communities that have been denied such treatment. Next slide. Our definition of environmental justice is the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, gender, national origin, or income, with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies, including but not limited to the equitable protection from environmental and health hazards, equitable access to decision-making processes, and equitable opportunity for disadvantaged communities that have been historically marginalized.
So while we've been working with environmental justice for some time, we haven't had like a common definition across the agency that we've been using. We adopted this one from the EPA. It's been in use for some time now. And what we really like about it is, in addition to the traditional view of environmental justice, is looking at the adverse impacts of government decisions on communities. For example, like where we're citing toxic waste facilities and things like that. This definition and our draft strategy incorporates also concepts around, making sure that the underserved communities are included and engaged in the decisions that affect them, and also able to take advantage of the opportunities and services that we offer.
Next slide. So finally, we refer to underserved communities as those that have been systematically denied a full opportunity to participate in aspects of economic, social, and civic life. These include geographic communities, as well as populations sharing a particular characteristic, such as women and girls, Black, Latino, and Indigenous and Native American persons, Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, and other persons of color, persons facing discrimination or barriers related to gender, identity, members of religious minorities, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer, LGBTQ+ persons with disabilities, persons who live in rural areas, and persons otherwise adversely affected by persistent poverty or inequality.
So in addition to the more obvious members of fishing communities, right, with these characteristics, we're also want to consider members of non-fishing communities with these characteristics who might be impacted by our habitat conservation, protected resources, aquaculture, and other mission-related work. For example, are we typically funding and citing our habitat conservation restoration work in areas that primarily serve the more affluent communities? We think that who are underserved communities are going to vary by region and by the barriers they face. It'll be really important for region-specific and sustained activity to identify these communities.
Next slide. So as we were coming up with the draft of the EEJ strategy, we thought about two types of things. We thought about barriers that exist and objectives. What kinds of things do we want to see happen? And considering the barriers and considering how we can fulfill our mission to provide vital services equitably for the entire nation, we identified a number of common barriers to environmental justice, which we've been in these 6 categories. There may be other ways to do this, and we welcome your feedback on this along with other suggested approaches. The first was unawareness. The first barrier is a general unawareness of who the underserved communities are. We can't document or address their needs if we don't know who they are. The second is structural. The second type of barrier is a structural in the form of laws and policies. These can unintentionally or deny underserved communities equal opportunity, or maybe even unknowingly exacerbate the unequal distribution of economic, social, and cultural benefits. For example, if we defer to historic participation when allocating fishery resources, we may deny opportunities to participants from underserved communities who in the past didn't have equitable access to the fishery during the qualifying periods. Third, access. We identified language, time, and financial barriers to accessing our services. Much of what we do is subject to numerous requirements to ensure transparency and opportunities for public participation. But it takes a lot of time to successfully participate in the regulatory process. Many people don't have the time to take off of work to attend a public meeting, or may not understand the materials informing our decisions. The next, system complexity. System complexity can present a barrier to stakeholders, especially those who have not previously received such services. For example, some of the forms and the other things we need to do to get a grant are very complex and difficult for a novice to work their way through. Expertise. We continue to have gaps in outreach, social science, language, and cultural literacy expertise. Representation. Our current efforts to be diverse and inclusive still fall short in reflecting stakeholder perspectives from some of the communities we serve. And we want to be mindful of that barrier as we may unconsciously prioritize outreach in our own communities because of familiarity, easy access, and pre-existing communication paths. Next slide.
So the draft strategy identifies 6 objectives to address these barriers. The first is to expand the research and monitoring work that we're doing to identify and characterize underserved communities so that we can better understand and address the impacts of our decisions on their livelihood and culture. And that'll require us to ensure we're equitably allocating resources for that work, and also that we're trying to include members of underserved communities in our research and monitoring projects to the extent that we're able to do that. We want to incorporate EEJ into our policies, programs, and plans in a way that helps us to better serve the communities that have been under or even unserved in the past. And that'll require us to, specifically consider their needs when we're developing new policies, and also maybe to take a look at our existing policies and plans with an EEJ lens so that we can identify and work to remedy any existing inequities there. Our inclusive governance objective aims to ensure that all of our stakeholders are equally welcome and encouraged to participate in the decisions that affect them. And so that means, making sure that folks have the time and ability to travel to in-person meetings when we're holding those, or considering the availability of broadband internet to support remote participation, access to interpreters, things of that nature. We want to more equitably distribute the benefits of our work to underserved communities, and that means increasing the share of grants, opportunities, habitat conservation, other services to these communities, and also trying to identify and address systemic barriers. So, for example, how can we better prioritize the needs of underserved communities when we're defining grants priorities? Are there things that we can do to help these folks be more successful in applying for our grants? Things like that. We want to make sure that our communication and outreach platforms are effectively reaching underserved communities. So, are we speaking and writing in plain language? Are we translating documents into appropriate primary languages? Are we considering alternative platforms and methods to reach diverse audiences? For example, considering the use of video, right, to video for scoping meetings, things of that nature. And then finally, empowering environment really is at the center of all of this. So that just means identifying EEJ as a priority at all levels of our agency, and really working with you all and our other partners to meaningfully incorporate it into all the work that we do. Next slide. So this draft strategy, it's because it's national in scope, it doesn't try to address all of the regional issues, right? It does provide us a framework, and after it's finalized, we'll be asked to develop regional implementation plans that tier off of the objectives in the national strategy. Really, the goal is to come up with regional implementation plan that's specific to and responsive to the needs of each of our respective regional communities, and that seek to remove barriers and promote equity in all that we do. Next slide.
There are some key guiding questions we considered when drafting the strategy, and ask that you consider these as you review and comment on the document. The first is, who are our underserved communities? The second is how can we better serve them? Third is, does everyone have equal access? Fourth, we are an enormous science agency and partner with others to do fish surveys and other work. How are we prioritizing this work? Are we neglecting important local fisheries that may not compare with others in terms of national gross domestic product? Is this something we need to correct? The next is, do communities carry more burden? Do some communities carry more burden than others? And the last, how can we make our management system more inclusive? Next slide.
This just shows where we've been in next steps. You can see from the red arrow that we're currently in the middle of our public feedback on the national strategy. The public comment period is open until August 31st. And after we finalize the strategy in response to public comments, we'll begin work on our regional implementation plan and are really looking forward to your input on and suggestions for how we can best work with you all on that. Next slide.
We need your help, not only to craft an effective strategy, but to partner with us in ensuring more equitable outcomes for our stakeholders. The comment period has been extended to August 31st. We hope that you'll take this information back with you to your fellow constituents, to your fellow fishers, to your fellow divers, and that you'll share this information with them and find a way to work with us, collaborate with us to create a better environment for policy decision and policy making. You can feel free to reach out to us either through our email addresses, or you can feel there's a comment, an opportunity to comment online. In addition, just so you know, one of the key things we talk about as step one is increasing communication and outreach. We have translated the executive summary into 14 languages. And so we are getting, that this isn't just a Caribbean thing or a Southeast thing, it's a nation thing. And so we're working with Native Alaskans, Pacific Islanders, we're working with Spanish here in the Caribbean, we're working with the Vietnamese of the Gulf, the Haitians of Miami. So we're like we said, step one is you got to convey the message, and then you got to be able to feel comfortable to comment on it. So we're trying to open that up as our primary goal is to get this out and get everybody involved as much as possible. And we rely on you guys to help us to convey those messages.
And so just one more thing quickly, we're also working on a related initiative to build a communication network with our underserved communities in the Southeast. We just recently onboarded an intern to help support that work. She's from Smith College. She was going to be on virtually, but I don't know if she's still on with us today. And if any of you all have suggested contacts for us that we could work with to help build our list in the Caribbean, we'd be really grateful if you reached out to either Brent or me, or we can put you directly in touch with, her name's Leah Jacobs too. So thanks all for your.
Well, next slide.
Oh, next slide is questions. Thanks all for your time
We
and.
wanted to get a good sink for a fish box in there.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And there is a lot of diversity of that ice box. Right? And Miguel?
Yeah, because of the time and the importance of this topic, I will make sure that all the DAP chairs, the members of our committees, council members receive, especially the last slide, where you have the address, people can submit comments. So yeah, okay. So the people who are on the table, I would like for you to think about this, and also tonight, you have a question for tomorrow, probably can address it somehow. And it's important that you participate. You tend to think that the U.S. Caribbean is a minority group everywhere you go, but we have greetings. And this is in tune with the national approach now. And we are not the only ones discussing this. The CCC, the group of councils are working with this, with the headquarters in Washington. So we would like to make sure that the group here will receive this presentation. The presentation will be uploaded in our webpage, but most importantly, you will have the address so you can send it. There is one thing about NJ that we were discussing before. We're also talking about opportunities to get funding in this area for specific projects. And there's an opportunity now that, okay, we are fighting for three positions, one important committee. John, can you briefly tell us about it and how can we help making sure that at least one guy from the U.S. Caribbean is considered?
Yes, thank you, Executive Director and Chair, if I may. John Walter, Southeast Fisheries Science Center. And one thing that I did want to bring to people's attention is that there is a call for applications for the American Fisheries Advisory Committee. This is a new committee that's being formed to develop the priorities for the Salt and Skull Kennedy grant program and to provide recommendations to the secretary for the projects that get recommended for funding. So this is a key, if you're familiar with the Salt and Skull Kennedy grants, they're grants designed to support the fishing industry, really all sectors of the fishing industry, from capacity building to product development to improving fishing efficiency. And so it has a regional, it's supposed to have a regional focus to where those priorities go. And it's very likely that the administration's emphasis on the EEJ would be that putting its focus on that would say that there should be representation for the territories on those committees. In this case, the committee that specifically that Miguel was talking about is there are regional, going to be 3 representatives from each of the regions. The region that USDI and Puerto Rico are part of also has all of the states from Texas to Florida. So there are 8 different entities competing for 3 positions. That is rather tough competition for those positions. However, there's likely a opportunity here that I think could be utilized here to get representation if indeed that is the goal, and it is of the EJ call strategy. The request is open right now. We'll apply for it, and I was talking to the person who is administering that, and they are still developing how they're going to make those decisions. But probably if the council were to identify good candidates and have make some recommendations, that would probably be very effective and helpful for whoever would get put forward. And I'll note that those 3 positions are a commercial, a recreational, and a science person. People have experience in one of those 3. Perhaps all 3 if someone superhero was found, but probably any one of those would be the right guy going to put forth the best person or persons for that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And Heather?
Just a couple of things. It looks like the deadline for that application that John's talking about is September 24th. So September 24th. And so Christina's going to upload the draft strategy to the briefing book in English and in Spanish. So you can find the full document there. And the link that is on the last page of our presentation takes you to the national website. And on the national website is a link to an online form where you can put individual comments in. If you all, it will not allow you to like upload attachments and whatnot. So like if the DAPs wanted to submit a letter, or if the council would like to submit a letter or anything like that, we can make sure that it gets to the right people at headquarters.
We will make sure that we channel all those feedback to you guys. And don't just need from John the basic details that we just mentioned, and with that we can work. And we have a raised hand.
Cristina Alan for the record. As Heather said, we are going to add the documents to the briefing book, but also we are going to repeat the post again. We already posted it in our social media in July, but with the different deadline, now that the deadline changed, we are going to post it twice before August 31.
Thank you, Christina. Miguel?
Yeah, taking into consideration what John mentioned and the competition that we are going to have from Texas all the way here. And you talk about Florida, you have the east, the west of Florida and the east of Florida, so we're competing with all these people. So maybe we suggest that the chair of the council is considered for this to have more weight than me, for example. And that way, if you all agree, we can at least try. Doesn't mean that he's gonna get it. But maybe other people thinking about it, maybe they can extend it. And I believe that it's in that letter, we want to make sure that it's tied in with the EEJ presentation that you have today. There's no secret that when you have a few bucks, they stop at the Gulf of the South Atlantic because that's gravity. You know, you gravitate toward where thermal fisheries, the higher up, high rollers, etc. But at the same time, we all know that the nation has this thing that we call the management, the MSA. They're supposed to cover everybody from Guam to the United. So don't be ashamed. Don't be timid. And submit the name that you think that could represent the entire area, and send it to the appropriate people. So I suggest that if nobody opposes, we can submit the chair of the council at this time, whoever is the chair. Our fellow here, hopefully he will last 20 more years, but it's his last year as chair of the council, but at least we will be able to put our foot on the board and see what happens.
Thank you, Miguel. And I want to, in order not to lose the opportunity, you guys need public comment. We're very short on time. Please, everybody that have a comment, at least by saying if you support this, to put out of the shot, and you guys can use that as a participation and endorsement to your presentation and ideas. And I also want to state that the committees like MAFAC and other national level committees should consider a position for the Caribbean to have a voice on it. If that already explored by us, meeting in Puerto Rico, and also research money allocated to promote capacity building for researchers and fishing community to better manage the fishery, that we don't compete with the big fishery, but we have something that we can count, and Kevin and us and the industry, everybody, we can plan ahead and make better use of a new opportunity for the benefit of our community, fishing communities. Julian, the last participation, and we need to end.
Jim McGrath for the record. Excellent presentation. And Marcos touched on it before I can touch on it. We had an opportunity to present at the MAFAC meeting. And it was the first time ever we were offered that opportunity. 3 chairs from the Caribbean and the council chair, Miguel, we were all present at the meeting here in Puerto Rico. And we were well received by the group. A lot of high hitters, a lot of powerful people from NOAA, but it was an excellent meeting. And they took what we had to say completely into consideration. That was the first meeting that I attended that I heard about your presentation, which is a very powerful presentation, and it needs to be taken seriously by everyone. And I look forward to working with you guys on that. You will receive comments from the STFA, because I think it's very, very important to know where our community stands. But, you know, thanks again for that presentation. I look forward to looking at it again, and thanks to everyone.
Miguel?
So we don't have the time we're supposed to wrap it up. But I believe if you follow the presentation, well done by the 2 fellows here, you will be able to submit your comment just by answering the question that were posed on the screen. And then from the council, we want to make sure that that's a good way to follow up whether we are doing the right thing or not. This is similar to section 504 or whatever the name is. Remember that we needed to make sure that our documents are accessible to people with disabilities. And this is something that is not taken lightly. So I will, for my part, my assignment will be to make sure that everybody will receive a copy of this presentation, and then look forward for them to submit comments to you. Because also for the local governments. In case of the local governments, they have a lot of programs, things that they have been working on. So they are also welcome to submit comments on behalf of the two agencies that they represent.
Thank you, Miguel, and don't forget to post on the chat as part of the public comment, because we're gonna adjourn the meeting. There's still opportunity to endorse or not the ideas presented by them, but it is important for our voice to be heard, right?
And if they don't want to present it in the chat, they can send the comments directly to us.
Okay.
And we can incorporate, if they don't want to have their name up there, or if they just want to make their comment, they can send it directly to us.
Thank you, thank you. And we are ready to do.
Yeah, we still love bread, so we'll see you tomorrow. Stefan is ready to. What? No, we already. Well, nobody wanted to say. Until tomorrow.
We explored around the room there, and there was no public.
So we can join until tomorrow. Because
There is another presentation you have? No? Okay. Yeah. In 15 minutes, we're gonna have a closed session. Thank you very much for your time, especially for the people on the translation and on the equipment on the back. Thank you for the support of the council, and we was able to accomplish a very good meeting, from my opinion, and thank you for the support on everything. Thank you. It's 5:35 p.m. on August 11th. And tomorrow we're gonna start at the same time at 9 o'clock.
Pretty good grab some quick.
Well, I got to do this while we're-